The future isn't waiting. It's being written by every decision we make today.
Technology is the pen. Humanity is the author. The story is still ours to write. And that story can be a positive one of a brighter future.
Small actions at scale don't just change industries, they change history.
We don't inherit the future, we co-create it with courage, code, and compassion.
Every startup, every breakthrough, every bold idea is a vote for the world we want to live in.
The greatest disruption of this century won't be in technology. It will be in how we choose to treat each other.
Please give a warm welcome to your host, Web Summit Qatar's Deputy Lead, Elissa Caracalla.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 of Web Summit Qatar. My name is Elissa Caracalla, and I'm the Deputy Lead here at Web Summit. Over the past months, I've had the absolute pleasure of working with our speakers to help shape the forward-thinking conversation and bold ideas that you're about to hear on stage today. So I'm especially excited to see it all come to life with all of you here. I'm also Lebanese, so this is genuinely very, very special for me to be here in Qatar. Both Qatar and Lebanon, as you may know, are known for creativity, ambition, and making global impact far beyond their size. That shared spirit of innovation and perseverance is exactly what Web Summit is all about. I hope you enjoyed the non-forgettable night summit last night, full of activities in the ECC Park, met some great people, and are ready to dive back in here today for another huge day of inspiration, innovation, connection, learnings, and fun. Before we kick off, a quick reminder. Make sure you're getting the most of your time here at Web Summit Qatar. Open the Web Summit app and check your schedule. Or head to qatar.websummit.com schedule to see what's happening across every single stage today. And right here on center stage at 5 p.m., we have the pitch semifinals. It's a selection of the top startups from across the event. We'll go head-to-head for a shot at the grand final tomorrow. It's another packed day here at Web Summit. It's full of global voices, bold ideas, and big announcements. So, Doha, are you ready for another massive day here today at Web Summit Qatar 2026? With that, let's get things started and kick things off with our first session of the day. Marketing has been fundamentally transformed by technology changing not just how brands communicate, but how they build trust, relevance, and a long-term relationship with their customers. To help us explore what comes next, we're joined by one of the most influential marketing leaders. He spent 12 years as a chief marketing officer at MasterCard, one of the most iconic global brands, and today serves as senior fellow at MasterCard. Please join me in welcoming Raja Rajmanar to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I thought I'll spend the next few minutes going through where the future of marketing is headed. When you talk of the future of marketing, firstly, we need to understand where marketing is today. Marketing is not in a great place today. It is completely broken end to end to end. And I'll explain exactly what this means. So, for example, if you look at the foundation of marketing, it is all about insights. You need whether it is consumer insights or business insights, and then you act upon them. How do you get these insights today? Through techniques like, for example, market research, surveys, focus group discussions, and so on. What is fascinating is when you see what market research predicts and what is a success in the marketplace, the correlation is no better than the tossing of a coin. You might as well have not done the market research and saved some money than to do this market research and think that you're getting some insights that you can translate into marketing actions in the marketplace and hopefully get fantastic business outcomes. It's absolutely not working. When you start thinking about why things are not working in the world of marketing today, it's very interesting. The theories, the frameworks, and the principles of marketing were formulated more than 60 or 70 years before by the likes of Dr. Philip Kotler, who I consider is my guru. I learned during MBA my introduction to marketing by reading the books of Dr. Philip Kotler and so on. But they have written these principles, theories, and frameworks at a time when there was no internet, there was no social, there was no AI, there were no mobile phones. So my quest has been to ask whether those theories, frameworks, and principles are valid in today's world and into the world going forward. Like if you look at the science of physics, for example, or chemistry, they're all fundamental. They don't change with time. They're quite timeless. But it is evident that in the world of marketing, things are not timeless. They evolve with time. So, for example, in terms of insights, the methodologies that we are doing are fundamentally flawed. All the purchase decisions, whether it is in the context of B2C, meaning business to consumer, or B2B, which is business to business, we might think that it is data-driven, that it is logical, and that it is very rational. But the reality is these decisions are not rational, they're irrational, they're not logical, they're illogical. And they're not intellectual, they're very emotional and feelings driven. And these cannot be captured well through the traditional market research. You need to have new methodologies of how you get to these consumer insights or B2B insights, which are critical for your success. Let's take another area. The other area is advertising, for example. So when you look at advertising, what you find is that today, on an average, a consumer is bombarded anywhere between 3,000 and 10,000 ads every single day. Let that sink in. 3,000 to 10,000 ads is what you get exposed to every single day. You might not even realize, because your minds, your brains have learned to tune out all these messages, all these commercial messages, which we call advertisements. On top of it, the human attention span is actually reducing. Today, believe it or not, the span of human attention is under 8 seconds, which is less than that of a goldfish. Don't ask me how they measured it, but it has been done by very credible institutions, and it is true that the human attention span is so small. So you have a very narrow span of attention of less than 8 seconds, through which anywhere between 3,000 and 10,000 ads are trying to get through and grab your attention, tell the story, influence you, and make you take decisions in favor of the brand that is advertising. I stood on one of the main advertising platforms in the past, about 4 or 5 years back, and I said, advertising as we know it is dead. The need for communication is very high, but the way we are communicating through advertisements is horrible. It is not working. We have done quantitative study after quantitative study to understand how well are ads working. The reality is they are simply not working. We need to rethink how we are going to communicate. Like, for example, just take a simple anecdote. Now, I watch YouTube, and I watch animal videos, Bollywood video songs, and lots of nonsense like that. Every few minutes, even if I'm in the middle of a song, my experience gets interrupted, and I'm shown a stupid ad that I don't care about. And I'm looking at the skip now button. The moment the skip now button comes, I hit on it, and my song resumes. Now, we as businesses talk about giving frictionless, seamless, beautiful experience for consumers. I was having a frictionless, seamless, beautiful experience before you, the marketer, came and messed up my experience, stopped my experience, and given me an ad that I don't care about. Now, instead of looking at this and trying to solve it the right way, what are the channels doing? Now they show 2 ads, not 1, as though 1 was not bad enough. You cannot skip the first ad. You have to suffer for 15 seconds. Then you start looking at the second ad, and you skip after 5 seconds, which is taking consumers completely for granted. And what they also say is, if you don't want to see the ads, pay me $13 per month. This is called blackmail. You should not be doing marketing by blackmailing consumers. You don't have to. When you do this kind of negative marketing, or what I call dark marketing, it gives you exactly the opposite effect and destroys consumers' confidence in you. Now, as I said, the need for advertising doesn't go away, but the need for communication doesn't go away. The need for consumer engagement doesn't go away, but the methodology has to be reinvented. It is not advertising, and I'll come to what they are shortly. Then you take the situation of loyalty. A lot of companies run loyalty programs, and collectively, more than $1 trillion are spent every year around the world on loyalty programs. Does anyone run loyalty programs here? Just show your hands. There are a few of you. Please stop. Loyalty programs are a complete waste of money. There was a study which was done where people were being asked, people who are either married or were in a live-in relationship, how many of you have cheated on your partners? And the number was an astounding 70%. 70% of the people said they have cheated on their partners. And 15% more have said that if they are sure they will not get caught, they don't mind cheating. So you're talking of 85% of the people not hardwired for loyalty. I know all of you are putting a very straight face. Inside, I know you're all smiling. The reality is loyalty, humanity is not hardwired for loyalty. It's politically correct to say that loyalty exists, but the reality is it does not. If people are not loyal in their personal lives, where they made a commitment and they're aware of the consequences, still they are not loyal, we come as businesses and say, I'll give you 1 reward point for every dollar you spend, or 1 air mile for everything that you do. Give me a break. That's not going to give you loyalty. Now, if I look at my own self, I've got loyalty with Emirates Airlines, I have it with American Airlines, with United Airlines, and with Delta. Who am I loyal to? Whoever gives me the cheapest price, most comfort, appropriate time, that's a flight I get on to. It is not a loyalty factor. We need to understand, we need to create something else called preferential management. Every time the consumer is taking a decision, you need to be there present and influence the consumer's choice in favor of your brand and not run these silly programs called loyalty programs. They don't simply work. And purchasing funnel. We always used to talk about the IDA model, awareness. First you create awareness, then you generate interest, create a desire for the consumer to buy the product, and the consumer will eventually act. Now, how many of you have gone, for example, to Facebook? You're looking, you suddenly see a new product you haven't heard of, from a company you haven't heard of, and you click to buy the damn thing. The purchase funnel is a myth. It's collapsing into one step. You need to rethink. When you say top of the funnel, bottom of the funnel, you need to really rethink. That's a fallacy. So and I can go on and on and on, but the point is, today, the way things are is totally broken. And we need to reinvent and reimagine marketing for the future. This is the new paradigm of marketing, which I call the 5th paradigm of marketing, and it is called quantum marketing. So quantum marketing, for example, we talked about consumer research or insights. The way to go about it is we call it neuromarketing. You understand the brain signals of consumers and you see which part of the brain is lighting up to what kind of stimulus, and then infer from it how the consumer is feeling. Because remember, it is the feelings and emotions which drive consumers' behavior, not logic, not information, not data. It's very important. And neuromarketing is changing the complete field, and the correlation between what it predicts and what happens in the marketplace is as high as 80%, compared to less than 50% for traditional research. In fact, traditional research, most of the times, is at 23%, worse than that of a toss of a coin. Here you get to 80%, as one example. Then you have got something which we call as the science of anonymous behavior. People behave differently when their identity is known, but when their identity is concealed, their behavior is completely different. Most of the consumer purchases today happen in an anonymous situation, and the psychology is very different. How do you appeal to that? You need to really think, and there is a complete field on understanding how anonymous behavior happens, and that's fascinating. The other one, we talk about B2B marketing, B2C marketing. Complete fallacy. It's basically human-to-human marketing. Even if you're in a business making decisions for your company, you think you're operating based on information and data. No. You are making decisions based on what you feel emotionally driven and emotionally comfortable about. And that's how you actually go about it. And multisensory. Multisensory marketing is another field within quantum marketing. Today, if you look at any human being, they are typically blessed with 5 senses: the sense of touch, taste, scent, sight, and sound. Most of the marketing today is based on the sense of sight and the sense of sound. Why are we not tackling the other 3 senses? Because at the end of the day, consumers, people, they receive information into their hearts and brains through all the 5 senses. And because there is so much of clutter in the sense of sight and sound, you need to find other ways of how to get close to the consumer. And that is multisensory marketing. Then you have got areas like machine to mission. Today in the age of AI, agentic AI is becoming pretty popular, right? You delegate your decision as a consumer to a machine to make on your behalf. The marketers are doing exactly the same thing. They are delegating their marketing to machines or agents. So the agent is now marketing to the agent, and this agent is buying from this agent. The entire dynamic is totally changed. Purchase funnels don't matter anymore. Again, same point, I'm trying to make it a different way. But machine to machine is going to be very critical. Then you've got things like color psychology and behavioral economics, which are very, very important fields that influence consumers' behavior, that influences consumers' choice and consumers' actions, which is a profound multiplier to the effect of marketing campaigns that you run. So overall, quantum marketing is totally game-changing. Now, it's not just theory. What we are doing is we are validating these theories in the field. Now, I have, in the US, you say you eat your own dog food. So in the US, we have started this testing at MasterCard. And today, I can confidently say that though my marketing budget is much, much lesser than many of my competitors, we are outbidding every one of them. We used to be the 87th most valuable brand in the world. Today, we are the 12th most valuable brand in the world with a much lesser investment in marketing than what the other companies are doing. And the momentum has been phenomenal. So we have become the world's #1 audio brand. We are the pioneers in the multisensory marketing world, and so on. The second thing is also, we got a lot of these things converted into case studies by both Harvard Business School and Yale School of Management. In both these institutions, Harvard and Yale, I recently joined them as an executive fellow at both these reputed institutions. And we are creating case studies so that other businesses can learn from what we are doing in MasterCard, but also what other companies are doing. In isolated pockets, we are trying to pull them out and put these together as solutions that people can actually look at. Now, to me, this is by far the most exciting period for marketing. Businesses today are so dependent on the technologies that are there. And these technologies, they enable from all the way from product development to product marketing and everything else in between, very, very predominantly. Now, when everyone is depending on the same AI, the same technologies, the same capabilities, it becomes a very democratized field as far as companies are concerned, and it becomes very difficult to compete on these. And what differentiates a company in this age of democratization of competition, like at an unprecedented level, is that marketing is going to differentiate and put the companies ahead. So this is what is actually going to happen. And I have actually captured all this in a book called Quantum Marketing. I had to plug for my own book. If not, who else will do it for me? This book had become a Wall Street Journal bestseller, and it is available in 14 languages and being taught at Harvard Business School, Yale, and a number of about 300 universities around the world. And I'm very active on the social medias. If any one of you is interested, please connect with me. I love engaging and being challenged, and I'll challenge you back. But thank you for your attention and patience. Really appreciate, and happy marketing. Take care.
From the locker room to the boardroom, innovation is redefining how athletes train, recover, and lead, not just in sports, but in business and life. Leading this conversation is Oriana Royal from Fortune. She is joined by NBA champion and all-star Meta World Peace, who has been at the forefront of performance mindset and leadership both on and off the court, and Stephen Stokels, founder and CEO of True Sky Ventures, to explore how emerging technologies, new mindsets, and evolving business models are shaping the next era of human performance. Let's give them all a warm welcome on stage.
Meta, you've gone from NBA court to entrepreneurship. What's one thing about performance in sports that still helps you today? Any success hacks, high performance habits?
Yeah, I think obviously hard work, individual effort. I think that's something that always works. That's always a hack. But I think teamwork. You know, with Phil Jackson, we ran a triangle offense. And the triangle offense was all about moving at the same time. If the ball moves a certain area, it was 1,001 options. But we all knew what the options was, which led us to winning the championship. So teamwork.
I mean, any other kind of success habits that you go in today? I know we talked backstage about manifesting.
I think also, yeah, you want to manifest. You know, you play 18 years to win one title. In the NBA, you play 82 games to get home court advantage, right? So you got to kind of manifest. You're going to go through ups and downs. But I think you always want to kind of see your dreams forward. I always tell people when you shoot, see the ball going in the basket.
Was there anything that worked on court that just does not work in business?
You said that anything what?
Is there anything that worked on the court that does not work in business?
Oh yeah, well, in business, if you're having a bad day, you can't just dive on the laptop and push and rip a button out to make a difference. That's the difference between, you know, business and sports. In sports, I can hustle, I can dive on the floor, but I think in business is a little bit more of a mental game.
And then, Stephen, you made over 30 angel investments. You run a $4 billion company and had 6 exits. From that kind of vantage point, when you look at founders or teams, what does peak performance look like to you?
Yeah, that's a good question. Not too dissimilar to what Meta's talking about, but I think the most important thing I'm looking for is, well, it's 2 things. One is passion. So I'll take passion over IQ, because if someone's passionate, they're going to put in the work, they're going to be into it. And there's a degree of authenticity I look for. So I don't want a bullshitter. I want someone who's going to be, if there's a problem, they're going to be genuine about it. But then there's some table stakes stuff. You got to have you got to be smart. Can't be an idiot. It's like playing in the NBA, you probably got to be 6'5" minimum, but you don't just have to be 6'5", you got to be athletic, you got to have passion, hard work. So in the startup or the corporate world, you got to have a requisite level of like IQ, but then beyond that, assuming that's there, it's the passion and the authenticity.
Is there anything you're doing to test for that?
There is. I got some good questions. Yeah. Here's the best test on the authenticity. Everybody gets the question, like, what's your strengths and weaknesses? There's different ways to ask it, and 90% of people bullshit on that. So,
what's the question?
What's your strength? Different variations of what's your strengths and weakness. I got my own way of asking it, but like I said, 9 out of 10 people will get BS you on it. No, my biggest weakness is I try too hard. That kind of stuff. So I'm always like probing on that stuff.
That's definitely something I'd say in a job interview.
Yeah.
What are some red flags then that instantly tells you someone's not going to be successful?
It's tougher. It's actually tough to tell. There's a lot of mistakes you make in hiring. If you're batting 50%, you're probably doing pretty well at the executive level. But I think the biggest thing is a lack of sort of, like I said, you're looking for a lack of dedication or a lack of passion. So it might be, you're asking questions around sort of past experiences, you're trying to gauge sort of the enthusiasm. Again, not that dissimilar to a sports team. I mean, you've got a guy like Meta who he's hustling all over, busting his ass, versus some players who kind of walk back on defense, et cetera. It's not that dissimilar in a corporate environment. You want the people who are hustling, they're grinding. So.
And what are some things more personally that you both did in your careers to stand out for success?
Things that we both did that stands out. I think I started playing basketball at 8 years old. I went pro at 19. And then it took me another 17 years to become sort of a legend. So when I got into entrepreneurship, private equity, venture, and when times got tough, I just told myself, well, it took me 10 years to actually become a pro. I retired at 35 years old. So I said it'd take me 10 years to get this off the ground. And then also, if I want to be a legendary, it's going to take another 17 years. So I kind of kept that as something that I could hold in my back pocket. And it just taught me a lot to have patience. So now here we are. And this is the Michael Jordans of business in terms of, competing against, the Michael Jordans of the space.
Would you agree patience is key?
Agree what?
That patience is key to success.
Patience is a key. You got to be patient, can't be hasty. I definitely agree with that. I would add that if I'm looking at sort of part of what I've tried to do is, especially when you're at the exec level, CEO level or something, you got to try to differentiate a little bit and think a little differently in the sense of take a big telco. I was running Boost Mobile, the fourth biggest carrier in the U.S. And I always said, like, 8 out of 10 people can kind of come in there and optimize on cost. It's not that difficult. There's a playbook you go through. What are the 2 things I'm going to do that, the 8 out of 10 wouldn't? Like, what are the things I'm going to try to do different? And so taking that mentality sort of allows you to actually maybe achieve a little more or differentiate a little more, and it kind of permeates through the culture.
I mean, I guess as a leader, high performance often comes at the price of inclusivity, balance. How can leaders design work environments that enhance performance without trade-offs, especially for parents, caregivers?
Well, that's a good question, because when it's my company, I don't give a shit about work-life balance, except for me. No, I'm just kidding. But I think it's a tough balance, because at the end of the day, like if you're in a startup, and I started my own company, there is a certain level of passion and work you have to put in. And it's more than a 9 to 5. And so when you're recruiting, you're trying to be honest about that. Like, hey, this is not a 9 to 5. I might hit you up on Slack or text you at 11 p.m. kind of thing. And so you're conveying that. But at the same time, you want to make sure that, especially if someone's got kids or they got time for themselves. So it's trying to lay off, respect it, not text somebody at 11 unless it's an emergency. That said, I'm going to let Meta answer because this guy doesn't sleep. So you want to talk about work ethic. I mean,
well,
he got his from Kobe Bryant, so I can't compete with that.
You told me you don't believe in work-life balance. Your kids come with you to work. Let's share more on that.
Well, it was funny. One day, Steve, when he was selling his company and sold it to Starlink, a company called Freedom Pop, and I asked him, I said, when you get out the meeting with Elon, I said, call me immediately. I said, and you get inspired by, his work ethic, how long it took him to sell his company. Then he's inspired by somebody who's doing something even bigger. I'm inspired by Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant's getting to the basketball gym at 5 a.m. And I thought I was working hard. One day I got to the gym and I said, let me see if Kobe's really in the gym. So I got there at 8 and he was leaving already. So he was all showered up.
He's
he was done. So the next day I got there at about 5:30 to see it from my own eyes. And sometimes it reassures you that there's always somebody out there working harder.
I love that. I mean, mental performance often...
Oh, thank you.
Mental performance often is what separates the good players from the great. How do you focus? How do you protect your mental health under pressure, especially?
Well, I started to get in. I changed my name to Meta, which is from the Indian culture, 2011. And because you go through trauma, sometimes, you have so much trauma, whatever you go through in your life, I started to tap into my chakras. So I actually started to play basketball from the chakra in my belly. Because there was too much going on from the years of playing basketball. So I tried to just tap into different things that gave me more power on the court, more control of my breathing, and just different things. And I can take that not only on the court, but I can take it off the court.
Stephen, aside from, I guess, being honest about the lack of work-life balance at a company, do you have any advice for bosses on pushing peak performance without completely breaking staff?
Yeah, as far as from a bosses or to a employee?
Employee.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 2 ways to kind of look at. One is I call it focus. So a lot of times there's a problem, somebody will bang their head on a wall, and they start to go all over, and it's really kind of focus. And Elon Musk talks about sort of first principles and really getting to the core of the problem. So I'm always trying to like influence to focus on what's the real core. Sometimes at the superficial level, that might not be the real problem. So really trying to focus on that. And then I think, Meta talks about it in the sports realm, like breathing. He's starting to get spiritual, talking about chakras and stuff. But I think before he gets too deep, I would say in the business realm, it's the same thing, because you can sit there and lay in bed for, lose 3 hours of sleep thinking about a problem, and it's not going to get fixed that night. So sometimes it's, hey, nothing's going to happen tonight. I'm going to go to sleep, get a good night, and then I'll see if it's still a problem in the morning. And half the time, some of those problems just go away on their own anyway. So
I couldn't agree more. And obviously we're here to talk about wearables, tech, all that kind of stuff. So we're seeing tech reshape how athletes train. Which emerging innovations do you think will really change the game over the next few years? You both see it all.
I mean, there's a lot of technology we like. There's technologies with applications where they are having vibrations, go whether it's on the back of your ear or on your chest, connecting to singing bowl music, Tibetan music. And there's a lot of great things that I like out there to help you mind, body, and soul. Obviously, with AI coming into play, those applications are applying everywhere. But I also like just taking time for yourself, doing the normal stuff, like going on hikes. There's a lot of things you can do in nature, but I think technology, with technology paired with that, I think you'll see more performance, better performance from people.
But that's an important point, that just because the tech's here, you don't have to completely give up on those human, traditional methods.
Absolutely, I think it goes hand in hand.
I mean, is there anything that you think will really make a difference in the workplace or for just day-to-day performance of people?
Well, I think in looking at performance sort of broadly, there's sort of physical performance, and then there's sort of mental performance. And I think on the physical side, there's a lot of innovation coming. So I mean, you look at the NBA, you look at some of these pro leagues, they have, they're spending $1 million a player in some cases on physical performance. And a lot of the innovations, a lot of the things they do at that level is starting to get lower cost and work its way into the mass market, whether it be supplements and nutrition, all the way to some of the machines and some of the red light therapies and some of the things they do. So on the physical piece, I feel like a lot of the stuff that was too expensive before or too complicated is kind of making its way to the masses. On the mental, it's more in line with what Meta's talking about. I mean, you see a ton of apps around breathing, meditation, outdoor. So I think there's a lot of technology applications around sort of the calming effects of it. And I think that's important too, to kind of, because it helps you sort of focus on the right problems. If you're all over the place and too frantic, you're not going to do a good job of your job either.
Are there any techs that you personally use? Either of you?
I like the apps. Obviously, you can go as simple as YouTube if you want to just get a good night's sleep, put some Tibetan music on. Obviously, you have the Calm app. I think that was a brilliant, application. Then, like I said, they have the wearables. I like the wearables where the vibration can, you can feel it in your chest a little bit with the application. I like those. I think it's really important if you're playing a game and you're having some jitters, you can just throw on a wearable, right? And you can also monitor it with all the Apple and the rings and the Aura rings, and then also your Apple applications also. So I like to use a lot of the technology.
Anything you use?
Any what?
Any of the tech that you use?
Well, I was going to add one thing. The product he's talking about is called Sensate. It's a company that we actually consult for, and it's literally it matches frequencies. So this is again talking about technology. So you put it on your chest and it'll kind of match your heart frequency, calm you down, and then there's an app that sort of shows you. So I was going to put a little plug in for our company on that one. But
yeah, one of our portfolio companies.
Yeah. But agree with him.
I mean, is there any kind of high performance tool or trend that's just wildly overrated?
High performance tool that's overrated. Yeah, there probably is.
Too many.
But I don't use them because they're overrated. Yeah. But I think it's a tricky question, because I think ultimately, when you look at the actual technologies around performance, there's a lot of stuff they've come out with, and we've looked at it. Whether it be supplements that are just snake oil, right, or whether it be sort of technologies that they claim they're going to give you sort of a higher vertical jump, but they're BS. So I think you got a lot of those out there, which is why it's difficult to kind of sift through the true new technologies that are actually, call them steroids, but without the side effects, right?
Yeah.
That are actually helping performance versus the stuff that's kind of snake oil. it's getting pretty convoluted.
Do you have any advice for spotting, I guess, the BS, as you put it?
You know what? It's really about researching it and then trying to make sure, because look, you take Peter Attil, you got all these guys coming on and claiming you got to take this supplement and this supplement. There's a guy I don't want to mention because my wife actually dated him before. He's very high profile in the longevity space, and he's got like 50 different things. And so you got to really do your research and understand like what's the stuff that's actually going to work, what's got the scientific, what's scientifically proven. But I do think, last point here is, there's actual technology coming out now where you can feel it, right? You can go into a red light bed and you can feel it. So you don't have to like take the word. It's not if I take vitamin C, I'm going to feel, you can actually feel it. Because I think that's going to become more and more pervasive where you're able to actually experience the benefits directly, quickly.
And talking, I guess, of spotting BS, is there anything that you guys look at? Do you have a checklist when you guys are investing in something together?
We do. We've done so. Before, we got a venture fund called True Sky Ventures. It's a $100 million fund that invests in like sports technology and human performance innovation. But what we're looking for, and we've invested together in a couple companies as well, quite a few. It's amazing the deal flow this guy gets. Very people want him involved in the company. But what we look for is we obviously look for some product fit, right? We're looking for some product fit like everybody is, but we're also looking for companies that we can come in and we can actually help in some capacity. So we are co-owners of a digital marketing firm, so if we can come in and help, or we have distribution partnerships with a lot of the mass merchandisers. So we might take a product and say, hey, look, we're going to invest in these guys, and then we're going to go ahead and pump them into Walmart. Or I know all the telcos in the U.S., so it might be a product, hey, it's a phone warranty. We're going to invest in them. I'm going to get them a deal with Boost. And so their valuation is going to go up very quickly. So we're looking where we can kind of add value beyond just capital.
You're nodding. I guess you agree. Is there anything you want to add?
I met Steve almost 10 years ago, and the way we look at things is different, but I think we complement each other well. I'm always looking for something that's impactful, something that's going to get me out the bed in the morning, but also can be profitable. And I was starting this journey 10 years ago, and I couldn't really find the right fits, but over the last 5 years, I was able to find a lot of social impact companies, whether it's working with a female founder, or whether it's working with a company that's going to apply education with a little bit of business, and it's profitable, but it's also having a major impact.
And I think speaking of founders, before we finish here, are there any things that you're specifically looking for when you're investing in a person, when you're investing in that founder? What are you looking for?
Well, I think I couldn't identify a founder 10 years ago, so I'm going to admit, and I realized it was wasting my time, and so I started to really focus on the actual person. Not that I wouldn't want to help someone, but my time is also valuable. So now I just want to make sure you're not going to quit, because I'm not going to quit.
Is there anything you look forward to know they're not going to quit? I think everyone's going to say that.
Obviously, you want to have experience in the space, and you want to show that you can do what you're saying you can do. But just when times get tough, are you going to quit? Are you going to give up?
And Stephen?
Yeah, we're down on time, so I'm going to make it real quick. I told you when it came down to 30 seconds, I was going to tell my life story, but I'm kidding. But it's really the authenticity piece, because look, I started my own company, I raised a lot of money, and you got to have a bullshit factor to raise money. You got to kind of like hype it up, and you got to have this optimism. And so when I'm looking at entrepreneurs, I'm seeing through that a little bit, and I'm trying to make sure there's like a level of authenticity there. And to Meta's point, they've got the work ethic and the passion. They're going to stick it through. There's going to be hard times inevitably. They can't get depressed and quit. Like there's going to be any startup in the world, maybe outside of Facebook, you're going to have hard times. So sticking it through is a big one. And
it comes down to that, I guess, BS detector that we talked at the beginning.
That's right.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's take a picture. You want to take a picture? Hold on.
You want to take a photo?
Yeah.
We're going to hold everybody up so we get a picture.
Sorry, he was going to get one picture with my friends in the audience. All right, thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody. For live audio translation, it's available through our event app. Check out the talk description or follow the instruction on screen. As access to compute becomes just as critical as capability itself, Théo Perronin, co-founder and CEO of Alice & Bob, joins us to explore how quantum AI and dual-use technologies are reshaping national strategy and technological independence. He'll be joined by Rika Nakazawa, Chief Commercial Innovation Officer at NTT, with the conversation moderated by Maria Curie, tech policy reporter at Axios. Please welcome the three of them on stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm really looking forward to this conversation. Theo, I am hoping that we can start with you. Why don't you help us set the scene? Where is quantum headed, and what got you into this space in the first place?
Yeah, so first of all, quantum is a profoundly disruptive computing technology. It's a new category of hardware. It's poised to completely transform the way we compute and how we transform knowledge and data. The current state of quantum is at the moment, the whole space is boiling with innovation. The whole roadmaps of every vendors, ourselves included, are definitely on steroid, and I think we're on a course for impact by 2030 and a massive impact in what you can do with computers.
And what got you into this space in the first place?
Physics. I'm a physicist by training. I love how quantum is about the fundamental laws of nature. And it just so happened that I grew up as a young physicist at a time where technology matured enough so that we can start playing with individual particles, and those thought experiments from a century ago were no longer only thought experiments. Now you can start building machines that behave quantum mechanically and explore such exotic laws of nature to build incredible devices.
Yeah. Rika, how about you? How did you get into this space?
Well, full caveat, I'm not a physicist. However, my name Rika in Japan does mean science, so maybe I can glean off of that. I got into the space of quantum vis-a-vis AI and an argument that I had with somebody a few years ago when OpenAI was first coming onto the scene about everybody's collective obsession with artificial intelligence. And at the time I was doing a lot, I was writing a book around the intersection of sustainability and digital innovation and the role that the pandemic played. And so just to be provocative, and certainly it was probably about a bottle of wine in among us, I said, the real danger of AI is not that it's going to take our jobs, but that it's going to have us so myopically focused on synthetic systems, compute systems, that we're going to completely overlook the code and algorithm and system design that's in the organic systems all around us. And so the example that I used to think about that and what I zeroed in on, and I saw an article in Nature magazine about photosynthesis and how a leaf has more intelligence and efficiency around energy transfer than anything that humans have been able to create. And as I dug into that and understanding that quantum coherence is one of the ways that we can, from a quantum mechanics perspective, start to understand some of that phenomena, and also thinking, how do we not know how photosynthesis fully works? It's still a mystery. Part of it is a mystery. So that's really where I started to zero in on how we can use our collective obsession and fascination with AI and direct that like a judo move and direct it towards better understanding quantum phenomena, quantum mechanics, and quantum science to unlock new areas that we haven't been able to solve for yet.
And how did your time at NVIDIA shape your interest in these technologies today?
So yeah, my time at NVIDIA, I was at NVIDIA in 2006, and that Christmas, I was very excited joining NVIDIA. My brother was and is a PhD in computer science. And I said, Mario, I'm at NVIDIA, and he was not a video gamer, so a disclaimer there, 2006, NVIDIA, and he said, what's a GPU? And then the following year in 2007, CUDA was also something that I wanted to bounce off of my brother, and he said, why write software for GPU? quantum now feels like what that conversation was back in 2006, where GPUs back then, unless you were a video gamer, and even then you didn't really know what GPUs were about, it feels very similar to that, and given that quantum is older than GPU technology and this acceleration, it reminds me of that, and so I'm super excited about what's ahead.
Yeah, so we're here talking about whether or not compute is the new oil, and on that note, I wanted to get into how seriously governments are taking this, and maybe we can start with you, Rika, and then hand it over to Theo.
Right, so this whole area of critical infrastructure, particularly sovereign domain capability, sovereignty of data, sovereignty of AI, and the ability for governments to be able to drive that integrity and from a geopolitical positioning has to be something from a risk management and resilience perspective. And so data centers have been now defined as critical infrastructure. Eventually quantum data centers, like what Alice and Bob are working on, I'm sure will be part of the critical infrastructure, because fundamentally with this acceleration of OT, IT convergence and everything becoming digitalized, and certainly AI becoming embedded into everything who we are as an economy, as a society, as a government, is going to be part of that whole area. And compute being the new oil, the interesting metaphor there is that, of course, how much energy compute systems, and I know this having been at NVIDIA, I was in the mobile GPU business unit, is going to be a key consideration of how we're going to be able to drive that future forward.
Theo, what do you think? And is the goal for countries to be totally self-sufficient on this, or are the supply chains so complex that that's just not a possible way?
It's a difficult question, but the way I like to think about it is to take a step back and think about it in a macroeconomical way. When you think about the 20th century, it was an industrial century, and every country had to provide abundant energy for their industries to transform matter. And actually, energy is one of the possible definitions, is the ability to transform matter. What is fun with our current era is that we're now in an information age, and what we do is that we transform data into knowledge. And for that, what you consume is compute. And so now governments, nations need to provide abundant compute for their economic fulfillment. And so I'm not so sure it's going to be, fully sovereign, or in the same way that not every country has or had equal access to energy resources, but it becomes absolutely critical for each and every government to think about their supply and how they're going to secure it in a pretty tense geopolitical world, and diversifying their sources and making sure they can make it abundant for their economic.
Enrico, what do you make of this idea of renting compute? Is that a smart short-term solution? Is that risky in the long run? What do you think?
Renting compute? Well, I think part of it, so I think about this whole domain of compute in three categories. One is around the applications and algorithms, the other is around the infrastructure, and then the third area is really around security, which also translates a bit to the way that I look at the quantum computing world. And I think the infrastructure side, there's sort of this, well, what are the trade-offs, because it's so expensive from an infrastructure side of being able to have everything that you need. When you look at the space domain, for example, which is not abstracted from all this, because there's more and more, as many of you saw with SpaceX and XAI this morning, this whole space domain is around connectivity, data, and intelligence, i.e. compute, the Space Integrated Computing Network. And so that alone, even though the costs are coming down, there's satellite companies that are providing compute capabilities on board satellites as a shared service. And I think there, the piece around security and ensuring that your data and the integrity can be maintained will be critical to that. But again, it's really going to depend on what the trade-off is, because what you can afford today may just be renting key components, the infrastructure side in particular. And it's no longer so much software as a service on the software and application side. It's more service as software. It's kind of one of the buzzwords or phrases we've been using. So I think it's really dependent conditionally on what it is that you're trying to achieve and the trade-offs.
Yeah. Though I'm wondering if you think that with the right architecture, some smaller countries, smaller companies can actually end up leapfrogging some of the superpowers on this technology.
When it comes to quantum, what is interesting is that when you look under the hood of the main players, they're not that big. And the reason is that it boils down to a handful of physicists. There's such a scarce resource of physicists out there trained and inspired by quantum that the cards are entirely reshuffled. And I think it's very interesting for Europe because it's, it lives off its academic heritage. And when I look specifically at France, which is a relatively small country, we have such a strong history around quantum physics. And proof is that in the last 3 Nobel Prizes about quantum, 2012, 2023, and 2025, each time we had a French physicist. And that translates into the fact that we have one of the strongest ecosystem of quantum startups. Whether we'll be able to scale it into global players, that remains to be seen, but it's very interesting how reshuffled the cards are when you have such a profound disruption with no, unfair advantage of established players. Now, the question is, what do we make of this opportunity, and how do we build novel alliances to leverage those opportunities?
Yeah. And of course, compute is useless if data can't actually move. Where does fiber, satellites, connectivity, all of these infrastructure pieces become a geopolitical choke point, Rika?
It becomes a geopolitical choke point in terms of managing vulnerabilities and managing the ability for capacity. And I'll just address the side on the capacity is that at NTT and the NTT data teams, we're working on this idea of moving from an electronic to photonic infrastructure, from a data connectivity and compute. And one step further beyond that as it relates to quantum is that our bets are on the optical quantum computing side, the photonic computing side. So I think this ability to decrease the energy, increase the throughput, and lower the latency using photonic systems to the compute level is going to be how we catalyze some of the ways that these applications will become scalable and globally something that's managed. And one more piece to add as well to what Thibaut was saying is that, Theo was saying is the public-private partnership piece is so key. So there's a lot of governments around the world that are helping to fund some of the ways that quantum will scale, and I think that that's going to be a critical piece. But that also gives governments the opportunity to have visibility and control over some of the ways that the applications will create value, in particular in the quantum security space, which is creating a lot of anxiety and consternation among governments, I think, in terms of security of systems and data and privacy and everything around that as well.
Right, and whether we're talking about AI or quantum, these are dual-use technologies for civilians and for the military. How do you think that governments can ensure that these technologies are secure, but they're also promoting innovation? And Theo, maybe we can start with you.
It's always a tremendously difficult question. And I think it's fun even within our company because, when you look inside Alice and Bob, you have nearly half of the people working there are physicists by training. And the physicists are not the first one to love military applications. Yet there is definitely the same kind of spirit as in Los Alamos, the Oppenheimer. It's a meeting point in technology history where it's our duty to push forward science and technology at the same time, to provide the means and tools to ensure that the free world remains free. And so now it's up to the politicians to make a clever use, a reasonable use of that opportunity, and that will require a lot of societal debate in what kind of use you want to make of that, especially during the arbitrage period. But that's not the reason why we get up in the morning. The reason we get up in the morning is because of how much engineering this is going to be unlocking. As Rika just mentioned in the beginning, it's about mimicking nature. It's about playing on the same ground as nature. When you look inside any living cells, you have such beautiful mechanical, molecular machine that walks along. You see the skeletons, you have motors, engines. It's fascinating. And yet, when you look around this room, we're handling bulky machines, bulky systems. We're such at a stone age compared to nature. And now that's the kind of innovation I want to see move forward, because the challenges of this century are just immense. So yes, there is a security arbitrage for a few years until we completely moved on to post-quantum cryptography. But then there is such a boulevard for tremendous innovation, and that is what I'm really looking forward.
Yeah, yeah. Rika?
Yeah, 100%. I'm doing my doctorate right now around this concept of how do we take biomimetic or bioengineered designs that were used in the Industrial Revolution to design physical things, and now in this digital world, how might we take lessons from quantum mechanics and quantum science to design better energy systems? How can we mimic photosynthesis in the way that the leaf does? And it's not just in energy, it's also healthcare and disease and curing diseases. It's across a plethora of different sectors that I think that this application is going to yield some really interesting outcomes, which then ties back again to the close relationship, I think, between government and industry. Because being able to have that 1 + 1 = more than 2 ecosystem, and bringing in startups, of course, to help accelerate these things, and where AI and quantum will work together. Because it's not that quantum is going to replace AI. I think that there's going to be some incredible synergies that will be enabled through bringing these pieces and parts together from a classical and quantum computing ecosystem.
Yeah. Theo, I just want to pick up on what you said earlier too about having this societal debate around these technologies, maybe that informing the policy that governments then, implement. But I don't know how many people really even know what quantum is. And so do you think governments are underestimating this at all, the power of these technologies, and especially as you compare it to how quickly they're being rolled into the market?
I think maybe the way to make it short for policymakers is to keep the parallel with energy sector. Quantum is akin to nuclear energy. It's such a concentrated raw power when it comes to computing. It has such a profoundly transformational potential, and yet it's just like nuclear, it's dual use. And so that, I think, is the right framework to think about it. And it's a way for countries that do not have direct access to the know-how or the facilities to manufacture semiconductors, chips at scale, which is the privilege of just a very few nations out there, to rethink how they want to position themselves. And this is a tremendous opportunity for the rest of the world to seize. So that's how I help policymakers think about quantum without having to understand the weird and unfamiliar rules of quantum mechanics.
Okay. Rika, just to close us out here, if compute really is the new oil, what is the winning strategy for countries to adopt and implement in the next 5 years?
I think it's absolutely bringing together government, policymakers, policy enablers, perhaps, because people tend to think that policy is a strangulation tool. But policy enablers, the startup ecosystem, large-scale enterprises, technology solution providers like an NTT Data, and really working on what are the key critical problems that we can try to solve with this focus and fascination of AI, together with some of the breakthroughs that will be enabled by Alice and Bob and others in the future together, because it's going to be remarkable. And like I said, this feels like NVIDIA back in 2006, so strap in and let's go together.
All right, on that note, thank you so much for being here. That's all the time we have.
Thank you.
NBA champion Tristan Thompson joins us to share how he's evolving from athlete to global business leader, moving beyond traditional endorsements towards ownership, venture investing, and equity partnership with some of the world's biggest brands. The conversation will be moderated by Mehreen Khan, economic editor at The Times. Please welcome Tristan Thompson and Mehreen Khan to the stage.
Hi everyone, thanks so much for being here. Tristan, thank you so much for being here. You got into Doha last night and we've already got you on stage.
Yes.
What do you think of it?
Beautiful. We were talking in the back and I was saying, this is one of the first conferences where in the back room, they actually have like a chef cooking food. You can pick your omelets. Most of these conferences I go to, it's just the pre-packed convention food, and it's like finger food that's been sitting around for X amount of hours. So
yeah, we've got some lovely chefs who are taking care of everyone in the speakers room.
We're gonna eat good today.
We are gonna eat good, and we're gonna chat good. So you're at Web Summit, and I know you from your professional athletic career. I'm an American football fan, but I dip in and out to the NBA. But tell me, you're a full-time athlete in a very high-octane sport. How did you think about what was life outside basketball going to be, and where did Web3 come from?
Yeah, no, I think, like you said, for most athletes, because our schedule's so grueling, a lot of hours, a lot of traveling, most of the time, guys don't have the chance to really think about what's next. But for me, being from Toronto, being first generation Canadian from Jamaican descent, my mom always told me, you gotta always have a backup plan. I was very blessed and fortunate to make it to the NBA. During the time, I was the highest drafted Canadian. Not many Canadians were in the NBA at that time, so I've always been someone to, make history, break down barriers, and kind of this pay-it-forward pioneer role. And I think as my career progressed and I've had a lot of success in winning a championship, you get to that moment. It was actually after an injury when I tore my calf muscle and had about 8 weeks to, rehab and be at home. I said to myself, at some point, Father Time is going to win this match, and what am I going to do for the next chapter 2 of my life, right? So for me, I've always been the elder statesman in the locker room, whether it was talking about finance, telling guys on my team how to balance your checks, get audits, have your lawyers watch your lawyers.
So you're telling your teammates,
always,
like, you got to fix up your money.
Yeah, because I think, like everyone knows the story or the perception that a lot of athletes come in to the space and make a lot of money, and then the day that you have to hang up the jersey, you don't have nearly as much, unfortunately. So for me, it was like, how can I educate myself to be in a position where I could pay it forward to the young kids? Just because there's so much going on, and and it's unfortunate in basketball, we're always taught, just play basketball and we'll take care of the rest. And really that just only weakens us as businessmen and young professionals, because we're giving a lot of trust to complete strangers. I think finance is the only sector where you basically have to trust a complete stranger. I mean, the outfit that I put on and I bought because my luggage was missing, I purchased this. The car that you want to buy, you have a choice, or the person you would love to marry, that's your choice. But in finance, it's the only area where someone that you've never known, and you're giving them full control of all the hard work. And for me, it was like, how can I help my community and help the young kids avoid mistakes that guys before us ran into?
We'll talk about the Web3 stuff, but there are sort of pioneers in NBA. So we spoke about the big business guys. So you mentioned Magic Johnson, Shaq. Were they the kind of trailblazers who said, actually, you're an athlete, you're a brand, you don't just play basketball and let someone else look after the bread, you've got to get involved? Is that the kind of image that you're in, the athlete turned businessman?
Yeah, I think if you started noticing, you're looking at media, a lot of athletes like myself, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, LeBron, we're realizing that we're more than just athletes. And it was really because of the anchor on Fox News that just said, hush up and dribble.
Yeah.
It kind of motivated us to say, hey, let's take our image, popularity, and the capital we have and put ourselves in position of power, right? In order for us to change the mindset of the masses, we got to put ourselves in opportunities in rooms like this where we can showcase our intelligence, our mind, and our thought process, which actually has a lot of value. So guys like Shaq and Magic Johnson, the fact that Magic Johnson was able to open up a bunch of movie theaters in inner city Los Angeles and then have AMC knock on his door to purchase his movie theaters, that's just showing the progression, but that's showing that we're going from less of just being players and more owners. And that's something that I'm trying to do as well from the crypto Web3 side as well.
So that's so the ownership model is actually what a lot of Web3 is. You get fans to take stakes in stuff that they buy and sell. One of the things that is kind of revolutionized sports experience in the last couple of years is sports betting. Tell us how Web3 kind of creates a static industry, which is you put a bet on, you wait for the result, you lose money or you win money. And now it's actually much more of a gamified experience. How does it work on Web3?
Yeah, I think it's two things, right? I think the way that crypto and prediction markets and fan engagement, it's helping the game, right? I think if you look at the stats and the numbers, you know, Gen Zs don't have the tolerance to watch a complete game, but I think with prediction markets, it's actually allowed the game to actually have more viewership in terms of if you are making a prediction in game, and let's use football because you are a Denver Broncos fan, and I'm a Cleveland Browns fan. Exactly. And this is like unwelcome territory, but you know, you're the better team, you had a better year, so I'll give you congratulations. But let's say they're playing against each other, and more than likely, the Broncos will be the favorable team, and you're smiling about it, and I know it's been a rough year for us. But as I was saying, so if the way you want to break it down is with $1, 75 cents, odds for the Broncos to win, 25 cents, the Browns are going to win. If the Browns come out and they're up 14-0, their odds are going to increase. So it goes from a 25 cents and let's say it goes to 40 cents. I'm already up maybe $10. Instead of sitting there and watching the whole complete game and watching until the end and taking a chance, because more than likely, anyone who watches football knows that the Browns always find a way to lose games on Sunday, I might pull out of that prediction mark and take my profit. But the cool thing about it, and I think it's the next step, is the fan engagement, and that's what we were talking about in the back, and that's what excites me the most, is the fact that we're actually now giving, I think the narrative is that we don't want our fans to just feel like fans. I think everyone says this, and we all say it as athletes. If you look at all the quotes, it's like, we're nothing without our fans. Sure. They're the reason why we are able to be blessed the way we are financially, but we're the reason why our arenas are beautiful. We have these great TV deals, but no one's ever put their money where their mouth is. And I think, you know, a buddy of mine, his name is Alex. He's the founder of a company called Chili's, which is on the blockchain crypto Web3 company. What they're doing in terms of fan engagement and proof of concept, right? Because everyone can have an idea, but the question is who can actually deliver and put it to work. And what he's done with his platform and the proof of concept with PSG and the fan engagement, I mean, it's been pretty remarkable.
And part of it, so I'm lucky enough that I get to watch my soccer team every other week. I go there, I see the players, I'm part of it. I'm with the fans, I'm abusing the referee, you know, it's real, it's a real thing. But most people will never get to watch their favorite football team because they live halfway across the world. I never get to watch the Broncos because I'm not in Denver. But there is a kind of way in which fans are now feeling much closer to their players and their teams because clubs are saying, well, why don't you vote on something? We were talking about jersey design, or what chants we should sing, or where should we go on tour. This is becoming the reality of like how to bring fans into the game, away from just sports betting, which is like, you know, a very kind of interactive, almost gamified, tradable way of engaging with sports. So this is, you think, something that, you know, more teams should embrace?
Yeah, I think more teams should definitely embrace it, especially in American sports. The Green Bay Packers did a good job, but obviously that was very industrial and kind of the old school way. I think now...
So explain to people what the Packers model is.
So with the Green Bay Packers is an NFL team based out of Green Bay, Wisconsin, and what they do is allow people that live in Green Bay to be able to own a small share of the team. The shares will never be big enough where you can walk to the front desk or walk to the general manager's office and say, hey,
fire the coach.
We need to fire the coach. No, it's not like that, but it makes you feel like you're part of the family. And I think that's the one thing in sports. We always preach it, but we never figured out how to bring it to life. And I think the Green Bay Packers have done a good job, but now the next step is allowing that to happen at a grander scale. And I think using blockchain technology, like we said, you know, the fan engagement, fan tokens, where you have the opportunity, you know, with me being a Cleveland Browns fan, I think our jerseys are horrendous looking.
They are.
And a lot of people in Cleveland think that as well. But if we all came together and with our fan tokens and we're able to have a voice and say, hey, Jimmy Haslam, like, let's change these colors up. And if enough people come together with this sentiment, this voice, and this opinion, you know, that will catch the eye of these owners. Because I kid you not, and they never admit it, but a lot of owners and general managers for every sports club goes on social media. Yeah. They are reading Twitter. I've seen coaches get fired because of how much scrutiny the owner has taken. Like, why are you having this guy as the coach? He's horrible. He's the worst. you don't even watch the game. It works. Like, so the power of culture and social media and the fans' voice, it actually plays a role in sports, but now it's like, let's take it to another level.
Do you think it could get to the level where the fans decide who you draft?
I believe
we
so.
know that's a real thing. Like some fans just want a certain pick, and the way they apply pressure is through social media and even going to the draft and booing and singing. But that would be a kind of game-changing way to involve fans in what you do, right? Like the players that you choose.
I think take it one step further. I think there's going to be a point in time. I think the power of live stream, Twitch, Kick, the fact that Aiden Ross and iShowSpeed and Kai Cenat, they've developed this audience and this core fan base where whatever they say becomes like gold to them.
It's a constant
becomes,
conversation.
Yeah, it becomes everything. So I truly believe at some point there's going to be a platform with a lot of young, brilliant sports minds that are going to actually give the ESPN, the TNT, the Peacock of the world, NBC, a run for the money in terms of like their sports field, because a lot of the Stephen A. Smith of the world, a lot of these guys, they're humans too. They have their own feelings about players, right? If you ask Stephen A. Smith about LeBron right now, he's not going to say nothing nice because of his own personal issues. But a lot of these kids on social media, they're just as intelligent and know about the game, probably even more than the guys in the suits. And I think as time goes on, that we're going to start looking to those people for kind of advice or their analytics or their thought of the game. Because if you go back and look when Luka Doncic got drafted, the fact that the Sacramento Kings passed them, which I'm not surprised because Sacramento, the Kings, but it's just like people kept saying like, draft Luka, draft Luka, draft Luka. Now that he's a star, you're like, dang, we should have listened.
Yeah, I guess big data was pioneered in baseball in particular. If you read Moneyball, the book, how to discover players through micro levels of data. Now it's in all sports and it's in soccer as well. But you mentioned streamers. Would you ever get on stream? Is that something you could see yourself doing?
I definitely dangled the idea. I think streaming is it's a great platform.
There's quite a few of them around here. So.
Oh, we got some streamers here today.
Yeah,
I got to jump on some live.
I don't know if they're in the room, but some of the world's biggest streamers have been hanging out.
Yeah, I think they said like W the chat, right? So
W's in the chat.
W the chat, right? That made me sound like a dad right there with the way I
would tell everyone to put W's in the chat, but we actually don't have W's in the chat.
But I would love to stream because it allows you just to be yourself. And, when you're on these other networks, they kind of limit you and kind of put you in a box of what you can talk about and how along the lines you can push. But I think if you watch a lot of these guys that are jumping on stream, whether it's Jaylen Brown or Dylan Brooks, they're almost creating a new market for themselves, marketing-wise, but not just in America, globally, for other deal flows. And like we were talking back as well, a lot of these agencies and agents are very lazy, and they, for a lot of these players, they only get them local deals for whatever city they're in. But basketball is a global sport, and after football is the second biggest.
You're in Doha. Is it your first time?
Yes, first time. Beautiful.
First time in Doha, but you spent time in the region. What do you make of it?
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, I was talking to my buddies back home in LA, and I said, this is the first time in a long time that when I'm landing in a country, looking outside the window, almost felt like a kid that was going on his first family vacation. And that excited me because also, the region, it's so young in terms of how long, the age. Like, I'm from Toronto, I'm from Canada, and you're from the UK. Us growing up there, that the history's already been shaped. It's been hundreds of years, but being in the region, it's so much younger and it's exciting. And for us, and for myself, it's like, how can I help be a pioneer to help the region grow and bring my thoughts and whether it's my ideas of how I view sports or getting the word out there. For us, it's like, how can you build a legacy, but helping people. I was a kid that no one would ever look at to ever make the NBA, but now I'm an NBA player. So it's like, how can I pay for the young children here in the region that have the same aspirations?
Some Qatari NBA players in the next 20 or 30 years as they get taller and taller.
Yeah, and seeing is believing. I mean, I wouldn't be in the NBA if it wasn't for Vince Carter. The fact that he was able to go to the Raptors and see him doing basketball camps. Once you could see what success looks like for a passion of yours, you actually feel like it's obtainable and you can actually accomplish it. So for myself, walking down, like I was in the mall for about 5 hours yesterday and seeing young children and family members, like that's how the inspiration starts. That's how the seed is planted for a young kid that might like basketball but say, man, I can't make it. They're not going to see me. But it's like, no, anything's possible. anything's possible. You just got to believe it.
So Canadians in the NBA has become normal. You were part of the, the frontier, the wave of them. And the other thing that seems to have changed is that athletes understand their image rights. They understand their commerciability. I mean, so in the US, we had a big debate a couple of years ago about college athletes who would, they're effectively full-time athletes, but they never saw any of their money. All of this is changing. There's way more money coming in for younger people. Do you think they have the requisite kind of financial advisors because they are going to make lots of money quite young? That, Marshawn Lynch, who's my favorite, like he played for the Seahawks and the Raiders, always told players that the NFL stands for not for very long, right? You're not going to be doing this for a long time. You got to get your bread. You got to fix it up. Do you think that is something that now is way more important for younger athletes than it ever has been? And are you part of like mentoring them? Do you tell them that, this is, be sensible. Don't just go out and buy the supercars. There's like a bigger plan here.
Yeah, I remember when Marshawn Lynch said you have to get your chicken. Got to get
chicken.
Your chicken.
He called it chicken. I'm calling it bread because that's what we call it in London. He's like, the chicken.
Yeah, no, I think NIL is a great, listen, the college NCAA has probably been the biggest, like we like to say, the biggest shakedowns in sports. So I love the fact that for NIL, kids are allowed to be able to make money off their name, image, and likeness.
You never made money.
No,
in college,
I didn't make.
right?
I mean, mine was under the table. Mine wasn't above the counter. Now, like before, you had to like just.
Are we allowed to say that? It's fine. It was a while ago now.
It's a long time ago. It was 15 years ago. It was, TVs were black and white back then when I was playing. But now I think it's great that players are getting paid. They're making money. But I think the one area that these college institutions are failing the kids, failing these young men, is that we come from inner cities where we have nothing. I remember, going to school, having bread and butter and just a box of apple juice, and having nothing. I've seen my mom work 3 jobs. We come from nothing. So us going to these institutions and making a couple $1 million, that's a lot of money. But I think the area that they're failing at is they're not setting us up for that financial longevity, right? I think what all these institutions, these colleges should do is say, hey, we're going to give you this much money, but we're going to give you 5 different financial advisors to pick from, because at the end of the day, you can't just give one, because then that sounds like a lot of like hidden agendas. We don't want that. So we're going to give you 5 guys to talk to. You pick the one that works the best for you, because a lot of these college guys, if you ask them, they don't know how to pay their tax. They're not managing the money the right way. And the reality is that, yes, all these kids are getting paid, or these young men are getting paid, but not all of you guys are going to make professional sports. So this check is going to probably be maybe one of your biggest checks in your 4 years or 5 years if you're able to get a redshirt year. You got to be able to manage that money, because more than likely, if you do not make NFL, NBA, or MLB, if you have to go get a traditional job, you're not going to walk in there and ask for, you're not going to be able to get $250 right away. You're going to start at a very low level, and you might be only getting 70 grand a year, and you might be taken back by that. But the fact that you're able to kind of build this nest egg of capital from playing college and having this money stacked up and saved, you can, be in a position where you can take that journey and build yourself up from making 70K to being a CEO. So I think that's the one area that we were failing these young men at, is that we're not financially prepared, and we're just saying, here, take a bunch of money and go do something with it. That's not smart.
It's true.
I wouldn't even do that with my own brothers right now.
Yeah.
Because they'll come back next week for more, asking for more money.
That's true. Maybe just finally, are we going to see you on the court anytime soon?
I'm a free agent right now. I mean, God has blessed me with, 14 plus years of success, won a championship. I mean, I've been doing this since I've been 19. I'm 34 now. The beauty about having this time is that I'm able to spend time with my kids. But even more so is that I can, prep for life after, whether it's in crypto and tech and investing. But honestly, meeting, amazing minds that are here today and be able to just tell my story. It's been an amazing ride so far. But like you said, we talked about it. If 2 teams call, there's only 2 teams I'll go to. If they call, then I might show up.
Do you want to tell us who they are?
I mean, listen, everyone that can take a guess would know be Cleveland. And then one of the LA teams, probably the Lakers, because the Clippers are a little, I love Toronto Lou, but they're a little shaky right now. So if I'm LA because my kids are there, and in Cleveland, got that banner in 2016.
That's where the heart is, yeah. Well, inshallah, as they say in this part of the world.
Yeah.
Tristan, thank you so much for your time.
Yes.
It's been great chatting, and we hope you enjoy the rest of Web Summit. Thanks a lot.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for coming. Amazing. Go this way?
Today, we see something remarkable, a vision realized, ambition surpassed, and the future unfolding before our eyes. Here in Qatar, we are creating a platform where innovation meets opportunity.
For decades, the playbook for tech innovation was written in San Francisco. But with billions of dollars now flowing across MENA, India, and beyond, the center of gravity is shifting. Are emerging markets leapfrogging the West? And where should global investors place their bets in 2026? Leading the discussion is Betty Yang, Managing Partner at 500 Global, joined by Thomas Tsao, Chairman and co-founder of Gobi Partners, and Diana Settle, co-founder and Managing Partner at Greycroft. Moderating the conversation is Zainab Fattah, Middle East business correspondent at Bloomberg News. Please welcome them all on stage.
Okay.
All right. Cool.
Well, I want to start off. I'm told I have 18 minutes, so we want to take as much as possible of the session in. And I want to start off by you, Thomas. We discussed a little bit earlier the shift in the epicenter of tech away from Silicon Valley to the emerging markets. And this discussion and conversation has been going on for a while. What's changing now? What's different now?
Well, I think, again, due to the current geopolitical situation, we're seeing something that hasn't happened in like decades, which is a reverse brain drain, kind of from the U.S. To the other parts of the world. And I'll give an example. For the first time, we're seeing professors from China, 20, 30 years, right? They're heads of departments, Nobel Prize winners, Fields Medal winners, that for the first time they immigrated to the US and are now going back to Hong Kong and China. So it's been a reverse brain drain. And it's the first time we're seeing that in like 50 years. And so from that, you can see that the talent is voting with their feet. I remember, my parents they spent their whole lives trying to get out of China to go to the US. And now you've got the top scientists from the US, they want to go to China. And it's not just China-born scientists, it's American scientists, European scientists, and a lot of them are landing in Tsinghua, in Hong Kong, right? Hong Kong U, HKUST, Poly U, and that's something that's different. So you're seeing kind of a reverse brain drain back to Asia.
I want to come to you, Dana, and you have been involved in a lot of venture capital over the years. You're based in the US. How do you see that impacting the industry there? What's changing there? And do you think the US, basically Silicon Valley, will find itself in the next few years playing catch up in a big way to emerging markets?
I think that now more than ever, it's really, I think that the entrepreneurship world, the tech world, the venture world has become like a global war for talent. And so I think that there are sort of lots of reasons that people are moving around. Don't look at me when you say the US, But so, for example, when we started Greycroft in 2006, I had spent a decade in Silicon Valley. Before that, Sand Hill Road, venture. And we started in Los Angeles and New York, really with the belief that entrepreneurship would be everywhere. And that's largely proven to be true. 3 years ago, for the first time, we opened an office in Silicon Valley, really recognizing the importance of being sort of at that center of gravity when a massive new technological platform like AI is starting. You really want to be sort of at that center. Now, there are centers of excellence and concentration of talent in different areas all over the world, but I think that there's still, an importance in connectivity to Silicon Valley. We are also, and we announced yesterday, opening an office here in Doha for the first time as our first global office. So if that gives some indication to how the world is moving.
So what is the proposition or the value in Silicon Valley that can't be matched anywhere else in the world? What does it still, what's that competitive advantage that still holds?
Well, I think I think that the biggest thing in Silicon Valley is an urgency and a density of talent and people who have the experience, I would say, commercializing. And so I think and I think that can be, frankly, it can be a pro and a con. I think the biggest pro is there's just an urgency, density of talent, not just research and technical talent, which there certainly is, but kind of the commercialization side of things and knowing how to build product and knowing how to really build the sales, sort of the sales engine and all of the other things that go into building a company, not just the technical side. So I do think that concentration of talent is still in Silicon Valley. But I think one of the reasons like DeepMind started in the UK was actually to not have that urge to commercialize so fast and to really get the technology right. So I think that there's both sides to that. And that's why I think I think the best companies are global. And I think they'll have offices in different places. And I think they start based on, individual experiences of the founders.
Reggie, I wanted to come to you and ask you about where Latin America stands in this equation. Where is it right now? How do you value it? How do you look at that region?
Yeah, and then a little bit for context, 500 is a Silicon Valley-born venture capital firm. And of course, Silicon Valley playbook and invest in Silicon Valley continues to be one of our biggest strengths. But early on, we knew that we wanted to go global and start investing across the world and set up in 20 countries, sort of bottom up. And just to frame a little bit on your Latin American question and why that question directed to me, although I don't look like, but I'm originally from Brazil. And that's how I got into venture in investing in top companies. I think diving a little bit deeper on opportunities, I think as investor, the number one thing for us, it's not where we invest, it's how we seek for alpha. How we obsess about finding the best opportunities and making returns on those opportunities. So particularly in Latam, Brazil, I think and across the world, maybe that even like drawing on the bigger component is the biggest opportunity has been around financial services still. Like if you look at Brazil, Nubank has been created. The market cap is probably like around like 80 billion. Like imagine you can in 10 years create a bank that like disrupt completely the market. We have invested, for instance, in companies in Latin America. One of the top companies that we have is called Olist. What they do is they build e-commerce infrastructure for a lot of the businesses that are not online. I think the biggest challenge in Silicon Valley investing outside is that when you're in Silicon Valley, you are like surrounded by Stanford, you're surrounded by Sand Hill Road. It's so hard to imagine how the rest of the world look like, how maybe disintegrated the access it is, the infrastructure that's being built. And then building to that component, I think a lot of the opportunities and in the shift of what's different maybe 10, 15 years ago to what is today, a lot of the infrastructure layer is in the process or is being built. So a lot of financial infrastructure layer, logistic infrastructure layer, and a lot of the connectivity, bilateral connectivity across countries, companies scaling from one market to the other. I think that playbook has become a lot better as well.
Thomas, I want to come back to you. You mentioned you're a wholehearted MAGA man. Explain that a little bit to us and touch upon what Asia still needs to do to up its game in the age of AI.
Yeah, look, again, Gobi, we are a pan-Asian venture capital firm. And I am a big supporter of MAGA. Make Asia great again. And that's what the US has been doing.
We are.
And so I think it's great. I mean, our business, it's never been better. And I think what's going on right now is the traditional, the hub. The US was, the world in the old days was a hub and spoke. Everything ran through the US. I was a beneficiary, right? Think about the invisible networks that the US had through their university system, the Ivy League, Stanford, MIT, through the McKinsey network, the investment banks. For someone from China to meet someone in the Middle East, you probably went through a US network. But now I call it the donut model. There's no more center. Every country is connecting to every other country directly. And that's what Gobi's trying to do with the network that we're building out. We're in 17 locations across Asia. And so we believe that the entrepreneurs now, they want larger total addressable markets. And Asia is where 50% of the world's population lives, right? So this is a huge opportunity, right? And as we see this shift happening, whoever can connect these markets to help entrepreneurs, that's going to be very, very big. I've always said the entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley, fantastic. But they're really good for the weird markets. What do I mean by weird markets? Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. The rest of the world, as Beji was saying, it looks a little different. And I think the problems in Asia are going to be solved by the entrepreneurs based in Asia. And some of you are sitting out here in the audience right now. It's not going to be solved by Silicon Valley, right? So that's my first contention. My second one is, given kind of what's been going on geopolitically, every country realizes, just like the US wants to diversify away from supply chains, every country now is realizing technology, AI, is also a vulnerability. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that, okay? So like the US is now trying to contain or suppress the ambitions, for example, of China. Well, let me say something, right? You can't, like, the US is trying to say, oh, China, we're not going to sell you NVIDIA chips. You can't spell China without AI, okay? You can't spell America without AI. You can't spell Indonesia without AI, Malaysia without AI, Africa without AI. My point is this. If we, 2 years ago, nobody imagined that we'd enter into a trade war. Every country, leaders in the room are probably wondering, if somebody can raise tariffs unilaterally, who's to say that a government can't just shut off your access to Google or to OpenAI? So every country now is thinking, man, I got to have some resiliency as well. And this creates massive opportunities for the rest of the world.
Dana, I want to come back to you as Thomas talked about, diversification. It used to be a centralized system, and now it's becoming global. How does the global investor play this?
Yeah.
How do you look at the next few years?
Yeah, I mean, I think, looking at this event here, I mean, I think it sort of sums it up. And again, one of the reasons that we're really excited about opening an office here and being here is the world is coming together. And they're coming together in places like Doha, where, I was at an event this morning with a number of the top growth investors in the world and a number of the top AI companies in the world, and sort of coming together here. Yeah. And so I think that's just such a, that is what's happening. It is, the best companies are being started in all kinds of places. We recently invested in an amazing company that's based in Algeria, founded in Algeria by a founder who grew up in Algeria, came to the US, went to Stanford, got his PhD, then worked in tech companies in the US, and then had a very unique insight into his home market, and wanted to go back and solve a real problem. Yeah. And that company has scaled incredibly well. The opportunity there, like in many markets still, is, of course, AI is on the horizon, but it's also first going from analog to digital. Like literally sort of changing that economy from analog to digital, and then in some cases leapfrogging, which has happened in many generations of technology, going back to the cellular industry and in emerging markets, essentially leapfrogging landline and going to to mobile first. So I think that is what's happening right now. The world is connected, investors are connected, and it's. I think it is a global war for talent. I think the best companies will not be in one place. They're going to have hubs of talent everywhere. You have to compete.
Yeah. And Beji, I wanted to kind of discuss the money side of this equation. Of course, the most important thing.
We don't have
global.
Love it.
Global liquidity has changed, and we are seeing sovereign wealth funds from the Gulf play an outsized role. They're moving from LPs to anchor investors in some of these, AI investors. And I wanted to kind of ask you, how does that change the playbook?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the question. We actually have been in the Middle East with sort of institutional funding over 10 years. Now I think it's becoming a trend, but maybe 10 years ago, people keep asking us why we're here. We're here, of course, because of the talent. We believe that opportunity is here, but we're also very lucky to have many, many institutional partners that are sovereign sort of capital coming in, because I think when they look at the next 10 years, whether it's a 2030 vision or everything that you see Qatar is doing on building this sort of environment for innovation, that's so powerful. And they come in a lot of areas. They come in not only from an LP perspective for venture fund, they often come in to try to provide a lot of debt instrument that is extremely important to add to that equation. And then increasingly, they're also pushing for IPO markets, and that IPO market is yet to happen, but it's bound to happen in the next few years here in the MENA. And a very interesting things they're doing, which I think sort of goes back a little bit to the US, a lot of people are thinking it's very hard to rely on the US. So recently you see like potential partnership between Saudi and Japan on the listing stocks, right? So you start seeing a lot of bilateral countries really stepping up from being a true sort of playbook provider and then enabling the whole sort of venture entrepreneurial ecosystem to thrive. So we've been really, really lucky to in the early days advise and now also really benefit from their partnerships over the years, and really excited for the next 10, 20 years to come. It's a true transformation of what MENA has been really being able to create that leadership. It's really, I feel like that's a leadership and a positioning to the rest of the world, and people are coming here. It's great to see great funds that are at a global brand being here.
Yeah. So now this is the final question for you, and each one of you, I want you to tell me what markets, what industries are you most excited about this year, 2026? Let's start with you, Thomas.
With me? Well, I think, again, our big thesis is that the world is not deglobalizing, it is reglobalizing around Asia, right? So that's a key thesis that we have. We are seeing, this is going to be very non-consensus, we are looking and doubling down on what we call these big emerging markets, right? And we see there's a big economic corridor between what we call it Taqwa Tech, which is innovation for the global digital Muslim economy. I tell you, I've never been excited. When I first started off in Shanghai in 2002, it was a no-brainer to invest into China because it had 1.4 billion people. There's an opportunity bigger than that right now. And that's 2 billion Muslim consumers who are on the early stages of the technology adoption cycle. Yeah. That's why Gobi, we have offices in Bangladesh. We have 2 offices in Pakistan. And I know when I say Pakistan, it's probably not the first place everybody wants to go visit just yet, but it will happen. We are the most active investor in Pakistan, and we believe Pakistan will link to the Middle East, to Central Asia, Indonesia, Malaysia, where Gobi's already investing. And for us, we think that is one of the biggest opportunities right now, and it's completely undercapitalized.
Yeah.
Like nobody's investing there. And I don't know why. Well, actually, I do know why, but that can be solved. So anyway.
Yeah.
Dana?
Yeah, I'll go quick. So really, I mean, I think if we think about digital being what's happened in the last 20 years, we think there is just a huge opportunity that's being opened up through some of the new AI models and some of the world models around physical AI, and essentially kind of modernizing and really bringing into the future a lot of traditional businesses, industrial businesses, and just finding opportunities to make those businesses run more efficiently, not only just because it's great to do, but because they have to. And I think, so that's an area that we're spending most of our time, yeah.
Reggie?
I think it's hard to answer the question without saying the word AI. It's like China cannot be spelled without AI, or Africa can be. I think maybe just make it a little bit more specific on some deals that we've done in the Middle East that's been really interesting in the AI space. One company is called Intella, and Noor has been also like really good on working with like financial services. So thinking a lot of like that verticalization, partnership with Visa, and like was able to raise her her Series A round. And then another deal is called Governata. I think a lot of the data today are being from analog to digital, but it needs to be sort of governed, it needs to be compliant, very often needs to be Sharia compliant. So I think, especially in the region, we see a lot of opportunities around that. And then alongside with AI I mentioned before, I think financial service really continues to be one of the largest opportunities for return. A company that we invested also really exciting is called Lendo. And they recently announced almost a 700 million sort of facilities in conjunction with JP Morgan for Sharia compliant lending. So I think this is really just the beginning of like onboarding the sort of financial tech in the ecosystem.
Well, I want to thank all of you, and I want to thank the audience. Please thank my panelists for their insight.
Thank you.
And this concludes our session.
Hi, everyone. Just as a reminder, for Arabic to English audio translation, please follow the link in the talk description and the app, or follow the instructions on the screen now. Our next speaker sits at the intersection of journalism technology and public trust. As Director General of Al Jazeera Media Network, Sheikh Nasser bin Faisal bin Khalifa Al Thani is helping shape how one of the world's most influential news organizations navigates the age of AI. In this session, he will share Al Jazeera's vision for the future relationship between journalism, artificial intelligence, and the tech community, moving beyond AI as a tool for performance enhancement towards a truly transformative model that redefines journalism technology and their ethical and professional responsibilities in a world governed by algorithms and the attention economy. Please join me in welcoming Sheikh Nasser bin Faisal bin Khalifa Al Thani to the stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة، حضور قمة الويب العالمية، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني أن أرحب بكم اليوم في الدوحة، هذه المدينة التي تحولت خلال السنوات الأخيرة إلى مساحة عالمية للحوار وجسر بين مناطق العالم، وملتقى للأفكار التي تبحث عن مستقبل أكثر توازناً بين التقنية والمعرفة والإنسان. يسعدنا أن نلتقي اليوم في قمة تناقش مستقبل التكنولوجيا، في لحظة لم تعد فيها التقنية قطاعاً منفصلاً عن بقية مجالات الحياة، بل قوة مركزية تعيد تشكيل السياسة والاقتصاد والثقافة وطريقة فهم الإنسان لنفسه وللعالم من حوله. لم يعد العالم يعاني من ندرة في المعرفة، بل من فائض فيها، ولم يعد التحدي في الوصول إلى المعلومة ولا في سرعة تداولها، بل في القدرة على فهمها ووضعها في سياقها وتحويلها من تدفق عابر إلى وعي قادر على الفعل والمسؤولية. لقد دخل الإنسان مرحلة جديدة من تاريخه، تصل فيها الوقائع والأحداث في الزمن اللحظي، وتنتقل فيها الصور قبل أن تستقر معانيها، وتعاد فيها صياغة الأحداث الكبرى داخل منظومات تقنية لا تتوقف عن العمل ولا تترك دائما مساحة كافية للتأمل. وفي هذا العالم المتسارع تتغير علاقتنا بالزمن وبالمعرفة وبالحدث نفسه، ويصبح السؤال الجوهري ليس ما الذي نعرفه، بل كيف نفهمه وماذا نفعل به. في هذا السياق لا يمكن فصل التحولات التي يشهدها الإعلام عن التحولات العميقة التي أحدثتها التكنولوجيا الرقمية في بنية المجال العام. لقد أسهمت التقنية بلا شك في كسر احتكار المعلومة، وفي إتاحة المنصات لمن لم يكن لهم صوت، وفي تمكين الأفراد والمجتمعات الذين لم يحجزوا مقعداً بين الأقوياء من سرد قصصهم وكشف مظلوميتهم ومخاطبة العالم مباشرة دون وسطاء. وهذا إنجاز تاريخي لا يمكن إنكاره. لكن التقنية نفسها وبالمنطق ذاته الذي مكن أسهمت أيضاً في إنتاج ظواهر مقلقة لا يمكن تجاهلها. لقد ساهمت الخوارزميات واقتصاد الانتباه ومنطق التفاعل الآني في صعود أشكال جديدة من الشعبوية، وفي تعميق الانقسام بدل الحوار. وفي بناء فقاعات إدراكية يعيش داخلها الأفراد منعزلين عن سرديات أخرى وعن تعقيد الواقع نفسه. وأصبح كثير من الناس محاطين بفيض من المحتوى، لكنهم أكثر عزلة وأشد اغتراباً وأقل قدرة على إنتاج معنى مشترك مع الآخرين. وفي بعض السياقات وجدت خطابات الكراهية وتبرير العنف والتحريض بيئة خصبة للانتشار، ليس دائماً بفعل نوايا سيئة، بل بفعل أنظمة رقمية وتقنية تكافئ الصدمة والمبالغات وتضخم الغضب وتختزل القضايا المعقدة في ثنائيات حادة. وفي هذا المشهد يتراجع المعنى ويضعف الشعور بالانتماء، ويتحول الفضاء الرقمي من ساحة حوار إلى مساحات متوازية لا يلتقي فيها المختلفون ولا يسمع فيها أحد الآخر. وهنا تدخل الصحافة في قلب المعادلة، ليس بوصفها ضحية للتقنية ولا خصماً لها، بل بوصفها إحدى الأدوات القليلة المتبقية القادرة على إعادة الربط بين الوقائع وسياقاتها، وبين الأصوات المختلفة، وبين الخبر ومعناه الإنساني. من هذا الإدراك انطلقت في شبكة الجزيرة الإعلامية إعادة تفكير شاملة في دورنا وفي مسؤوليتنا وفي وظيفة الإعلام الإخباري في العصر الرقمي، في هذه العملية التي نطلق عليها مشروع النواة، وهو ليس مشروعاً تقنياً فحسب ولا منصة جديدة، بل إعادة بناء للفكرة المركزية التي تقوم عليها الصحافة نفسها. دمجنا فيها بشكل عميق التقنية بالمسؤولية الأخلاقية والمهنية، وأخذنا على عاتقنا تعظيم القدرة على تمكين الصحفي من إنتاج المعنى وتعزيز قدرته على القيادة المسؤولة للحظة الإخبارية، وتمكين الصحافة من الكشف اللحظي للحقائق وتمييزها ورصد الانحيازات وتعظيم أثر السياق وفهمه، كما أنها تعيد توجيه الصحفي بعيداً عن الوظائف الآلية والتكرارية نحو تركيز أكبر على مهام الصحافة الحقيقية ورسالتها السامية. وفي قلب هذا المشروع تقع ثلاثية نعتقد أنها تعبر عن وظيفة الإعلام اليوم. الآن المعنى الإنسان الآن هو لحظة الحدث كما تقع، هو الشهادة على الواقع ونقل الحقيقة بصدق ودقة دون تزييف أو إنكار. لكن الآن وحده لا يكفي، فالمجتمعات لا تدار باللحظة فقط، ولا تبنى القرارات على العاجل وحده. وهنا يأتي المعنى: تفكيك ما حدث، ربطه بسياقه، فهم أسبابه ومآلاته، وتحويل الوقائع من أحداث متفرقة إلى معرفة قابلة للفهم والنقاش. أما الإنسان فهو الغاية من كل ذلك، الإنسان الذي لا نريده مجرد مستهلك للتدفق ولا رقما في معادلات التفاعل، بل فاعلا واعيا قادرا على الفهم واتخاذ الموقف والمشاركة المسؤولة في الشأن العام. هذه الثلاثية ليست شعاراً، بل محاولة عملية لإعادة التوازن بين السرعة والمعنى وبين قوة التقنية وكرامة الإنسان. السيدات والسادة، إن ما نواجهه اليوم ليس صراعاً بين الصحافة والتقنية ولا تناقضاً بين السرعة والمعنى، بل فرصة تاريخية لإعادة بناء العلاقة بينهما على أساس من المسؤولية المشتركة. صحافة مرنة قادرة على مواكبة اللحظة دون أن تفقد عمقها، وعلى استخدام أدوات العصر دون أن تتخلى عن قيمها. يمكنها أن تعيد للخبر سياقه وللنقاش مساحته وللاختلاف طابعه الإنساني. وتقنية واعية تضع الإنسان في قلب التصميم، وتراعي أثر الخوارزميات على المجتمعات، وتوازن بين التفاعل والمعنى. يمكنها أن تكون شريكاً حقيقياً في تعزيز الفهم بدل تضخيم الانقسام، وفي توسيع التواصل بدل تكريس العزلة. حين تلتقي صحافة مسؤولة بتقنية ذات التزام أخلاقي، لا نمتلك محتوى أفضل فحسب، بل نمتلك عالم أكثر قدرة على الحوار، وأكثر مقاومة للكراهية، وأكثر استعداداً لحل النزاعات بالمعرفة لا بالتحريض. عالم يفهم قبل أن يحكم، ويصغي قبل أن ينقسم، ويرى في التنوع مصدر قوة لا سبباً للصدام. هذا هو الأفق الذي نؤمن به، وهذا هو الرهان الذي ندعو إليه من هنا، من قمة الويب العالمية في الدوحة، أن نسخر الابتكار لخدمة الفهم، وأن نجعل من الإعلام والتقنية معاً ركيزتين لعالم أكثر سلاماً وأمناً وتواصلاً بين البشر. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Today, we see something remarkable, a vision realized, ambition surpassed, and the future unfolding before our eyes. Here in Qatar, we are creating a platform where innovation meets opportunity.
Our next session tackles a hard truth about AI adoption. Joining us are Andre Husid, founder and CEO of Miro, and Susan Lee, anchor and correspondent at Fox Business. While 95% of AI pilots fail, it's not because the tech lacks value. It's because implementation misses how teams work. This conversation explores how AI can accelerate teamwork, drive real outcomes, and finally deliver ROI. Let's give a warm welcome to Andre and Susan.
Here we go. Hi, guys. I think I took the wrong route to the stage, but Andre got here before me. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm so happy to be here in Qatar. First time for me in Doha. Same for you, Andre, as well. And we're so happy to be here with the hospitality and the beauty of the country and the city. So let's get into it because, you know, you've seen the stock market slide the last few days and people are wondering, the AI bubble, has it deflated? And given that you're a $17 billion valued company trying to get into AI, is the timing okay for you?
Yeah, I think it's perfect timing because we're a private company, so we have a privilege of being a private company, and we can reinvent ourselves in a private, so without others watching what we're changing, how we're changing our pricing model, how we're moving into multi-product platform, how we're building AI-first experiences. So yeah, I mean, sometimes it's better to be public, sometimes it's better to be private. So.
Well, you've been private for a long time. I think the company Miro that you founded has been, what, I think you started in 2011.
Correct.
You raised close to $400 million back in 2022, which is not easy to do. But I'm wondering, since everyone's thinking there might be an OpenAI IPO this year, maybe an Anthropic IPO later on this year, and they're maybe trying to see who goes to market first, why have you stayed private for so long?
I mean, for us, it's been an interesting journey because we grew like organically year over year, and then in 2020, kind of our market was booming because of a lot of demand for collaboration that had to happen remotely because of pandemic. And then after 2022, we start to think about what's next, how we are breaking out from the first Horizon product to the next Horizon product. And to innovate, it's way better to innovate being private. Because
being private is
an
easier.
Advantage to continuously innovate. So we decided that while we didn't break into a multi-product platform, we would stay private. And once we figure that out, we can decide are we going public or not.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. You don't need money necessarily.
No.
Because you've been profitable for a long time.
Yeah, we're a profitable business for a long time, yeah.
And you've grown your revenue. You're still in the high, you said hundreds of millions of dollars each and every year.
Correct.
But as I mentioned to you, when you're a decacorn, it's a difficult spot, you know, because you've grown so much that you're no longer cheap. But you've also haven't broken out to the point where there are other bigger competitors that could come into your business and possibly take away some of your revenue. So what do you do in that situation?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's an interesting spot. And again, like the number one thing that you have to do is focus on the mission.
But would you sell your company? So let's say that a bigger company came along and said, Amazon, Anthropic, or OpenAI says, let's look at the valuation.
We'll see. I mean, every conversation is important to take, but it doesn't mean we will sell the company because the first thing that we're trying to accomplish is we're trying to progress on the mission. We have this ambitious mission to help teams to create the next big thing. And we are continuously figuring out how in the new world we can help organizations of all sizes to continuously innovate. And that's the most exciting part for me. That's why I created the company. That's why I'm coming to work every day for 15 years. I'm not coming to work because I want to sell or I want to build a business. I'm coming to work because I'm passionate about the problem.
Right, okay, but also getting some money in your pocket and in your bank account is also a very attractive prop valuation.
Maybe.
Well, for some people it might be, but we talked about how right now you're transitioning from a cloud-based SaaS company to now starting into AI, because there's a lot of this transition taking place, because if you're not in AI, then you're going to lose out on the future of technology. But does that mean that AI eats software as a service companies like yours, like Salesforce, et cetera?
It's a great question because there are so many different software companies. Some are in data and they are doing really great. Some are in this more kind of business logic with a database, and that's where more distraction and more disruption might happen. And then some companies like ours focused on productivity and collaboration and kind of workflows, AI workflows, and that's where we see less of the potential of the disruption. So it depends, I would say, but definitely we are also understanding that we have to continuously innovate to disrupt ourselves before anything can disrupt us.
Right, but I assume this transition right now, moving from cloud to AI, is because you want to stay relevant. Your company needs to stay competitive in this type of environment.
Correct.
And you said before that when they're attracting so much money, we're talking about $300 billion worth of venture capital funding over the last 2 years. If you don't compete in AI, you're going to be killed and annihilated.
Correct, and that's where we're thinking about creating the product experience that is rebuilt from first principles with AI technology. So what we're doing is we're trying to understand the problems we were solving yesterday, how they should be solved in today's world with the AI capabilities, and then we're working backwards from that. It's like, if I can solve the same problem, but the solution will be 10x better than we had before or any other competitors had before, can we just go and rebuild it from scratch rather than we try to improve our existing experiences? That's how I think about this. It's like day one mentality, I call it.
Right.
So if you start the company today, how the company should look like. If you start the product today, how the product should look like.
And you still don't think it's a bubble with these type of valuations?
Obviously, there are so many companies that are got funded these days. There are so many startups that appear every day, and some of them will not survive because there will be a consolidation. So they're solving certain problems, and tomorrow those problems would be solved by bigger companies, and that's where those companies have to close or they have to kind of sell. Obviously, there will be consolidation on the market, but it's a normal cycle where so much opportunity and everyone is trying to go and capture that opportunity.
Okay, but when you see companies getting multi-billion-dollar valuations without a product, without a team, because they're just part of a research group in AI, doesn't that scream bubble to you? Does it make you scratch your head thinking, where's the valuation or where's the value?
As I'm saying, the valuations are crazy, and they will correct. That's 100%. The amount of money that are going in AI is also like significant. And we will see that some companies who got these major valuations, they will break out, they will escape the velocity, and they will become really major companies. So they will rationalize the valuation. But a lot will fail. So some venture capitalists will get returns, some will not. Some founders will make a next generational company, and some founders will go and do something else. So it's clearly will normalize. We don't know when. My guess is about 2 years from now, when we'll start to see a normalization of the market, because there's so much opportunity, so much greenfield that companies can go and capture that it will last for a while. But then, yeah, we'll see how it all evolves, and obviously some valuations will normalize and some companies will disappear, but some companies will become generational companies.
So valuations will normalize in the next 2 years in your view, but what about all this money right now pouring and investing into AI? So we're talking about, what, $5 trillion? $5 trillion globally for data centers by the year 2030, according to McKinsey. $5 trillion into a technology when only 5% of companies are actually making any money from artificial intelligence right now. Does this make sense to you?
I don't know. I'm not in the business of infrastructure, so I'm not looking deeply into that. Obviously, they have smart people who are building those projections and expecting some returns. But we'll see. It's really hard to predict. I think the key point why hyperscalers are doing all this is because if you don't do, others will do, and they will capture the opportunity. So you never know when the returns will come and how much will come, but if you are not in the business, you are missing out. That's very clear.
Okay, well, we know this transition is happening, and you're getting into AI because you believe it is the next revolution in tech. Is it bigger, do you think, in your view, bigger than the internet revolution that we experienced?
It's definitely going to change a lot of experiences surrounding us and how we, in general, interact with each other in the world, because so much will be kind of outsourced to AI, both at work but also in the personal day-to-day life. Would it be more revolutionary than internet? I think so. Like, I think that internet allowed us to connect and like collaborate across the world and retrieve knowledge, but AI will potentially free up way more time for us and kind of reduce busy work, reduce kind of, you know, some routines, which is good. Now, what stays the same is basic human interactions, correct? Like, what stays the same is relationship we're building. I think we, in general, spend a lot of time on the internet over the last few decades. And I think AI will push us out from the internet because it will be way more crowded. There will be way more noise, way more slope, digital slope. So
But
it will allow us to maybe
we're a very
bring
online
back to our
society
normal
right
life.
now. So, okay, but you're also moving that transition as well, because I think there's a recognition you're moving from cloud to AI and focus more on agentic AI. And so for the audience that doesn't understand what Miro does, is that basically you're like a blank canvas type of company. So from ideation to reality, execution. So is agentic AI, do you think that is the next scaler for companies and businesses? And kind of like SaaS.
Yeah, obviously, agentic AI is the big unlock for how the work is done in the company. So our company is helping teams to innovate and go from the discovery to the delivery, end to end. And before, you would do it in a manual way. You would bring people together, you will do a workshop, ideate together, and then you will kind of wait for a week or something like that for someone to come back and give you a summary of what you discussed and what are the next steps. And then you'll lose another couple weeks to break it down into tasks, and then another month to get the first prototype out. So now what's changing is that you start the innovation, you have that workshop, you bring the team, and you ideate, and immediately you see what the outcome could be.
Right.
So you can see that like final prototype, you can see that stakeholder alignment presentation, and then you can work backwards and refine your thinking. That's a kind of massive opportunity to significantly accelerate time to market, time to value.
Yeah, but why can't I do that with Microsoft Teams or
You can, but it will be very manual.
Copilot?
It will be very manual, and it will be dependent on the human cycles. But if you bring agentic AI into the process, you collaborate between agents and humans together. So it's like you build this virtual team, and that team can solve the problems together, versus where you like do it in a more traditional way. It's very dependent on the human actions that are taken.
But I'm just saying that there could be a larger company that could come in to disrupt what you're doing as well. So Microsoft, we know, is a $3 trillion company with Copilot, Microsoft Teams, and Salesforce, Slack, etc. So
yeah, everyone can build everything today. It's very clear. But what's important is the focus.
Yeah.
And what's the problem you are solving the best. So we have 100 million users. We work in this space for 15 years, and we understand the jobs to be done. We understand the problems those users and customers have, and we are focused on solving this specific problem. This is our mission. Like Microsoft or any other company, they have so many missions and so many problems to solve, and maybe this will be the biggest problem to solve, and obviously it will be a major competition. But for now, they are prioritizing other things, and we are solving this problem for the world.
Well, let me ask you this. Are you actually making any money from AI right now?
Yeah.
Because, are you sure? Because MIT says that only 5% of companies, 5% of companies are actually generating any revenue from AI.
Yeah, the report is focused on kind of adoption of AI, and we are also a company that is buying a lot of AI-first software. So we have 1,600 employees, and we are transforming as any other company. And obviously, like what we are focused on is to get the ROI as fast as possible. And to get there, you need a very high conviction what you are trying to achieve. The same we see with our customers, those who have a high conviction where they want to take their operating model, their product development lifecycle, and have intentionality around that, they see major outcomes because they kind of do the whole company transformation, the whole operating model transformation, and the software implementation together. But
okay, whoa. But give me a percentage then, because you have said that your revenue each year is the high hundreds of millions of dollars. Of that, how much is being generated because of AI?
No, we start to monetize AI just recently. We started to monetize it late last year, but we see a major interest and demand in that. So it's like.
So percentage-wise,
it's very small. It's like less.
I rest my case. That's what I'm saying.
No, I mean we're just started. This is literally we announced our AI capabilities in GA full speed in January. So that's just started. We were pre-selling some of that software, but the amount of demand and the velocity those deals are happening is incredible.
Okay.
So people are trying to bring AI to accelerate the work, as we discussed before, how you get time to market, time to value faster. That's what everyone is focused, because you either accelerate your business or you are out of the business.
Correct.
Everyone understands that.
Innovate or die. That's
exactly.
That's a motto in technology. But then what about jobs? Because in America, I can tell you that our viewership, each and every day we get asked, the number one question is, will I lose my job to AI and robots in the future? And you've seen that. Unemployment is at its highest in 5 years in America, and especially youth unemployment. Those that graduate from college, they're having a very hard time finding jobs right now.
Yeah, it's a very tough problem, actually. So, I mean, companies have to redesign how they operate. They have to figure out what are the new jobs they can offer to people whose jobs may be less relevant in a new world. And then obviously there should be alignment on the level of governments, how they kind of help transition through this time. Eventually it will be all good, because we'll see way more small micro businesses.
Okay, but then what about the fact that Anthropic's founder, Dario Amodei, says that 50% of white-collar jobs will be eliminated? Do you agree with that? 50%
I don't know.
of white-collar jobs?
I think they did way more research and thinking through this problem than I did.
Yeah.
But it definitely will be a big change in the market. Like, what would be 50% or whatever is that number? Hard to say. But what's clear is that a lot of roles have to be rethought from ground up, and all of us, like as a manager, for example, before you would manage humans, correct? Like you will plan work and you will organize teams to achieve goals. Now every manager is going to lead humans and agents together and set up that for success. So obviously it's a way new skills for a lot of managers to acquire. Some will acquire those, some will not. So it redefines how we operate. The companies will get flatter.
Okay,
So
but how about from your perspective, from Mira, are you hiring more people, or are you finding that you need less headcount because of the new technology?
We are remaining flat for the last couple years, and we are redefining some of the jobs. So when some people leave, we would hire other folks that we may see have like more relevant experience for the future. So for example, we are bringing way more people to build internal tooling now, to operationalize some of the workflows.
Okay.
Inside the company.
You still need engineers, because some people say you don't need engineers because of the coding.
Product-minded engineers who will be focused on internal workflows. So that's one of the roles we see emerging. We see also the role of forward-deployed engineers, which is emerging because when you implement AI, you have to go extra mile with your customer, and you have to kind of integrate and enable the logic that would not be kind of solved out of the box solution. So that's another role that we see is emerging. So what's happening is some of the roles becoming less relevant, or you can get way more leverage from less number of people. And there are new roles emerging. So for all of us, we have to adjust for this new economy and see what are the roles of the future that we can apply our skills.
Well, speaking of new economy, I know you personally are based in Amsterdam. You have offices all around the world. You're looking at the Middle East, possibly here in Doha, Qatar, maybe in the future. But when we talk about the new economy, it's a global economy. And I was just in Davos last week or a few weeks ago, and everyone's talking about the new world order, meaning that you don't have free trade anymore between America and Europe, America, Middle East, or America and Asia. Does that maybe complicate your business and possibly where the revenue comes from?
It's a great question because we started our company as a product-led growth company. What means that people from all over the world use our platform. We have more than 100 million people on our platform, and they discover our product like organically in the internet. So that's not kind of more complex than a new world, so it's remained the same. Now, in terms of kind of doing business in different countries, yeah, we're present across more than kind of 10 countries with 14 offices, and it's been so far quite smooth to operate, but we'll see how the world will change. What I believe, our mission is empower teams to create the next big thing, and we'll also connect people across the world to collaborate, and that's what I hope will remain the same, because this is kind of what makes us humans and what creates the best next big things across the world is collaboration and diversity of thought and experiences, and I'm a big fan of that.
So tariffs will have no impact in your
it has impacts on the currency conversions, whatnot, obviously, because we operate like in the US and Europe. Currency conversions are impacted, but direct impact less on us.
I'm sure you're enjoying that weak dollar. A weak dollar is pretty good for the bottom line, because then it makes your bottom line look bigger. So I just also wanted to ask you in the last few minutes here about the global race for AI. So let me ask you this. Everyone's talking about whether it's the US or China has a lead right now in artificial intelligence, and who will win the eventual AI race. Who do you think will eventually win the AI race?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's hard to predict. I think that AI will be, it's a strategic technology. And I think every country, every major country should invest heavily in making this strategic technology kind of inside the perimeter. And then on a global scale, it will be hard to say because it also depends on regulations. We don't know how much regulations countries will impose on each other, and depends on that, we'll see how this whole evolves.
Okay, but sometimes it's basically a race between open source or closed source, like OpenAI. So do you think in the end, which AI model will eventually win the AI race? Closed source?
I think it will be quite close to each other. They will be quite close to each other. Yeah, I think that it will be quite close, because also for different use cases, for different purposes, you will use different solutions. Sometimes you will use closed source for certain use cases. Sometimes you will use open source for different use cases. Even we as a company, we use both type of models, and I think it depends again on the regulations, pretty much.
You're trying to dodge my question, aren't you? Trying to well, who do you think is ahead right now? How about this? Right now, who's ahead? US or China?
I don't monitor that, to be honest.
Okay.
So, we use, for example, obviously in engineering, we rely heavily on Claude Code. This is an incredible model.
Yes.
I don't think anything else can be compared today to Claude Code. So that is Anthropic, obviously. That's the leader in that use case. Some use cases we use open source models, like Mistral and others. So it's very dependent on the use case you are trying to solve, rather than like one size fits all kind of solution. And I don't think there is any company that will dominate in this world. It will be kind of spread and based on the problems that customers or governments or communities trying to solve.
Final question, since we're here in the Middle East and we're enjoying the hospitality of Doha and Qatar. Final question to you, because you're considering opening an office here. What are you looking for? What can the Middle East provide you? Because we know that they are investing heavily in AI, 134% increase in investments here over the past 2 years, but is it talent? What is it that will attract you and bringing Miro to open an office in this region?
Yeah, I mean, what we see is obviously a surge of innovation here, and we see also a lot of investment in education, in how the society is evolving here, and I think that creates a lot of interest and demand here. So we're exploring if we have to go and invest in the region, because we historically haven't had offices here, but we had a lot of customers and users across the region. And it's been very interesting to learn how countries here and how communities here think about the future, and how they kind of invest heavily in the innovation that is based here in the region.
And do you think we'll see a Miro IPO in the next few years? What do you think?
Very hard to say. I don't know how public markets would behave. I don't know how software in general will evolve, and we obviously focused on making kind of our company, our product really resonating with the customers. And once we make that to the next horizon, we'll figure out what to do next.
And have you entertained acquisition talks in the last few years?
No, I haven't had any conversations about acquisitions for several years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No acquisition talks in the last few years?
No.
And would you entertain if a compelling valuation came up?
I will always have a conversation to understand the motivations, but it doesn't mean like I'm on the market, and it doesn't mean like I'm interested in like selling. It's more about, I'm a builder. I started this company because I wanted to build this company, and I still love what I'm doing. I build it every day.
We want to thank you so much for joining us today, and we are going to continue to enjoy your wonderful city.
Thank you
Have a
very
great
much.
day.
Thank you.
Our next session challenges a common misconception about AI. Joining us are Mai Habib, co-founder and CEO of Writer, for a conversation with Steve Clements, editor-at-large at The National Interest and host of The Bottom Line on Al Jazeera English. As the agentic era arrives, AI isn't failing, organizations are. This conversation will explore why incremental pilots fall short, how leadership must emerge deep within organizations, and why the real disruption ahead is a radical redesign of work, roles, and careers powered by AI leverage and captured organizational intelligence. Please welcome the amazing Mai and Steve to the stage.
Okay, hey everybody. So you're not supposed to do this on center stage, but I'm bringing on, Coke Zero, giving them some product placement because of my voice. So I'm going to take a swig now and then, but that's what it is, nothing else. I'm just interested to take a quick survey here, and don't fake it. How many of you are engaged in using agentic AI right now in your life, world, your personal life? Put your hands up. How many of you, how many of you want to be? Some of you. How many of you have developed feelings for your agent? I have. I'll put my hand up there. May, thank you so much for joining us. Look,
thanks, Steve.
You have created a juggernaut in the agentic AI world, and I just want to kind of cut to the chase. You deal with almost all the Fortune 500 firms. You're creating these end-to-end solutions in agents, changing the opportunity that firms and organizations have. I'm interested in what's going wrong. What are they not getting given all the capacity you're giving them?
Yeah, the technology is incredible, right? It's been so fun watching consumers discover Claude Bot, and really what we've been doing in the enterprise for months now, helping companies trying to absorb this agentic innovation. For all intents and purposes, AGI is here, and in the enterprise, absorbing that innovation is actually the obstacle. You think about everything we have built inside of companies, from org structures to titles to jobs to be done. It's been built for human execution. It has not been built for what we can harness now. And just taking a blank sheet of paper to every process, every function, that is going to take a decade of very dedicated work by very innovative people, and that work is just starting.
So one of the things I'm interested in Writer, so you kind of look at what Writer does, and you're writing these new, so many of your clients, and I should say some of them are investors, some of their clients, Salesforce, Accenture, Workday. I'm fascinated by Workday and what it's been able to achieve. But as you kind of look at this, I'm interested in what questions we're getting wrong. We just heard a conversation here a moment ago about people worrying about their jobs. And you and I were talking about maybe that's the wrong question. What is the right question?
The right question is, what work is worth doing? And you would be shocked how decades of calcification, of silos, of waterfall systems have narrowed in people's minds around what work is worth doing, what objectives are worth pursuing. And that is literally the first question we ask, is what is this team's ambition level when we come into a new customer? And a big part of what we do as a team when we're implementing Writer is really raise the ambition level. Like, there are CPG companies out there, let me give you a very tactical, real example, that are still, CPG is consumer packaged goods, that are still issuing RFPs for brief automation with AI. What's brief automation? Brief automation is when you have an idea for a campaign and you want to give all the audience details and campaign details to an agency to execute it. Well, guess what? The AI that exists today not only writes the brief on top of your data, but creates every piece of collateral for every channel, copy plus creative, and orchestrates it across the publishing channels. So why are we still RFPing for this tiny piece of a human process, right? And that's what I mean by ambition level. Multiply that by 10,000 important processes inside of a CPG company, and that's the work that needs to happen now.
So what I'm hearing from you is the hierarchy is dead.
Yeah, look, like inside of our own company, we are a native generative AI company. We've got a lot changing around the silos and the functions inside of our own company. I can now have a customer success manager or a customer support manager draw up a feature that should be in Writer, literally build it in Writer. It's a real working prototype, and send it over to our head of engineering or my co-founder, and it can get shipped, right? You've skipped product design, you've skipped UX research. I mean, the customer basically built the feature, right? Like, so much is changing about how we run our own company. It started with our engineering and product design org, EPD, where now everyone is a full stack engineer. We used to have, and a lot of you are probably entrepreneurs in the room, back-end engineers and front-end engineers and AI engineers, and that's a JavaScript guy and that's a Python guy. We don't have that anymore. Everyone's a full stack engineer. And that is coming to all the go-to-market functions as well. So, in 2-3 years, I don't know if we will have titles inside of Writer. Because so much of the work that is moving the company forward really, really fast is actually people reaching out beyond their scope of work, saying, oh, I just used an agent to do all this adjacency to my role, right? And we need to unleash that, not bottle that up or put it under 2 layers of management that may not be as innovative.
One of the things I'm interested in is giving our audience a feel for what you're seeing in the workplace and what Writer does. And from watching a lot of you on TV and being interviewed by many of the world's great interviewers, I've learned that you're seeing many of the companies you deal with, actually create their own agents, that they're creating their own agents, they're creating their own design. Can you walk us through in a human way what that story is, and what you see as the best practices and what are the worst practices that aren't moving the needle?
Yeah. So Writer is a platform for agentic work. What does that mean? It's all the work that you couldn't do before agents. If I am a financial services firm and I'm automating reporting to my LPs, well, before agents, I couldn't really personalize these reports very much. I couldn't use them as an opportunity to upsell to other products. I would literally need to build like multiple other divisions to use that interaction point to drive more revenue for the business. Now an innovative person could go to Writer. We build powerful agentic tooling that a business user can use. So they're literally describing the process that they want, and that process can reach across multiple sources of data. It can reach into sources of unstructured data. It can follow really specific standard operating procedures. It can reason for itself based on an outcome. And that business user is actually designing, right, that agent simply by writing about it, right? That's why it's Writer. And IT has single pane governance into that activity, right? IT here has a really important seat at the table in designing, right, where the business gets to play. We say that IT designs the agentic arena and the business designs the plays. That's very important versus everything being locked up in IT, which is not close enough to many of these processes that need to be reinvented. And so if you are that subject matter expert in the LP reporting org, this is, back office stuff, you actually need to be a pretty innovative person to think about all the different ways you can use, this interaction point to drive revenue for the business. But once you've got that idea, once you're ambitious in that way, the technology really does all the rest.
Well, one of the things you said I found interesting in one of your interviews was that you can play the whole field, from face cream to dog food, to help people take things to market that think about things differently. I think one of the challenges, and I don't want to put this in a national U.S. case, but I do want to mention it, but I think, we were both in Davos last week, and I was with the head of the Office of Science and Technology Policy of the White House, who was saying America's problem is it's not, the uptake of these new opportunities is not as fast as it needs to be. That China is way off the charts in beating us in terms of the application of these agents. I was interested in your, dog food to face cream story, because it sounds like, that's, every world. But what do you think is the inhibitor that's keeping a greater uptake of the technology you're providing from taking hold?
It's all about incentives. Unless people are told explicitly, disrupt your own job, it is going to be really hard for them to figure out how to disrupt their own job, right? And implicit in that is disrupt your own job if you want to keep your job. And people have to be pretty explicit, right. Which means leaders, the business leaders, have to be pretty hands-on in understanding what this technology can do. We have a new technique for getting executives bought in, and not just bought in like, yes, let's do AI, but bought in. You have a weekly staff meeting that takes you through the progress on agentification, and you've explicitly given your chief of staff this responsibility, or your top team this responsibility. So it is a top priority for the org. We do something called shock and awe. So we go into an exec and, what is the biggest pain in their butt right now? We help them build that in Writer, whether it is opening up a new region or launching a new product, or I've got this big OpEx problem. Them being hands-on, actually building and constructing, what used to take weeks, months, right? Like AI can build a whole browser in a week, right? That tweet went viral. We need to show that to executives, how everything they thought they needed to build and scale an organization is now disrupted before they really make agentification a top priority.
You're finding, I think, in your work, I've talked to some of your folks, that sometimes the leadership in these firms is the biggest problem. That if you go 3 or 4 level layers, down to real people trying to solve real problems, the embrace of agentic AI is far more robust. Do we need to decapitate a lot of firms and go down a few layers?
Well, that's quite violent, Steve. I don't want to decapitate anyone, certainly not the leadership of a Fortune 500 company. Because
how about send them on a long vacation to St. Bart's?
A long vacation where they learn AI. I love that idea.
Yeah.
But what we really see is a power law at work here. And we can go into an org and train 400, 500 people on agentic AI, right? And what we're really trying to nail here is, look, this stuff is very easy to use. Just talk to Writer. There's a microphone icon. Turn it on. Describe what you need. You don't even need a prompt anymore. Writer will prompt for you. But being able to help them understand, the right questions to ask, what are the right things to build, and gain that confidence is very important. But still, the power law of who ends up designing or building something that is truly transformational, that everyone else ends up using, it's not going to be more than 4 or 5% of the people that we train. And that's why you've got to go broad, because it's not always, the executive can say, oh, this person and that person, they're going to be the best people at this. Creativity, yes. Curiosity, yes. A little bit of laziness, right, actually ends up defining who really creates powerful stuff. And they tend to be lower in the organization versus, someone who is a C-suite already. Not too low, not entry level, because they got to know a lot about the business and, the know-how that makes things work and what good looks like, right? How people make decisions, because now you got to cart that over to the agent. We need the agent to make good decisions. But the C-suite being able to understand who is agentically innovative in the org is a really important part. We have a lot of customers, innovators, who have gotten promoted 2, 3, 4 times in the course of 18, 24 months working with Writer, because of how quickly you can now have impact, irrespective of where you started in the org chart.
So it's interesting, as you describe your business, and I should say congratulations. You've just, raised a big new round, $200 million. Your valuation is way up there. I've always thought about the challenge of today, that large firms are in danger more than they know, because it's easy to leapfrog for small players to come in. So small can become big overnight, and big can fall overnight. And as you have an agentic AI world developing, do you think the incumbency of large firms is going to remain? What are you seeing as you talk to the Fortune 500? That's your world. Are they going to, is there going to be a new Fortune 500, or are we thinking in the wrong terms about the size and scale of enterprise, given what agents help you do?
Yeah, it's a good question. We're very focused on regulated industries, so pharma, healthcare, insurance, fin, CPG. So there are natural moats here: compliance, legal, et cetera, and certainly brand distribution. The Fortune 500 isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Are there tons of threats to their growth profile from upstart disruptors who are more, not just AI native, but even just start with digital native, right? Especially CPG and retail. There are many threats in most of the regions in which they operate. The fintechs are all trying to go into adjacent markets. Monzo is an incredible customer, very innovative in the UK, and it's a juggernaut. And so I do think there will be threats at the margins for sure that will impact growth rates, right, in the enterprise, if they themselves don't rewire internally to essentially operate like a startup. Like, that is what we're very explicit about when we partner with a Fortune 500 firm is, our job here is to help you be and become much more agile, but you're going to have to also change some assumptions and some norms of how you actually operate to truly take advantage of the technology.
We've just got a couple of minutes left, so let me ask you a meta question. I was on the stage, I don't know if any of you were there, we were on center stage in Lisbon, and I interviewed one of the co-founders of Manus, which of course is a China-based, Singapore-based company just bought by Meta, and was talking to him about how he interacted with this agent that was very deeply engaged in his life. He told me his wife had basically fallen in love with her agent. I'm not going to ask something silly. I am going to ask, how do we change as far as, when you're dealing with creating agents, interacting with agents, how does responsibility change? How does the feeling of accountability for outcomes change when you're dealing with algorithms and whatnot that you're packaging and put together? And I'll make this our final question, because I think you're right in the middle of it. You're creating a whole new kingdom. How does it affect us?
So I'll share how I have used AI and how it's changed, the way I run the company. I would say, the number of questions I send out to the team, tell me about this user, tell me about that customer, how has this changed, where are we on that deal, how is this new person doing? None of that anymore are actually questions that I send out to the team, which I think they're very grateful for. But I send those to Writer and my agents. Everything from, we've onboarded a new class of customer success managers, how are they doing in the field, to we just, deployed a bunch of new messaging, how's it actually resonating, right? So, Writer is going through my Slack, going through Gong, going through Salesforce, and actually I've got routines set up that give me a lot of these insights that, I may actually forget if I'm doing it manually, that I always want to keep a tab on that project, et cetera. So, it has meant that when I do get together with the team, it's strategic, right? And it's much more expansive, much more creative than tactics. And I think that's going to be pretty broad-based.
Well, wonderful conversation.
Thank you,
I'd like to go for another hour. I want to meet your agents. I'll introduce you to mine. Let's give a big round of applause to May Habib, co-founder and CEO of Writer, and congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's been a pleasure hosting this wonderful center stage this morning. And now, for our last session before lunch, let's explore the future of influence, where audio storytelling meets entrepreneurial media with Stephen Bartlett, the founder of Steven.com, investor, and host of the world's second largest host-led podcast, The Diary of a CEO, joined by Connell Byrne, CEO at iHeart Digital Audio Group. Please welcome both Stephen and Connell on stage.
Hello.
Funny.
Here we are. How are you, Stephen?
Yeah,
welcome.
Really good.
Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us this morning. This is a crazy treat for me. And we're going to break the fourth wall right out of the gate. You guys all know Stephen Bartlett, at least I hope you do. Diary of a CEO, one of the biggest podcasts in the world by any measure. I think recently in November-ish, you passed 1 billion streams and listens across all platforms. That's a very big deal in any form of media. It's a really big deal in podcasting. But you are many other things. You're an entrepreneur, an investor, from Flight Story to Flight Fund. You've sold over 1 million books. The list goes on and on and on. When we were backstage, and I asked you this, and you said it's cool. When we were backstage, Stephen said, I just heard about this new thing that a buddy of mine said was the most important discovery of the last, might have said 100 years. Discuss.
Yeah, no, we were talking about being jet-lagged and doing hard things. And many people in this room today are jet-lagged. And we'd met in the gym yesterday.
We do the gym differently.
And I was saying to him, did you get to the gym this morning? And we were talking about that. And we were talking about the struggle of doing hard things. And I said to him, one of the things I've learned from the 500 interviews I've done, often with neuroscientists, I've actually held a couple of human brains that were extracted from human bodies that passed away, is this really interesting thing about a part of the brain called the anti-mid-cingulate cortex. And the fascinating thing about this part of the brain is it only grows when you do things you don't want to do. Not hard things, not the marathon that you were looking forward to and training for, things you don't want to do. And Andrew Huberman had said to me he thinks it's one of the most fascinating discoveries of the last century because it really gives a neuroscientific basis to the value of doing something today that is difficult, that you overcome, and how that's basically an investment in your future self. Athletes have bigger AMCCs, anterior mid-cingulate cortexes. Funnily enough, People that struggle in their lives and that have a high correlation with depression have smaller ones. Gen Z, yeah. I probably don't even need to finish it. But they found that Gen Zs, people born after 1990, have even smaller anterior mid-cingulate cortexes than their parents. And it makes sense from an evolutionary perspective that there's a part of your brain that is essentially the muscle that grows when your environment is requiring you to overcome. And that it shrinks, as all parts of your body do. If you don't use it, you lose it, when you're in an environment that is overly comfortable. So going to our story, I was saying how sometimes when I go to the gym now and I really don't want to go, I see it, I reframe it as maybe the most important workout because I'm going to grow my anti-mid-cingulate cortex. And it's going to be my future is going to be more productive and more capable of overcoming. I'm like the worst guest at dinner parties these days, because I've interviewed so many people from such a wide variety of disciplines that I have all this like useless junk in my head that just rolls out of my mouth.
But it wasn't just going to the gym. It was also like a way to reframe days you don't want to tackle or a meeting you're dreading.
And maybe it is, when we look through history, the reason why some individuals became great. I mean, the example that springs to mind is Theodore Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt was a very young man in New York living a very, very cushy life, and he came home one day, and his mother and his wife, who had just given birth to his newborn baby daughter, died on the same day on Valentine's Day. And as a way to deal with the grief, and actually through, I guess, sort of self-punishment, he left his daughter in New York and made his way out to what they call the Badlands. The Badlands in America at the time were the most horrific environment where horses could die stood up because of the temperature and the dust in their eyes. He stayed there for 2 years, waking up at 3 a.m. every day, basically torturing himself every day in the Badlands, working with cowboys. He came back from the Badlands after 2 years, and all of his friends remarked that he was a completely different individual. Not just physically with his big neck and his big arms, but there was something different about him. And neuroscience now knows 100 years later that actually what he had done is through that struggle is he had built his anti-mid-cingulate cortex. He went on to be the youngest president in American history ever. He got shot while delivering a presidential speech during his campaign, and he carried on doing the speech. He said, it's going to take more than a bullet to take me down, and continued to do the speech with the bullet lodged in his chest. He led the charge against the Spanish, and I think it was the Cuban War. He led the charge and actually got his glasses shot off as he was galloping up a hill, and reached over to one of his men, took his glasses, and carried on marching forward. Nobel Prize winner, author. And you look at it, and you look back through history, and even in his diaries, which are quite famous, he says, if I didn't go to the Badlands, I wouldn't be this person. And then you look at the lives we live today, with this sort of neurotic obsession with avoiding discomfort and struggle, and thinking that overcoming is a sign that we should retract. And so all of this has reframed my relationship with things I don't want to do. And that has helped to change my life, so yeah.
But these sort of outsider experiences, these hard outsider experiences, bring me back to a little bit of your origin story, where you came from, and it's not average. It's born in Botswana. It's a little bit of Plymouth, England. It's a little bit of Manchester. It's a lot of VC work, and now a preeminent storyteller from across the world. Talk to us about what from outside of the day job, to frame it as such, helps you have a different experience that you bring to the day job, a hack maybe that you see other guys and girls do not have when they're maybe competing with you. What do you bring from outside?
Yeah, it's a really interesting point. You know, once upon a time, I would have believed that to become the best in whatever industry you're in, the way to do that is to learn more about your industry. But actually, when you look through the people who are number one in their industry, the remarkable thing is their skill stack, the stack of skills they have, are rare and complementary. And what I mean by this is if you look at someone like, I mean, the famous example is Steve Jobs. The reason why Steve Jobs built Apple, which was a definitive anomaly company, was because Steve Jobs' skill stack was anomalous. He went to this typography class and learned about the beauty of typography and design. And it was incredibly rare for someone at that time to have design and taste in their skill stack alongside a sort of a basis in computer programming and technology. No wonder we went from the BlackBerry to the iPhone. It was because an individual had a rare and complementary skill stack. It transpires that to be the best in the world in any industry, you don't actually need to be the best at anything in that industry. What you need is a rare and complementary skill stack. In fact, if I'm being completely honest, I mean, even look at Ronaldo. Ronaldo is the best at nothing when you think of individual skills. Not the fastest player in the world. Doesn't have the best free kick taking record. Not the best penalty kick taker. Not the best dribbler or possession or take on stats. You go on and on and on. Not the best at anything. Considered to be the best in the world. It's because he has the right set of rare and complementary skills that don't typically all fall in the same place. He's in the top 10% at many of those things that I've named. So if you're a lawyer right now, if you want to be the best lawyer in the industry, the game isn't to go and learn more law. The game might be to learn how to write, to learn how to make content. In fact, I'm guilty of exactly what I'm saying. Many people, you know, when they did this study in the UK and they said, who is the entrepreneur you admire the most? They asked startup founders, they asked about 2,000 of them, and my name was number one. I don't have the biggest business in the world, but the reason why I'm on stage now is because there was something in my skill stack that was exceptionally rare in my industry. And it's the same thing Gary Vaynerchuk has in his skill stack. Me and Gary Vaynerchuk both spent almost a decade running social media companies. So we learned how to make content. We're entrepreneurs who have this very rare skill of being able to make content. And that has propelled us. We don't have the biggest businesses. It was the rare and complementary skill. And this is the story of how innovation occurs. The non-stick frying pan was a guy who was messing around with his fishing tackle, trying to make it not stick together. His wife walks past and goes, I'd love some of that on my pans. They made non-stick Teflon pans, which sold millions and millions and millions and tens of millions. It was something from two different worlds coming together to create something that was disruptive in an industry. So my message to people that are trying to become truly the best in their industry is to think about the rare and complementary skill that would set you apart from everybody else that you're competing with. And even in podcasting, I'm under no illusions that I'm a good podcaster because I ask better questions. That is a commodity. The reason why I think our podcast is growing very quickly, we'll add 700,000 subscribers this month on YouTube alone. We'll probably hit 25 million subscribers in 2028 on YouTube alone, is because I spent from 18 to 27 growth hacking audiences on the internet. That was my business, that was my company. So when I was 27 and started a podcast, I started it with 10 years of experience in knowing how to make content and scale audiences on the internet. At 27, I built a business that owned 100 million followers. So I started in podcasting with a rare and complementary advantage that my peer set don't have. I'd also spent those 10 years building a company, which meant I could do the commercial deals with advertisers, and I didn't need to use external parties. So again, it's about rare and complementary. People will look at me and go, oh, you know, successful podcaster, he asks the best questions. He listens a lot. I'm going, no. It's the rare and complementary skill that I have in my skill stack that other podcasters didn't have, that I contended with, that has given me the great advantage. And the same applies for you. I can't tell you what that is in your industry, but if you do a deep analysis of what the future looks like right now, and for most of you, it's one of the, I think, really important things for everyone to have in their skill stack at this moment, is even a basic comprehension of what AI is. And you don't need to be an expert, you don't need to go to Stanford and take a PhD. You just need a basic comprehension. And I guarantee just a basic comprehension, knowing how to make an AI agent, which, by the way, you could learn in 2 hours. I think if you're a lawyer, in any sort of knowledge work, even in content creation, will move you up closer to being the best in your industry by a 2-digit percentage number. 2 hours on the weekend with this rare and complementary skill. And so, yeah, that's how I think about how outside influences play into the work that I do inside my industry.
It's incredibly timely, though, because for me personally, I have a couple kids in college in the United States, and I see them navigating this. I see them navigating what industry should I lock into that won't be not just disrupted, but annihilated by AI. And I see them struggling with this sense of, what will be my hack, or in your terms, complementary skill that will still be a human contributor to a thing that may be disrupted or challenged. But to pull on this thread a little bit, you spent a decent amount of time in an industry that is driven, maybe obsessed with, this word virality. And when I've read a little bit about you and gotten to know you a little bit, I think there was a moment in your career of content creation and storytelling where you sort of realized it's actually not about finding or trying to find that viral moment. It's about something a little different. Just talk about that a little bit, because maybe more timely than anything we're going to talk about today is this push and pull with that word and what we do as storytellers around it.
Yeah, no, I found it really interesting what you were saying there about we're all trying to figure out over the next 10 years, what is the thing? Like, what is the life raft? Where is our moat? What is defendable? And then you use the word, the phrase, human contribution. And I really think that's like the essence of it. I think if we play forward the next 10 years and imagine any rate of improvement, the thing that's going to be in highest value, but arguably in least supply, is things that are irreplaceably human. Like, and I think through this a lot because I write a lot of memos about the future, really for myself. But if we think about the types of content right now that are irreplaceably human, I would say streaming is irreplaceably human. What you're seeing with these kids in America predominantly that sit there with their audience in their bedrooms just chatting about anything and like vlogging their lives, irreplaceably human. I think behind the scenes vlogging, irreplaceably human. If I go to the other end of the spectrum, anything highly informational, and what I mean by that is the news, like understanding what happened today in a certain part of the world, or learning about the gut microbiome. I think on the informational side of the spectrum, AI is going to be very disruptive. Things like this, gathering IRL, communities, run clubs, irreplaceably human. I'm trying to bet all of my eggs on both ends of this spectrum. We are building AI content teams completely, and we're tripling down on vlogging, streaming, and everything that's irreplaceably human. And we're not messing around in the middle. And that's kind of how I think about it. And I'm excited for the future. It's unclear how we get there, and there's going to be a lot of disruption along the way, but I think optimism is self-fulfilling. So I'm excited about the future. And even as a podcaster, I should say, because I should confront how I'm going to be disruptive, my innovation team conducted an experiment roughly, I don't have my phone on me, but I'll show you the graph, roughly about 10 months ago, where we used AI to make a podcast end-to-end, the script, the visuals, and to synthesize my voice. And we tested it against my podcast.
Oh, wow.
And the retention graph is the same. My favorite thing to show people is both retention graphs and to ask them which one is the human podcast. And they look identical, so you can't tell. And I think, I said the other day and I said when we're at Davos, I think the most important thing in the era we're in is to be romantic about what you do, the impact you have on the world, but to be really unromantic about how you do it. And I think this is the same for individuals and companies. Like, I'm really romantic about the fact that what we do has an impact on other people in a positive way sometimes. But I'm completely unromantic about the fact that I go to a studio with a microphone and there's cameras and I do this research. I'm completely unromantic about that part. And I believe that the bulldozer's coming for all of us anyway. I mean, that's what history says. The bulldozer always comes. By being unromantic about the how, you have an opportunity to drive the bulldozer. And yeah. This point never lands well because our identities mean a lot to us, including me. And one of my favorite books is The Innovator's Dilemma, and it looks through the last 50, 60 years of business history and case studies every business from digging excavators to microdiscs, and uncovers that the reason why people get disrupted by innovation is because they do exactly what they were supposed to do. And they are somewhat romantic about how they do it. When I say they did exactly what they were supposed to do, in the 1800s, the horse and carriage industry Their customers asked them for faster horses. They listened to the surveys. They had a team set up to deliver faster horses. It's almost dumb to pursue cars when cars were slower, more expensive, none of your customers were asking for them. There was a red flag law where you had to walk in front of it with a red flag. None of your team members had ever done it before, so you didn't have the supply chain. And with that in mind, I have now tried to design our business where we have our sustaining innovation team, which carry on doing what our customers are asking for. And then we have our disruptive innovation unit, who are the kids in their bedroom trying to kill our core business. And Steve Jobs did the same. I was told by Walter Isaacson, his biographer, that he had a building with a pirate flag on top of it, and that team were basically trying to kill his core business. And I think, especially in a rapidly changing world, we should all kind of design ourselves and our businesses in such a way, living in a dichotomy, which is very hard to do, according to Leon Festinger, which says people can't hold easily two things that are contradictory in their mind at the same time. It causes us mental friction. If you smoke and you also see yourself as a healthy person, and I point out that smoking is not healthy, the first words out of your mouth will be, yes, but. Smoking helps me with stress. Yes, but that's an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. Can you sit with the discomfort? So yeah, that's how I think about it.
It's funny because as you talk about this at iHeartMedia, this thing we do, which is a few thousand podcasts and radio stations across the United States and around the world, has suddenly and surprisingly to me, honestly, become differentiated.
Yeah.
Because it is so inherently human. It is humans on microphones having organic, messy, natural conversation, and this is suddenly a differentiated thing, and I didn't expect that. It's so much so that we go out now and say it's guaranteed human content. You know, I'll close on this, and I'm going to go over 1 minute because I think it was really cool. In Davos, you're right. I got to talk to you for a little bit in front of a small panel. You may be more timely than anybody else we could talk to here at Web Summit in Doha, because you speak to so many different kinds of CEOs and business leaders in this moment in business that is the most disruptive we might see in a while.
Yeah.
And you said something in Davos that was cool, where you were like, you know, what's interesting, more than anything, there is a similarity that shoots through businesses, big and small. Just talk about that a little bit as we wrap.
Which similarity was it? Was it the...
It was that at the end of the day, it is a talent game.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which ties back to, this is a human thing.
I mean, so if you're a founder or an entrepreneur, I think the most important thing that I wish someone had told me when I started in business at 18 was that at the end of the day, like the definition of the word company is group of people. Now, I'm not saying anything revolutionary, but I know that although this is common sense, it's not common. And I only know that because I'm an investor. I invest in about 70 or 80 different companies. And some of them are from Dragon's Den, so they're very early stage companies. And some of them are more mature. I'm an investor in like Grok and SpaceX and those types of businesses. And in my portfolio, specifically, the smaller businesses think that the game of success is how hard do I work and how good are my ideas. And that is what I thought for the first 10 years of my career. I thought that was the entire game. Having interviewed some of the biggest CEOs in the world who run $100 billion businesses, now at 33, I think most of the game is persuading truly exceptional people to come and join my thing. I am head of recruitment. I will spend more hours today on recruitment and this morning, before I got here, on hiring people than anything else. We have a hiring team, a talent team. It is so clear to me that if we all gathered in 5 years here at Web Summit, the thing that would determine your trajectory from now till then is, I think, the amount of hours you allocated to recruiting. And the founders in my portfolio, they always have to learn this the hard way. They go and hire people that will come and work with them on their mission because of price, which is a factor, but you have equity, which is future money, and your ability to persuade someone of the value of the company determines how much future money you currently have in your bank. If you can convince people it's worth $100 billion, 1% of that's $1 billion you're giving someone. So, it's like, I remember Daniel Ek saying to me that at 20 he thought it really mattered, recruitment. He's the founder of Spotify. At 30 he thought it was important, and at 40 he thinks it's the single most important thing. I spend maybe, I would say, 40 hours at this current rate hours a week recruiting myself. The most important thing, going to sway your outcomes more than any idea you have, because people are downstream from your marketing campaigns, product development, the ideas you have. So why don't you spend 10 times more effort on the thing furthest upstream? I'm just so passionate about this. Like I built a website called culturetest.com where we culturally screen candidates that come to our company as well. And that is the second most important discovery I've had as an entrepreneur in the last 15 years, is that company culture isn't the fluffy words you write on a board at the offsite, ambition, enthusiasm. It is how someone behaves. So this culture test thing we've built puts you, if you apply for my company, in a real scenario we've been in. A client emails you on Christmas Eve asking for their password. They're locked out of their account. The person that has the password is away on their honeymoon. What do you do? These 33 questions that test how you would behave in a given situation has been the single most important thing we've done from a recruitment perspective, and the single biggest predictor we've ever discovered of high performance in our portfolio of founders we invest in and in people we hire in our business. Nothing has been more important. Wow. The secret to my success is quite simply, I spend more time hiring people and I'm more rigorous with culture testing them. It is my entire game. And can I have 2 more minutes just to explain a story from Manchester United? I'm a big Manchester United fan. Yeah, there's like one other fan left. And I've interviewed so many of Sir Alex Ferguson's former players. Sir Alex Ferguson, arguably the greatest football manager of all time, 26 years, was able to reinvent that team over and over again, lose his stars, and still win everything. The players said to me, Sir Alex Ferguson wasn't this master tactician. He wasn't this master strategist. All 7 of them that I've spoken to said he was the world's greatest man manager. And what they meant by that is he was obsessed about culture. They told me the story of the day that the players didn't sign Wendy's charity balls ahead of a training session. Wendy got these balls signed for a local charity. Half of the players didn't sign them one day. Sir Alex Ferguson comes down and, quote, absolutely effing killed us. And Gary Neville said, I had no idea why he cared so much, but that was Sir Alex Ferguson. After interviewing all these players, I know why he cared. Sir Alex Ferguson understood that company culture and the realization of whatever mission you're pursuing right now starts with the mission. It then reverse engineers back to the behaviors of the team, then values, then people and processes. Not signing Wendy's charity balls was a lack of humility. And do you know who needs humility? A multi-millionaire with a Lamborghini playing for Manchester United in the 92nd minute of the Champions League, who's just lost the ball at one end of the pitch and now needs to run 200 meters that way. He knew that if he could defend against culture and humility and those kinds of values, the mission would take care of itself. I am utterly obsessed with company culture. I just wish you could see how many hours I spent on company culture and hiring. I think if I fix that part, frankly, everything will take care of itself, there or thereabouts. And I just wish that for all the young founders in the room, because I just wish someone had said this so passionately to me when I was 18 years old. I could have saved so much pain and failure and money if I had thought this way. Sorry, I'm 7 minutes over.
No, it's awesome, Matt. Stephen and I are going to keep talking on stage 4 at 2:15 for a smaller Q&A, so please, please, please come by, and you'll have a chance to ask him some questions too. Stephen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, man.
You.
So
Thank
awesome.
You.
So
Thank you
awesome.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The future isn't waiting. It's being written by every decision we make today.
Technology is the pen. Humanity is the author. The story is still ours to write. And that story can be a positive one of a brighter future.
Small actions at scale don't just change industries, they change history.
We don't inherit the future. We co-create it with courage, code, and compassion.
Every startup, every breakthrough, every bold idea is a vote for the world we want to live in.
The greatest disruption of this century won't be in technology. It will be in how we choose to treat each other.
Please give a warm welcome to your host, Mr. Q Khalifa Al Haroon.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Hope you're all doing great, and of course I wanted to welcome you all back today to this afternoon session on Center Stage. This is day 2 of Web Summit Qatar. My name is Khalifa Al Haroon, also known as Mr. Q, your friendly neighborhood Qatari. Before we get started, and before I actually even read what's on the screen right now, what I wanted to share with you guys is that this is not a typical event. If it's the first time you've ever been to Web Summit, this is a place where you need to relax, take it easy, because, yep, we're all businessmen, we're all entrepreneurs, we're all trying to make it, we all want to partner, but we just want to have a little bit of that energy. So, can I please ask you all, I'm not going to make it difficult, I'm not going to say jump out of your seats or anything, but when I say 3, 2, 1, can I just hear a nice round of applause so that everybody in the back can be like, hey, what's going on over there? I want to come over here. Is that okay? Yeah? All right. 3, 2, 1. You're all missing out, everyone. You should be over here. You should be in here. We've got some really amazing sessions happening real soon. Again, one of the things that I'm really proud of is right over there in the back is my personal booth. It's Pay Later. I'm a founder of a number of different businesses like ILQ Media Group and Rakami TV, Store 974, and Pay Later. But let me tell you the really cool story. In first Web Summit here in Qatar, we announced what we were planning on doing. In the second Web Summit, that's when we actually officially launched. Our plan was to get to 10,000 customers by the end of the year. I can tell you that we are now changing our target, because it's literally been 1 year, to get to 1 million downloads, because we've already passed 780,000. And in terms of overall transactions, we've passed 500 million. It's a good number, guys. All of you want to get to 500 million and billions and trillions, inshallah. And I'm sharing this because this is where you can all be as well. Web Summit is the place where you can help to grow all of your great ideas. All right. Are you all ready? Shall we all talk about what's coming up real soon? Many companies are adopting AI, but few are becoming truly super intelligent organizations, where AI understands the business, enhances human intelligence, and elevates team performance. In this session, Glean founder and CEO Arvind Jain shares how leading organizations embed AI into real workflows, build trusted systems, and measure impact. Attendees will leave with a practical playbook to deploy AI that strengthens teams and makes the entire organization smarter and more resilient. So everyone, please, again, I want to hear that round of applause. Please welcome Arvind Jain on stage for an insightful conversation with Foli Ba Thibault, principal presenter at Al Jazeera English. Please.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing today? Arvind, it's great to have you on center stage. I think everyone here is going to be very excited about our conversation, thrilled to be with one of the leading minds here in the tech world, two-time Rubik unicorn founder. His journey in the tech world has taken him from Google to founding Rubrik and now leading Glean. So Arvind, when we talk about a super intelligent organization, what does it exactly mean, and how do you distinguish a super intelligent organization from a company that is simply adopting AI?
Well, first of all, thank you so much, for having me here. It's really exciting to be enjoying, this conference. It's been fabulous. Thinking about super intelligence, so when AI today is, of course, top of mind for everyone. Like every large business is thinking today, how can they leverage AI to bring efficiencies in the business. Companies are trying to figure out certain work that happens in the business, automating them with AI. So, that is sort of really the first step of bringing AI into the enterprise, is bring some automation, bring some efficiencies. But super intelligence is a little bit of a different concept, which is you're not just looking for AI to improve your bottom line by 5% or 10%. You are actually trying to think about how you can do things that were not possible to do before. And only with the power of AI can you actually do those things. So for example, building products that were not possible to build before, because now you have the power of AI that helps you actually go innovate at a level that you couldn't before.
So just to make it clear, adding more AI tools doesn't necessarily make you smarter, right? So what do you think, what cultural shifts within an organization are necessary to make it a super intelligent organization?
Yeah, so the most important thing for AI to really deliver value for you in your business is you have to make sure that you provided the right context. You provided the information on how your humans today, your employees today, how do they work in your company? How do they get different tasks completed? You have to sort of tap into all of that intelligence that exists in the minds of people, and which is not naturally available to AI by default. If you think about the large language models, they're very smart, they have the ability to reason, but they have no knowledge of how your business works how you complete things internally. And so that's the big part of getting ready to deliver super intelligence, is making sure that you create the platform that brings the collective human intelligence of your enterprise in one place. All the data, all the knowledge, all the information,
right.
And how work actually happens. Because when you ask AI to do things for you, it has to leverage all of that human intelligence that you have inside the business.
You mentioned, Arvind, context.
Yeah.
How does contextual AI change the quality of decisions compared to traditional AI, generic AI tools?
Yeah, so the context is actually, is the key, like in terms of leveraging the intelligence of your workforce and making AI sort of then go and enhance, above and beyond. Like the way when you implement AI systems internally, if you do not pay attention to this concept of bringing your enterprise brain together in one place, then AI is generally sort of starting from a much sort of like rudimentary state where it has to sort of learn and figure out how to get things done. It makes errors, it hallucinates. There are a lot of issues with it. So you have to sort of make sure that AI is starting at a place which is the maximum of the human intelligence of your enterprise already. Like you have all the observations of how humans work, and now you go above and beyond and enhance that. So that is the key in delivering amazing outcomes, with high quality and precision in the enterprise.
Right. Now, a lot of companies are adopting AI, of course, but there is a concern, and everyone is talking about it, of AI replacing humans. Even I, as a journalist today, worry that in the future there might be an AI news anchor that will take my job.
Yeah.
How do we deal with that? How do we make people in a company feel safe enough and secure enough that the AI is not there to replace them, but rather to enhance them, enhance the human intelligence within the company?
Yeah. Well, that's a great question. I mean, I think there is, we all can wish that, no jobs actually are lost and AI is just a tool, but that's not the reality. I mean, there are certain things, which are going to be fully automated by AI in the future. So when you think about, as an individual, what can I do to make sure that I'm relevant in that future? The best thing that I could do is learn AI, get comfortable with it. Use it on a daily basis. And in fact, whatever tasks I do today in my job, the faster I get AI to sort of help me do those jobs, it's going to create, give me that time that will allow me to sort of reskill myself and do new things. So
but concretely, Arvind, where do you draw the lines in the practical workflows? What decisions do you think should stay human, and which ones do you think AI can help with?
Well, ultimately, all decisions, the most important ones, the most strategic ones, are going to be made by humans. AI, actually, we should think of it mostly as a tool that is actually enhancing, our own capabilities to do work. As humans, we do a lot of work, which does not really require us to make, decisions on a daily basis. For example, if I'm approving invoices, I'm in the finance department, then, there is I'm following a rule book, a playbook, and that's how I actually reject or approve invoices. I'm not making any strategic decision. And that's the kind of work, that you can actually now get AI to sort of follow the same playbook that, a human follows, and complete that task. So ultimately, I think we are giving a little bit too much credit right now to AI. It's not ready really to actually replace any meaningful sort of strategic, work that, we do as humans.
Yeah.
But it does actually allow us to go faster.
Now, many companies run AI projects now, but they never scale. Why do you think that doesn't work? Why do you think ultimately they throw in the towel? And what change do you think these companies need to make in order to get to the next level?
Yeah, so this last year in media, we heard a lot about most AI projects failing. And there are a variety of reasons for why we saw those failures with AI. First is just the technology itself. AI models, it's a developing technology, so they do have errors. They hallucinate, and so sometimes they do things which are not correct. But then a lot of times, AI projects are failing because, as you're building those sort of AI systems, you're not providing the right context, the right background to AI for it to do the right job. For example, you ask AI some question, but you haven't given the right information that it can use to synthesize, summarize, and give you the right answers back. So there are a lot of these technical issues, but I think it is expected for any new technology that is coming out there. And 90% of the projects failing, it does mean that 10% of them succeeded, and they actually did make impact. So when you look at 2025, in areas like software development, customer service, these are big success stories for AI, where you actually were able to deliver impact at a significant scale.
Right. Now, trust is a big issue here also. How do you make sure that employees trust the AI, and especially when they worry again about the AI replacing them? How do you build that trust between employees and the AI systems that are being integrated into their workflow?
Yeah, that's a great question. Especially after many years of like ChatGPT telling you that 1 + 1 is equal to 3, and making mistakes like that. People did lose confidence in AI, and there is that sort of fundamental, lack of trust, that happens with AI systems. Part of it is also the nature of technology, because AI systems are probabilistic.
Right.
They're not actually verifiable. The work is not verifiable. So the techniques, that we use, for example, so Glean, just for background, Glean is a product that looks and feels like ChatGPT, but it works inside your company, and you can go and ask questions, where you need sort of that data from your internal systems inside the company to answer those questions. We will answer those for you.
Right.
So, but the way so people come and ask questions in Glean, we answer them. So how do we create confidence that it is correct? So part of it is when AI generates things, it has to now it has a burden of proving that it is right. It has to show, for any line of response that AI gives back to you, where it actually pulled that information and data
But how, Arvind, do you handle the exceptions, the edge cases, where the AI can be incorrect in its recommendation or counterintuitive? What sort of guardrails do you implement there?
Yeah. So I think, first of all, I think you have to show your work. That is, the AI has to show how it did its work to actually create that confidence in the users. But then also you have to set the right guardrails in place.
For example?
For example, let's say that you are, let's say you are an engineer in a company, and you ask sensitive questions in AI. You ask hey, what's this person's salary, or how much money do they make? Now, that's an example of somebody trying to attack the system, and the AI system has to have the right guardrails in place so that you don't actually bring sensitive information and share it with somebody who doesn't have rights to share that, to view that information. So those are some of the sort of guardrails that enterprises have to put in place to ensure that AI, doesn't start to leak information internally within your enterprise.
All right. Now, I think everyone here is very curious to know some real-life examples of how this has worked, measuring the success of AI. Give us a real-world example of where AI measurably improved a team's performance or its decision-making, something that we can relate to.
Yeah, there are so many good examples. I'll cover it 2 or 3 maybe quickly. So as I was mentioning before, customer service is a great example where AI is actually helping agents double their productivity today. Because when a customer calls you and now you have to answer a question that they have, oftentimes these are repetitive questions that AI can actually quickly answer for you. So we have deployed Glean for customer service teams, where at large enterprises, they have 50,000 or more support agents, and now they're resolving twice as many tickets on a daily basis. So this is with the power of AI, because they don't have to actually go and figure out answers for every single question that customers have.
Right.
I'll give you another example. today already in coding. Most of the, like these days, humans are actually writing less code than ever before because AI is actually writing, more than 30% of all the code that is being written in the world already. Another one is for legal teams. Every day you have to review large contracts. They're 100 pages long to see if there's any issue with those contracts. It used to take weeks to actually complete that task, but now you can actually, build an agent in AI and guide it to like how you used to review the contracts, and that review happens in like 2 minutes.
Right.
So there are a lot of these day-to-day business problems across all of your departments within an enterprise that can be truly automated and actually, in fact, improve, where you can improve quality of that work with AI.
How then do you measure the success beyond tool usage and cost savings? What metrics matter the most in deciding whether it's become successful for your organization if you were to use it?
Yeah, so basically for an organization, the real success, like first, there's productivity gains, right? So it is sort of well understood that when you use good AI tools, like, every employee sort of is able to go work faster, save a few hours every day, like, they don't have to actually wait for people to give them answers to their questions. So there is that, productivity benefit, which is sort of, people believe in it. Like, it's sort of intuitive, and that's why, like everybody's, going and buying these AI tools like ours. But that's not hard savings. Hard savings actually happen, when you are actually able to move the metrics that you already have, the way you measure your business. So every business measures itself differently. For example, again, a customer service team, they measure the success of their team based on like how many tickets per day one agent is going to resolve. So when you have these hard metrics, then you can see movement in them, and that sort of gives you the proof that AI is actually delivering real value and hard dollars back to you.
But there has to be challenges though, right, Arvind? Scaling this across teams, across regions. What do you see as the biggest obstacles here?
Well, the biggest obstacle to AI or getting it adopted properly is at first, it's such a new technology and enterprises are struggling to figure out how to prioritize. What are the 3 different things, that they may be doing this year that will bring the maximum impact for AI? This is a very hard thing for most businesses in the world because they're not, experts in AI. They don't actually fully understand what AI can do for them. So that's the number one challenge. It is just awareness for what is the power of AI, what it can do for you, and then actually creating a roadmap that allows you to sort of execute on those prioritized list of projects.
And I imagine changing the mindset as well, right? And the cultural organization to some extent.
Yeah, I mean, so that's another one is from, at most organizations, the boardrooms, the CEO, they're fully bought into AI. They want to actually embrace AI.
It's the employees that are hard to convince.
And actually, like, in some sense, everybody wants to learn AI. That's not like, people want to, like, make sure that they are modernizing themselves. But the challenge is that from the top level directive that we need to embrace AI to getting to the specifics of like what exact projects are we going to deliver this year, that is where the struggle is, because that's where like now you have to really answer like more difficult questions, like should I do this project or that project, and that's the struggle that we see, and that's what then like for us like as a AI product company, that is the main thing that we help our customers with is sort of helping them figure out what they should work on.
We have about a minute left. Look into your crystal ball. What does the super intelligent organization look like in 10, 15 years? And to the leaders who are here, what recommendation do you give them? What is one step they should take today to become this super organization that you described?
Well, so first of all, like 10 to 15 years, I have no idea what's going to happen. Like this technology moves so fast, so rapidly. So maybe you can plan 1 year. So even like in 1 year we will see a big change, like in terms of how businesses work. And I think the biggest thing that I see changing is adoption. So today, in most large enterprises, even if you are very AI forward, you will only have 10% of your workforce truly embracing AI in a big way. And the remaining 90%, they're still busy doing their work the same way as they used to do before. And so not everybody is lifting, at the same pace, with AI, and that will change this year. because AI products are actually going to take that responsibility of bringing everybody along together on this journey. So AI is going to become proactive. You don't have to actually go and ask AI for help. AI is going to come and provide that help for you. And then my advice to leaders, like, of course, I think everybody's already bought in. You want to embrace AI. One thing that I would suggest is actually have a function by function, department by department, have somebody who owns AI adoption, and like remove other responsibilities for them. Like the shared responsibility doesn't work.
Okay.
So you have to actually have people whose job it is to actually roll out AI within their own teams. That is what we're seeing drives the most success at the leading companies that are embracing AI successfully.
Thank you so much for that great recommendation, great piece of advice. So insightful to talk to you. Arvind Jain, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause.
Thank you so
Arvind,
much.
thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
إنزين يا الغاليين. So we discovered a little bit, about AI, and we have another session that we're going to start real soon. But just real quick, just by show of hands, just because I'm interested, how many of you are here at this function because you're looking for investment? Interesting. How many of you are here planning on investing in any of the businesses, just by show of hands? Very interesting. Okay, and how many of you are here just for a learning experience? Very cool, very cool. I'm not saying it's going to lead to anything by you raising your hands, but I'm just saying something might happen. All right, next up, we turn to a critical question at the heart of innovation and power. Joining us are William Lazonic, Professor of Economics Emeritus at the University of Massachusetts, and Mohammed Leela, founder and CEO of Goodable. This session explores why sky-high executive compensation isn't just a fairness issue, but an innovation killer, examining how extreme CEO pay and concentrated power erode trust, and of course, hollow out organizations and ultimately slow progress. The conversation challenges us to rethink how leadership and rewards and innovation truly work together. So please welcome them both on stage.
So Bill, what's wrong with CEOs making a whole lot of money?
Okay, there's nothing wrong with making good money, but if the objective is to make a whole lot of money, then in my view, they're not a good CEO. It might be an outcome of them being a good CEO or a great CEO that they make a lot of money. But I think the objective of a good CEO is first to produce products, goods and services that people really want and need. Secondly, to make sure that the value creators get rewarded and are there to produce more goods and services and maintain the quality of the existing one, and that's the labor force.
So if those conditions exist, if a company is doing well, if the share price is doing really well, the board of directors is happy, you're meeting your quotas, why shouldn't a CEO get paid a lot of money?
Okay, so then there's a question of how much.
Right.
And that is really something that, in a way, is subject to social norms, except the reason we have the title of this talk, the $1 Trillion CEO, because the social norms have been blown to bits. Okay. There used to be a norm that there was some relation between what the people at the top get and what everybody else gets.
Right.
And also what the whole society gets, recognizing that that company is part of society. We as taxpayers, let's say I'm in the United States where I live, we fund the infrastructure and the knowledge base through the government agencies that all these companies use. we're not getting back the taxes through their tax system right now, what we actually put in, because the CEOs are saying, oh, the only ones who matter are shareholders.
Right.
Now, part of the problem here is, which I've written a whole lot about, is that the shareholders are the ones in these publicly listed companies who matter least, because all they do is buy and sell shares.
Right.
They're not investors in the company, as is often said. They are just people who are households who have money and are saving money. Of course, some of them are very rich households.
Well, what this is the nature of company ownership today, right?
Well, not really. Okay, because what really, if I look at U.S. capitalism, and it's even more so in many other places. First of all, going back, let's say the beginning of the 20th century, the stock market was never a source of funding of companies. It was a way in which people who had built up companies could exit. That's what a venture capitalist now calls an IPO. So when Andrew Carnegie built up Carnegie Steel, and then it became part of U.S. Steel because J.P. Morgan engineered a merger after the turn of the century, basically Carnegie was getting his money out of the company, and you had a bunch of shareholders there who were just people who bought and sold shares. By the 1920s, that market was very liquid because some of those companies were dominant. They started to be called blue chip stocks. The origin of the term blue chip is that this was the most valuable chip in a gambling casino. So it was recognized that even these best companies were very risky, which proved to be the case when you had the stock market crash.
So let me ask you this. There are some companies and some CEOs that are ubiquitously attached to the company. So you couldn't picture Apple without Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
You couldn't picture today a company like Tesla without Elon Musk. Whatever you think of him, it's difficult to separate the CEO / founder / guy who runs the place with the company themselves. So in those cases, the argument is, well, the CEO is so critical to that company's success that they are the most important, quote, employee, and they should be paid accordingly.
Yeah,
where's the flaw in that?
Yeah, that may be true and not always true. It really depends on the company, but it always goes way beyond the CEO. It's all the people who really have the expertise and engage in what I call organizational learning, collective and cumulative learning. You can't do it all alone, you can't do it all at once, and you have to build an organization. Now, you need a leader of the organization, and in some cases, when you're really trying to pursue something that has not been done before, you need a visionary.
Like the iPhone had never been done before.
And so I see Steve Jobs. I don't do, well, when I stopped teaching a while ago, but I used to hold up maybe a decade ago my iPhone and said, this was science fiction 20 years ago. I wouldn't say that about a pure EV car. I mean, it wasn't science fiction 20 years before. Actually, GM was a leader in EVs and then killed the electric car. That's why Tesla was started. But so there are different, some innovations that are so visionary that it really, really matters. And I would say that's much more in the case of Jobs. Now, even without Jobs, of course, it started as the PC revolution. There were a lot of PCs. And of course, Apple was not a leader for a long time.
But doesn't that prove the argument, though, that if you break into a new space or create a new concept like Steve Jobs did with Apple and putting music in your pocket, which before hadn't been done, doesn't that justify, in today's terms, I mean, it's tough to talk about $1 trillion CEO,
yeah,
but
it could, but the fact is, Apple, Steve Jobs made his first billions from Pixar.
Right.
Before, when he was ousted from Apple, they didn't want him anymore in 1985. He sold almost all his shares, except one. Came back, managed to come back in. Very important, he managed to bring a team of people from Next, his company, with him, and from Pixar. When he died in 2011, he owned 0.6% of the stock.
Wow.
So he was not one of the richest people in the world. That's plenty. That was worth a lot.
So, but now, I mean, now the CEO is no longer just the one who runs the company. There's this whole celebritization of the CEO role where they may not be even involved hand-to-hand, like day-to-day stuff, but you could argue that they're just as important now because of that sort of public-facing role.
Well, okay. I would say that there could be lots of other CEOs of Apple now, other than Tim Cook.
Sure.
What Tim Cook did was he outsourced manufacturing to China, and Steve Jobs loved that because it gave them efficient manufacturing. It also, they outsourced their rechargeable batteries to China. Now China is a leader in EV batteries, United States. They outsourced their semiconductor fabrication to TSMC, made TSM the world leader. Now, in all this, there is some big problem, and the problem is that Tim Cook, his main claim to fame as CEO of Apple is that he's given away about $817 billion to shareholders in stock buybacks. That's in addition to about $170 billion in dividends. It's since 2013 to the present, it's about I think 119% of their profits. Now, he's doing that to keep his job. Now, his job is very lucrative, but there's a structure of power in the United States that has been put in place since the 1980s under the mantra of maximizing shareholder value, where a relatively small number of people, and I can name them, Nelson Peltz, Carl Icahn, William Ackman, Paul Singer, a few others, are able to buy 1% of the shares, 2% maybe on the market, and tell those companies what to do because they get the shares, the proxy votes of the institutional shareholders. There's a structure they put in place that has made this more powerful, given them more money to do it, and these people who are CEOs, they live in fear of them.
Wow.
Elon Musk lives in fear of the hedge fund activists.
Say that again so the audience just, Elon Musk lives in fear.
He lives in fear, and when the reason he is approaching the possibility of being a $1 trillion CEO, not that he minds that, is that he has been so obsessed with not losing control or with keeping control of Tesla that these so-called pay packages of his have all been to give him enough shares to control Tesla and not be ousted. He needs about 25%, given the way voting is structured at Tesla.
So most corporations are set up with checks and balances to prevent imbalances of power and stuff, but then you have some scenarios where, like you said, you have controlling shares and you can sort of push your way through. There's a word that capitalists hate. The word is regulation. And so are you just talking about, well, the answer is regulation here? And if so, who's the one to regulate it?
Yeah.
It is.
Okay, there's some regulations that can go too far and kill innovation, but there's some that are needed to enable innovation. And one regulation that I think the United States needs to enable innovation now is to ban Rule 10b-18. Now, who here has heard of Rule 10b-18? Okay. It was passed under the radar under Ronald Reagan in November 1982. I call it a license to loot. It basically says the Securities and Exchange Commission considers stock buybacks done as open market repurchases to be a manipulation of your stock price, but we'll allow you to do it up to a certain extent, and we won't charge you with manipulation. We'll give you a safe harbor. NVIDIA, given its stock price and the volume of trading, can do about $8 billion a day buying back its own stock, day after day after day, and not be charged manipulation. Apple, it's about $4 billion. Microsoft, it's about $800 million. Apple, as I said, has done $817 billion in buybacks since 2013. It could have taken $20 billion a year, let's say $250 billion, at max and invested in a state-of-the-art fab in the United States, and TSMC would be out there as a pure-play foundry but would not be the world leader. Now, anybody who knows anything about world history right now that knows it's not just that TSMC is the world's leading fab. It's the greatest source of tension between Taiwan and China and the United States that exists right now.
So let's look at the big picture for a second. We're at Web Summit in Qatar. It's filled with investors, startup founders who are looking to create value, add value, extract value from something where there wasn't. There are a lot of people here that want to become what are known as unicorn founders. They want to found billion-dollar companies. And with AI, there's a potential now that some people in this room could found a trillion-dollar company. And there's even talk of being the world's first solo trillion-dollar founder, which wouldn't have happened before AI. Yeah. What does it mean for innovation if we're telling those people, hey, listen, you can build a big company, but just don't pay yourself an exorbitant amount of money? Yeah. Because for some people, that might be what drives them.
Yeah, I would say the ones, my view, and I've looked at lots of companies, the ones that are going to succeed are the one for which being a unicorn is the outcome, not the objective. And it's the ones who know how to manage, know the technology, know the market, know how to manage the labor force, know how to attract people, retain those people, keep them working with the company, so they have their trust in who's running the company. That is what matters in building a company.
So can I put you on the hot spot for a second? I want to put you on the hot spot for a second. You're one of the world's experts in CEO compensation. You know the regulatory environment. Let's use the example of Elon Musk, because he's just the most famous. What do you think a reasonable salary for someone like him should be?
Well,
what do you think a reasonable salary for someone like an Elon Musk would be? What's not a number? What's a range?
Okay, I could give a number. You know, maybe
billions,
20 million, 30 million. For me, that would even be too much because, frankly, I think there are lots of people who do the work and want to be compensated, but don't need that kind of money even to do the work. It's just that society has allowed these new social norms to be created. And even with all the greed is good stuff, has basically elevated these people and say they are really the people who are changing the world. Right now, in my view, Elon Musk is destroying Tesla. And he's going to get paid magnificently to destroy Tesla. There is one proviso with Elon Musk, which is kind of unusual. In most CEO pay, there are no production requirements. There might be some financial triggers that get your pay higher, but there tend not to be any production requirements. In Musk's packages, these big packages we got in 2009, 12, 2018, and now the current one, they all have milestones that involve, in his case, producing like selling a million humanoids.
And I think he met most of those production quotas, right?
Well, they did it with the Tesla because, and really the feat with Tesla was designing a reasonably good car that was a pure EV, investing in the charging infrastructure. That was a key move. A weakness of Tesla is they did not invest in the batteries. They relied on Panasonic. BYD has its own, it started as a battery company, it has its own battery that is world leading. But they were able to mass produce a car at a time when no one else was positioned to mass produce an EV. People who really wanted EVs, willing to drive it, they put out enough infrastructure so that they reduced range anxiety, and it succeeded.
So let me jump in and ask you one final question in the 30 seconds or so that we have left. Look into your crystal ball. Do you think we are going to see a $1 trillion CEO in the next 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think the race is on to grab as much stock as possible to make yourself as rich as possible. It's been totally unleashed in the United States. It's not new. It began in the mid-1980s. I was at Harvard Business School when they started preaching maximizing shareholder value. But it's totally unleashed now, and of course with Trump in office and all these people kowtowing to Trump and corruption being the name of the game, yeah, you know, whatever means is necessary is going to be taken to make the rich even richer.
All right, well, Bill, thank you for your time, and thank you all of you in the audience. Enjoy the rest of Web Summit.
All right, everyone. Next up, we have a keynote from William Sargent, chairman of Oscar-winning Frame Store. In this session, he'll explore how smarter use of AI can be embedded into everyday creative workflows to reimagine existing content, accelerate new ideas, and unlock entirely new revenue opportunities. So please, everyone, welcome William Sargent.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming. I'm honored to have an audience here. Today, I want to talk about AI and the process of making content, which is what we do as our living. Co-creating with AI. I want to talk to you about 3 specific topics in this area. I want to talk about the opportunity. A lot has been discussed here, and the opportunity going forward. I want to talk to you about the reality of AI as we see it from our stance in the industry. And then finally, I want to talk about the prize. We're all interested in what is the prize? What's it going to be? Is it worth money? Is it opportunity? What are we talking about? So first, let me put some context as to why I feel able to stand on this stage and address you and talk about AI and content making. Our company was put together about 40 years ago in 4 weeks' time. And from the very beginning, it's a combination, a partnership really of 3 components of innovation, creativity, and technology. We were the first people in our field in filmmaking to apply computers to the process of making films, making contents and that. That was innovation. All the major sort of pivot points in filmmaking over the 40 years, we've been very much part of the heart of it. And of course, what we do is creative. It's storytelling. It's supporting people who are telling stories. And of course, it's not just one story or 2 stories or one a platform or 2. So let me give you sort of, a minute's worth of examples of some of the materials that we create. Thank you. My colleagues are always pleased to get the recognition, so thank you on their behalf. And what you've seen there is many platforms, from mobile phones to tablets, through cinema screens, through immersive experience, through theme parks and that, and it's all about storytelling. And to put our context and our credentials in place, we've been very lucky to be recognized over the years. We're very much a creative and technology leader in digital production. And one of the things that we're most proud of is not just the creative awards that we get, but for example, if you look at the Oscars there, half of those are from the Academy for Scientific Achievement, and the other half are for creative achievement. And this year, for example, we've just been nominated for Formula One in this year's Oscars, so fingers crossed in a few weeks' time. We're busy trying to persuade everybody to vote for us. What I'm trying to do today is just give you some thoughts, obviously in 18 minutes, to give you some things to take away that help form your perspective on AI and the content-making world. And I want to introduce the first word which you may not have come across, which is directed AI. I want to contrast this with generative AI, which is what you're more familiar with being discussed at the moment. And the world of AI is more normally associated in the visual world with generative AI. And I want to be able to sort of tease these out for you so you take them forward and understand where we think the world is going and our role in it. So great stories are built on coherent worlds. And basically, generative AI is where we get our ideas, where we generate our ideas, where we explore stuff, we make decisions in that, but it doesn't allow us to basically make the end product, the end film, the end experience in that. That's very much directed AI. And for 40 years, we've been developing our process of making images through a pipeline. And what we do with AI, machine learning is something we've been doing for over a decade now. We take AI and machine learning and 40 years worth of data and experience, and we apply it to the process. So the analogy, if you're a producer or if you're a writer, is every single part of what you do in your part of the creative process, you should look at every component and think, what can I do with machine learning? What can I do here to automate, improve? Generally, we are looking to do something quicker, better, faster, and more of. And that affects the creative process as well as the financial equation that we work in on that. And basically, the thing about directed AI is we add to that the human bit, what we call the creative cinematic intelligence. Now, this is the big thing in content making. You know that storytelling is about connecting with human beings, whether it be an emotion to buy something, an emotion to be moved, an emotion to experience something. And that bit really comes from the human intelligence and cinematic layer. Our experience, our amazing artists, our amazing developers who bring experience to bear and use the AI tools. So the AI tools on their own aren't what makes emotion, what makes a performance. It's the cinematic intelligence component, which is what our studio brings to the technology. Now, again, so I've just given you those couple of thoughts to sort of try to get a context when you're making content. And content, as I say, goes from advertising to immersive to film to corporate videos, everything, right? Now, the mindset you should take away today is very much that content is data, right? A film, an advertisement, a visual film that you make of your family, all of this is data, and all of this is very powerful and very usable. And in our case, our data is the assets that we make. So we'll make a Harry Potter character, we'll make a Paddington, we'll make a Guardians of the Galaxy. But behind that is not just the film layer at the top, that what people are currently doing their training on, but it's all the design process, all the components, the choices that are made in order to get to that. All of that is data. All of that is in the process that we make. And the two together, the assets and the actual content, is our data. And if you put that data together with AI, and don't forget, AI is a 50-year-old technology, which some of us have been doing and many of you have been using in industry for the last 10 or 15 years. Put those two together and you have real opportunity. Now, let me make this more specific to the sector that I'm most closely associated with, Hollywood. Hollywood is approximately about a $300 billion revenue community, so to speak. In that, about $210 billion is spent by the 8 Hollywood studios, which includes Apple, Amazon, and Netflix, as well as the legacy ones of Warner's and the others. And so in that 210 billion spend, we have taken a view, what we call the 30 plus 30, which goes 30% of the production process and spend should be able to be saved in the course of the next near future. So that's a $60 billion sort of impact on the spend. But more importantly, which people don't normally talk about when they talk about AI in content making, is that new forms of revenue will be made, or forms of revenue that are currently too expensive at the moment. A computer game costs, anywhere from 10 to 50 million to be made. So new forms of revenues and new forms of ways of delivering IP that can be monetized will be created. I mean, the analogy I would give you, which you'll be familiar with, Google sent, I don't know how many cars, 100,000 cars around the world to map every single street, right? And of course, that was an enormous capturing of data. But of course, then 10, 15 years on, of course, the monetization of that data has resulted in the fact that we all use Google Maps and people advertise on it and have their premises and so forth and that. So there are thoughts, there are products and services in 10 years' time that we can't even imagine, which would be enabled by the application of machine learning to the products that get created. So add the two together, 30% enhancement on the 300 million, 30% reduction on the 210, and now you're talking about 150 billion. I won't say the word disruption because a lot of it's got to do with enablement, but it's a very, very powerful equation in a very small sector, and there are tens of sectors. There's immersive, there's theme parks, there's games, there's everything else. So if you think about that sort of scale. Now we come to sort of the pouring cold water over the excitement of AI, the reality. Now, the first bit of the reality is it doesn't come cheap. It's very expensive to do, and you have to invest the money up front. You're seeing at the moment a gigantic land war, infrastructure war, where people are building data centers and things like that. In our case, just to give you a very simple example, for us to be able to use the data of 10 and 20 years worth of material, we first of all have to organize it. And even us who've been in it for a decade, didn't organize ourselves 10 and 15 years ago to use that data to train, okay? We also have to clarify whether the data is legal, whether we're allowed to use it by our clients, et cetera, et cetera. So all of this is time, normally people's time, and so if you use 50 people, you're talking about millions of dollars of expense because it takes you a couple of years to organize your data normally. So there's an investment in hardware, there's an investment in software, there's an investment in organization before you can get excited about the benefits of AI. I've alluded to the fact that it's time. This does not happen overnight. Everybody got excited in the last 2 years about AI going to transform everything, but already the reality is setting in of it doesn't happen overnight. It happens bit by bit, slowly but surely, and it's process, and it's not very sexy stuff. It's just boring process, building organizations, changing organizations, and that. And the final component of the reality is planning. None of this will give you the benefit if you don't plan. So the analogy I'm bringing you back to in terms of if you're content makers, and there's lots of content makers I'm sure in the room, which is you need to plan AI into your content production. You need to plan, for example, to use AI augmentation in your scripting, in your staffing, in your scheduling. Literally, you can go through the entire process of filmmaking from the script to the delivery to the cinema, and every single component you probably have tools that you can already use in AI. So the mindset I'm trying to get across is you need to plan, and I would suspect that virtually nobody in the room is ready for this yet. Now, this is the good news. There is a prize if you do all this and you plan and you spend the money and you do all that, right? The first of it is more revenue. I've given you an example of what we believe Hollywood can get from, 50, 60, 70 billion dollars of new revenue. Obviously, it replaces some of the lost revenue, but it is important. More content. One of the things that we all want, and our belief and our company's been set up on a storytelling. We all like, a character, a storyline, and if we could get that storyline every week as opposed to in 2 years' time in film franchises, we would. And so therefore, the successful franchises, successful IP, would like to be able to give their consumers and their community more and more content. So that's the second prize that comes from the application and the use of AI technology across the content process. And then the final one, which is sort of allied to the first two in many ways, is engagement. One of the things that we know is that where you get your community, your audience, your fans engaged, you create real stickiness, the big technology companies, have built their wealth and their revenue on engagement, on what they call stickiness, right? So the ability to engage more really, again, is enabled quite often by AI. Now, the end result of all this, right, to put this in economic terms, is the first bit is what I call blended cost. So if you're spending $100 million on a Hollywood movie, right, and you can take those assets, you can take those decision-making processes and the assets and so forth, and use it throughout the system to make a $1,000 social media experience, right? So if you end up making, instead of one film only at 100 million, but now you're making 10,000 pieces of content for an extra million, you're now talking about a cost of content blended across 101 million and 10,000 items as opposed to one item. So you see the concept of blended cost, and therefore people looking at the investment, looking at it as an investment, they begin to see, oh, my investment will go a lot further in terms of opportunities, revenue, and the cost of each item goes down. And the same effectively is the case in what I'm calling blended creativity. I'll give an example. We spent 9 months deciding on the components of Paddington. Was he a meter? Was he a meter one? Was he 8 years old, 10 years old, 12 years old? An awful lot of effort goes into the creation of an emotional, connected story, and that then gets sort of packaged, and it's there for a film, and that's it. Whereas, of course, if you can keep rolling that creativity and those decision-making processes right through for the next 5 or 10 years, you've captured that creativity which you're able to blend, and so the blended creativity works through. Two concepts that you won't see normally spoken about everywhere else. So again, like the mindset bit, I'm introducing you to, I hope, will be a way of looking at AI and content. Now, all of this is really important when it comes to the financial side of the equation, and people in the room who are investors in film and that, and we'll see. True transmedia is taking a piece of IP and working across all of the devices, and to give you an example, Marvel have done this incredibly effective over the years. We haven't done all of these, but it gives you an example of the types of exploitation that are available. And so for us, and our vision and what we're doing is pulling all that together into what we call a story engine. And the story engine, just to show you it in action, is where our clients and our partners now pull together all of the IP that they've created, and I'll give you some examples in a minute. I'm going to walk you through how we envisage some of this happening. I'm hoping the video is going to catch up with me in a second, which it should. Let's have a look. Is it going to move on? No, it won't. Okay. The video is frozen, I'm afraid, that. So really what I was trying to show you is that we ingest the material. The material comes with rules, comes with storylines, comes with character behaviors. Ah, there we go. There we go. My colleagues at the back behind the scenes are working really well. What they don't know is that it takes a few seconds for this to come through. So I'm hoping, there we go. Right. It's caught up with me again. Thank you very much, colleagues at the back. So the idea is you ingest all the materials to do with that story, the characters, the materials, the backstories, the assets that went into it, and so forth. In this case, taking a character and her story and where she comes from and when she was born and all of that. So that's an example. We pull that together. Then we take the characteristics of that character, happy person, person that gets, motivated, whatever. Then we're finding loads of incidents and events in that person's life that we can use as, to create the rules about that person. Then we want to go into ways in which we generate material. In this case, we're going to take the atmospheric teaser as the example. And we're going to pick a character and do a video game cinematic in this case, right? And so with that cinematic, we're then going to decide, how does the character behave? And we're going to take, where are we going to get the characteristics from? Was it from the book that was written originally, or are we going to take it from the film that was created? And in using these rules, you can see this is all about rules, and AI is very much about creating a rules-based approach, and that we can generate a piece of content that will go out. Now, Equally important, we can monitor that. We can see where it's gone, we can see who's interacted with it, and so for the content owner, they can not just see the original film that they were involved in, they'll also see the engagement and the characters and what's going on. So this is very much an example of, you know, what you can do now in a different way than, for example, J.K. Rowling. So those of you who will call the origins of Harry Potter, J.K. sat in a cafe in the UK writing the first book. The first book, believe it or not, came out 28 years ago, right? And so there you see theater, you see cinema, you see theme parks. Now, today, all of that would be in the frame story engine. So to sum up, we're talking about world models. Traditional media, film, television, advertising, we don't do gaming. Going into continuous media, the ability to go into microdramas, location-based, real-time characters, and then what we call infinite media, which is a lot of what I've been talking about earlier. So basically what we do as a group of people working with content makers is to build worlds that formats can plug into. So to sum up, from where I'm sitting, I believe I'm looking out into a world of people who are making content. I believe the opportunities are amazing. We're incredibly excited about it. And I'm hoping that from the talk today, you've understood that the core is to implement AI in the process, think about it, start to invest, start to plan. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everyone. So just wanted to let you all know that live audio translation is available throughout the Web Summit application. So you can go ahead and follow the different links that you find around in the description of the different posts that are being made, and of course on social media. So go ahead and check those out. Now, AI is transforming the creative industries. In our next talk, we will explore the role that AI can and should take in the creative process, and how to blend the human and machine to unleash our full creative potential. In conversation with Kaivan Nikju, please give a warm welcome to the musical genius, Alo Black.
Well, you can tell everybody, yeah, you can tell everybody, go ahead and tell everybody, I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man. Yes, I am, yes, I am, yes, I am.
Come on.
I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man. I believe every lie that I ever told, paid for every...
Salam alaikum. I thought I was in Qatar. Salam alaikum. Wow, thank you so much. Aloe, first time in Qatar?
It is my first time.
What do you think?
So far, I'm loving it. This is beautiful, and the food is great.
Do you know you're not supposed to cross your legs and show the shoe to the other person? Do you know that?
Thank you for telling me that. I'm glad I didn't do it.
I'm Kayvan. I'm 100 kilometers away from home. I'm from Iran, and from our culture, it's very important, the culture of music. It's the unifying force that unites all our cultures, no matter what you speak, what color you are, where you're from. Music unites us. It brings us together. It makes us move. It makes us fall in love. And above all, it makes us happy. This guy here has made us happy. There are almost 5 billion songs streaming on his music all over social media. Aloe, you have been behind some of the most enigmatic, iconic songs in the world. Can you walk us through how can human create such incredible music from scratch, the creativity process, so that we understand a little bit of it, and then we go to how AI can impact it?
You know, I've always considered the music creation process like magic. You know, I wake up in the morning and an idea could come to me at any point in the day. It could be when I'm making breakfast for my kids, when I'm driving them to school, or having a conversation with someone on the phone, and that little idea can become the basis for a song that reaches billions of people across the world. Like, I was driving. I had been laid off. I used to work for Ernst & Young. I was a business consultant before I started in music full time. And after I'd been laid off, I was driving throughout LA, and an idea for a song came to me. And I thought, this is a good song. So I started coming up with lyrics, and it was in a series of years that I was writing this song in my head. And then in 2008, we had the GFC, Global Financial Crisis. And this is when I ended up releasing the song. And it made sense, even though I started writing it in 2003, it made more sense in 2008 when I released it. It was a song called, I need a dollar, 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 this what I need, hey, hey. And it was like a theme song to the global financial crisis. And it was just an idea, a little tiny idea in the back of my head that became something that the entire world got to know.
So it's because you had a problem, you came with creativity, right? Like there was a little bit of issue, like a little bit of hardship.
Usually there's some sort of tension that creates, friction creates fire.
Friction creates fire.
And so, this tension in my life, which had been being laid off, gave me the inspiration to write a song about needing a dollar, But, as you go through your creative process, there's so many ways to design and develop a song in particular. That particular song had a sound and a vibe and a feel. I can write things and dress them up in many different ways. And one of the bigger songs that I've made is a song that ultimately is a folk song, but it got dressed up as a dance song. And this is the convergence of technology and the age-old craft of poetry, which you, being Iranian and the home of Rumi, know very well.
Absolutely. We will go to that song later on. I heard my good friend Mike Reiner says that the best founders that he knows have huge trauma in their lives. Is this also true for artists that are super successful?
You know what? I find that there are a lot of artists who use their trauma as fuel for their art, and it seems to be a reality. I do not subscribe to the idea that it is a requisite in order to create. I feel like some of the best artists are great mirrors. They're a reflection of what they see in society, and they're able to translate that into the art they create and then embellish and modify it in different ways. I consider myself one of those kinds of translators, right? I certainly don't want to experience any great trauma in order to create. But what I feel like I've been able to do is use the grace and the benefit that I've had in my life, the privilege that I've had in my life, to create songs about what I call affirmation, inspiration, and motivation. Songs that can motivate you to live your best life.
You work with some of the most incredible artists, most incredible DJs, DJ Alok, Avicii, many others. Was there a unifying language between those people? Because when you hit the studio, for example, you're in a Netflix documentary with Avicii, there must have been something there you saw, the creative process of that guy, and then you can, like, how does that start? How do you create a song with a genius already? Don't you want to take a back seat or you take a front seat? Are you involved? Like, walk us through, because it's a unique opportunity for people to hear that.
Yeah, a lot of the creative process and that kind of collaboration is colliding two separate worlds. I come from the world of songwriting and lyrics and melody, and they're also coming from the world of songwriting, but it's a different kind. It's very technical. They're using these computer programs, right, to design sounds and soundscapes. And what real work is to find the right message that's going to fit over this. I like to consider it special effects. It's like when you watch a movie, there's a story, and then there's the story that gets written into a screenplay. The screenplay gets acted by the actors. You have the director of photography who's filming, and after all of it gets filmed, you have the post-production special effects team. And with EDM and working with dance DJs, we come in, we, meaning the songwriters, top liners, are coming in with the song and the melody, and the DJs are adding the special effects on top to make it the blockbuster hit that we ultimately all want to go see.
So after you create a song?
In many ways, it's after.
Okay.
Sometimes it happens before. Sometimes they come to us, the top liners and singers, with the special effects already made. A little bit harder to craft a story into that, in my opinion. There are some people who are really good at it. I prefer that I get to write the story first, and then we get to build the sonic world around it.
As you know, I'm against AI. Yes, I am against AI. I don't think it's needed at all. We'll be fine without it. You're an artist. The process you just talked to me in the last 8 minutes, do you think an AI can come up with a trauma, come up with a story, come up with a melody, and then work in a studio to create something?
I think it's possible for AI to do almost anything at this point.
Don't say that.
I've been using, I know we're not going to agree on this. And as an artist, I probably have a lot of other, my peers, not agreeing with what I'm going to say, but I feel like AI is capable of almost everything in the world of art at this point, from ideation to creation, execution, to expansion of concept. I've been playing around with a lot of the tools. And the one thing that I found that it doesn't do well yet is write the lyrics. It can make the sounds of the music, it can sing really well, it can play the instruments really well. But in the English language, there are some nuances that it still has yet to achieve, but it is just at the tip. It's almost there.
Hold on, doesn't this scare the shit out of you? I mean, you're an artist, come on. This is...
So, you know, as an artist, it is quite daunting to think that these algorithms, these LLMs, these intelligences will be able to do what I do and eventually, potentially do it better. But it ultimately depends on what the consumer wants. And if the fans, the consumers, want a product that did not come from another human being, then that would be what the marketplace is going to demand. My suspicion is that humans will always want to receive messages and art from humans. There will always be a market for it. And perhaps it will be a premium market. Maybe artists like myself who are doing things in real life and in real time will be the premium market, and the AI music will be the consumer grade, retail, for everybody market.
Do you know the dead internet theory? Do you know what that is?
Tell me.
You know, dead internet theory is where basically AI is posting for AI, and it's not even humans saying it. It's just like out there, and it's making internet more and more like a desert land, like completely nothing, without any engagement. And what you just told me, like, sounds like we're going slightly that way, because YouTube is going to launch soon. Well, not launch, they're going to start banning more and more AI content. Spotify is already on this. A lot of content is coming on Spotify with AI. Is there a danger that we're going to not know when Aloe Black's song is going to be made by AI next year or even this year?
I mean, I think it's an interesting question. I feel like, yes, we are moving in that direction. I don't think there's a way to turn it around. But ultimately, it's going to come down to the real life experiences that you can engage in and know that you're touching, feeling, seeing, hearing, smelling what's real, if that's what excites you. I will say, though, there are virtual artists in Korea and in Japan, and there's a market for it. And when you even look at the West, there's an artist group named the Gorillas. It's a cartoon band, and people would still go to the concerts.
Come on, but
Still
Gorillas is
engaged.
different. I don't know, there's people behind
There
it.
is a
They're on
difference.
stage.
There is a difference because there are people on stage, but ultimately, the consumer is going to determine what is valuable, and if an artist type like the Gorillas is the gateway drug to on the West to the virtual artist, I think it's not too far off that AI is going to be creating the artists, and people will be going to engage. At this point, there are festivals all over the world where there's a DJ on stage, and the DJ is just playing music. It's not a live band, and they've got huge screens displaying content. And so what are people really experiencing? They're experiencing a digital experience. It's not as though there's a live band playing. It's just recorded music being played really loud.
But I think, would you say you agree with this sentiment that the more AI there is, the more in real life experiences we want? We want this. I mean, people here do talk about AI, but end of the day, it's engagement, especially in this region where culture is so prevalent.
I agree 100%. Web Summit could happen on the web, but you're here. And the reason you're here is because you're still human. You still crave the in real life experience, the networking that you get to do as you walk through, and the randomness of it. It's hard to do random networking on a virtual conference, but this is where all of the magic happens, when it's rubbing shoulders with people that you've never met who live across the ocean from you. That's the beauty. And that's what I still do believe, that there will be a place for it. Although we will be competing very, very, in a very powerful way with technology.
Just a little provocation. If tomorrow AI is turned off, would you miss it?
If tomorrow AI is turned off, would I miss it?
No more.
I have been having fun playing around with ChatGPT and Grok and Claude and Gemini and.
But would you miss it?
Would I miss it?
You wouldn't. You wouldn't miss it.
It's kind of fun. It's a nice toy.
Yeah, but so are cars. I mean, there's a lot of toys out there. But AI, I don't think people will miss it. Honestly, people will not miss it. I'm a provocateur. I like to.
I might miss it for a second. I will tell you though, I have been using AI to do things that I probably wouldn't spend the time to actually do. Like, I've got an idea for a musical that I want to write.
Musical? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
And so I'm using AI to help flesh out the story. I can have a conversation back and forth with AI to develop the storyline, to come up with some concepts for the songs in the musical, to develop the character arcs. And all of this to me is like, it really does help push me to get work done that I normally would have procrastinated on.
Oh, so your output is much more because of
it? I feel like it is increasing my output.
But so is everyone else's.
It potentially is increasing everyone else's. I think ultimately it's whoever gets to the finish line first with the best idea.
A few years ago, not many years ago, 10 years ago, more than that, you came out with a song, and it changed the way I lived that year. It was very impactful for me, and I'm sure a lot of people here had the same thing. I would love you to sing the second verse of that song, that you know what I'm talking about. Before you do, tell me the process. How did you come up with it? What was the mood in your head? And how did you get it out so quickly? Because it was remarkable.
So I believe firmly that unconditional love is really the answer to all of our problems in the world. And so I always want to put those kinds of messages into my music, and I'm trying to find interesting ways to do it. A little bit of self-deprecation, but also just connecting the fabric of humanity through my lyrics. So in this song, I say, I tried carrying the weight of the world, but I only have 2 hands. I hope I get the chance to travel the world, but I don't have any plans. Wish that I could stay forever this young, not afraid to close my eyes. Well, life's a game made for everyone, and love is the prize. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost.
Hello, Black. Shukran.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So wake me up when it's all over, when
You going this way?
wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older.
All right, so after all of that, to be honest, I was expecting him to just say, I need a real, right? I need a real. That's what we wanted. But, of course, now we've got another event to enjoy, another talk. Now, film can tell stories in ways that other mediums cannot, showing the full range of human emotion and culture. Our next speaker is part of a team that's building a film ecosystem in Qatar to help Arab stories around the world. And he was also part of a team that was behind the World Cup. And of course, we're going to explore how with MSN Now's Ayman Muhyiddin. So please, everyone, welcome them to the stage, the Managing Director of the Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy, Hassan Al-Dhawadi.
There we go. Habibi, look. Thanks a lot, bro.
Got you.
Shukran, shukran.
Hassan, it's great to see you, my friend.
Always good to see you, my friend. Welcome back home.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to be back in Qatar. Every time I come back, there's so many new things that are happening. It's such a dynamic place. So I wanted to start by asking you, you've obviously dealt with the legacy of the World Cup. You've brought big sporting events and cultural events to Qatar. And it seems now the new frontier is in film and entertainment. Tell us how you got to that and why film and entertainment is the new frontier.
Well, simple. I mean, you know, the simple answer is, I think film and entertainment, specifically film, right? It formed a significant part of my life. You know, growing up, I think like most of us, right? Entertainment generally has an impact on how we view society, how we view cultures. But for me, you know, moving from one place to another when I was a kid, it was 2 elements that always kind of made me part of a community, or made me feel part of a community, and always made me feel also part of home. Sports, and I was able to kind of satisfy that through the belief of, you know, sport being one of the most important unifying platforms, and through the World Cup. But then it was film, right? You know, I think I keep telling people, the impact that it's had, I traveled the world through my couch. I watched movies from all over the world. It formed, you know, how I saw cultures. It educated me about what it meant to come from different parts of the world. And I really saw it as it had a very strong unifying impact on me. And it built up a lot of my perspective on the world. And the simplest example I will give, I keep telling people this, apparently I have a very strong American accent. I went to university in Sheffield. I did my A-levels in Scunthorpe. For those that don't know, that's Northern England. So this is not a Northern English accent. A big part of that was, you know, Martin Scorsese and his movies. So it was a simple transition because I saw the unifying impact that sports had. And I always used to say the World Cup was a spark. It was a spark that allowed people from different walks of life and different cultures and backgrounds to get together on a unifying platform. Now, how do we harness that spark? How do we build upon it? And one of the most important ways, and one of the most impactful ways that lasts, is content, is movies, is narrative storytelling. And just like we said with the World Cup, when is the time for the World Cup to host when is the time for the Middle East to host, the first World Cup? The time is now, as Your Highness had said. Today, I think Arabic content is missing in the global narrative, specifically. We see a lot of representation. We see a lot of, considering that I think the Egyptian film industry at least is as old as Hollywood, we're not really present in the global narrative storytelling psyche. And so I think the next level is for all of us collectively to have our stories being told the way we see ourselves, the way the world can actually start seeing us.
You laid out a lot there, and I want to kind of pick some of that apart from a few different angles. But let me just start out by, before we get to the storytelling and the narrative, about why Qatar, and what is it that Qatar has to offer in this moment? Because when you think of filmmaking, you think of entertainment, it's an industry that has been around 100 years. Obviously, cinema and film comes from all around the world, but we've often thought of the entertainment industry as being very Western-centric. There are now new markets, new technologies that are expanding those markets. What does Qatar have to offer, and why Qatar?
I think first thing that Qatar has to offer, and I think, look, generally the region, but specifically Qatar has to offer, is to dispel that concept, that entertainment is Western-centric. The reality is entertainment is global, and if you look at film industries, whether you go all the way from Japan and China, going through the Arab world, like I said, one of the first movies that came out of Egypt was in 1937. The Arab world itself, our storytelling culture, leave aside storytelling per se, but specifically the modern form of storytelling, which is film and entertainment, is old. It's not something that's new.
Right.
And yet the problem is, I think what ended up happening is, obviously the bigger markets are in the West, but it seemed to, people seem to feel that it was Western focused, but the reality is it is a global market. And that's one area that we are very fully committed to. Just like we did with the World Cup, we don't see it as a Qatar-centric element. It is a Middle Eastern Arab-centric element. And so the initiatives that we're launching today, we're working on, Qatar being a hub. One, our aim is to be the gateway for anybody who wants to access the Middle East, anybody who wants to film in the Middle East. Qatar is their gateway. It's the platform where they can come in here and then access the rest of the countries within the Middle East. And at the same time, for local Arabic content creators, the idea is for Qatar to be the platform to access global markets. Now, one thing, going back to the Western element, it's not just focusing on Western markets in the West, but also looking at Western markets in the East. Countries such as Indonesia, China, are significant consumers of content today. And there's an ability for us to be able to become, at the center of East and West, to be able to satisfy both markets as well. How do we do that? Our focus initially and primarily is we have a very innovative rebate system, a globally competitive rebate system. It's up to about 40% with a top of 10%. So in total, about 50% above the line and below the line, with a regional component as well that allows you to access the region. So the idea is that you don't have to think, do I go to Egypt? Do I go to Oman? Do I go to Kuwait? You come to Qatar, you set up in Qatar, and you get access to the rest of the Middle East and the Arab world as well. And our rebate system, the way we're launching it as well, is not paid 90 days after you submit your final, final form. You get your payments, 90 days, which, if I'm not mistaken, I think is relatively competitive. We're creating the right infrastructure in terms of providing financing. We're creating the right infrastructure in terms of providing technology, and we're partnering with some of the leading global technology providers as well when it comes to sound stages, making Qatar their base, again, accessing the Middle East. And what we're looking to do is create a home for every aspect of the film and entertainment value chain in Qatar. But again, I'm emphasizing this a lot more. You're based in Qatar, but you access the rest of the Arab world as well.
Yeah, so you bring up a really important point about the ecosystem of film and entertainment, from production to distribution to financing. Which one of those are you prioritizing? How do you sequence that when you're building an industry from the ground up?
Would you call me too ambitious if I say all?
Not at all.
I mean, no, look, I think, look, we're working in parallel with everything.
Yeah.
I think, again, maybe taking a step back and looking at, we're creating the right ecosystem. I'm hoping that everybody who's visiting maybe for the first time over here, or who are regular visitors to Qatar, can see the evolution and the development that's happening within Qatar, both in terms of infrastructure, but more importantly also within the systems that are being put in place. We're harnessing this, we're relying on this as well to create the right ecosystem to attract a lot of the major players when it comes to film and entertainment. when it comes to distribution, we're partnering with some of the best companies in the world. We're partnering with Neon. We've signed a slate financing deal with both Neon, Sony, Miramax, as well as A24. And the idea with them is to identify a number of local projects, Arabic projects, work on the development phase of them, produce them, but most importantly also work on the distribution strategy to access global markets as well. So that's one aspect where we're looking at distribution and we're focusing significantly on the distribution strategy. But we're also looking into, like I said, talking to some of the leading technology providers when it comes to the state-of-the-art sound stages, whether we're talking about robotic volume sound stages, whether we're talking about AI sound stages, and looking at how AI can contribute to the film and entertainment sector. And of course, again, financing, creating a very secure, stable hub for some of the finance providers so that Qatar becomes a hub to provide financing to Arabic content in order to be able to kind of invigorate the Arabic film industry to access, again, as I said, global markets.
You've said a few times, and I want to pick up on it, Arabic content. And I think that's very important. I think a lot of people who perhaps are coming from outside of Qatar will be surprised to hear that. People from the region will be very happy to hear that. So talk to us a little bit about what kind of content you want to develop from this region. Why is it important that the content linguistically is from here and narratively from the region as well?
Look, I think there's obviously the moment of pride. Being an Arab, I would love to see Arabic content, accessing global markets. But I think the simple fact is this, if you look at, again, and I've used this example many times, Korean content today, a lot of people use it as the benchmark. It's been able to have a significant impact in global culture, right? Whether you're talking about Korean music, whether you're talking about Korean shows, whether you're talking about Korean movies, it's made its impact. Bollywood has a significant impact in the global culture narrative. Arabic content, again, despite being old, despite being, quite, again, like I said, as old as Hollywood, we really don't have much of a presence in the global cultural narrative. And so it's very important, and keeping in mind that our storytelling, our stories are very relatable. If you look at the cultures going from Morocco all the way down to the Gulf, one way or the other, our culture has touching points, whether it's with the Mediterranean world, whether it's with Latin America, whether it's with Asia. We have these stories that are very relatable. And yet somehow our stories still don't make it to the global markets. If we do, it's usually an Oscar run, a very emotional story. There is a very, I think our stories can be commercially successful while at the same time having that artistic element and being very true and genuine to our culture.
So let me pick up on that. Do you think that there has been a misperception about this part of the world because, as you said, the content hasn't come out from this part of the world to the global markets? I mean, has that absence contributed to stereotypes and misunderstandings about the region?
I think it's twofold, right? One, for ourselves as well, as an industry, I think we became very focused internally. So whatever content we created, especially as the time passed by, it was very much for Arab world consumption. So we forgot two things. We forgot, one, to create content that would compete on a global market, but also we forgot to create content that would be consumed by the Arab diaspora. And so our content kind of became much more focused within the Arab world, and that's where we look at our box office success. What does the Arab world, what is that rate? Never looking at for it to travel. I think that's one aspect. I think the other aspect for the global community, there's a documentary, a really famous documentary called The Story of Film. If nobody's watched it, it's a very nice documentary. It talks about the history of film from the beginning of the silent ages all the way down to the 1990s. It talks about the entire globe. It talks about, it goes in depth about Kurosawa and Japan and God knows what, India, everywhere else. And, each one has at least 15 minutes. On the Arab side, it's a Yusuf Shahi movie that was in the 1950s and 1960s that was nominated for an Oscar. It's about a 3-minute clip. Keeping in mind what we know about the depth of the Arabic industry and the depth of the Arabic storytelling, it really ate away at me. The fact is, people don't know about the fact that we're an old industry. Whenever I talk to people from the West, it's always, we will come and teach you. We will come and provide you. We will come and tell you, how to build an industry. And the fact is, our industry's there, but it became stale. It became stagnant because we focused very much internally as opposed to looking at how can we elevate our content so that it can compete globally. And I think that's what we want to sit down and do. And again, I'm not taking anything away from where local production is or current production is, but I mean, we are talented. Our storytelling well is deep. Arabic IP is very, very rich. And I think the potential for it to reach as a cultural statement is huge, but even more importantly for a lot of people, it is a great business opportunity. If you look at the Korean film industry today, it is very, very, very lucrative. The fact is, I have no doubts that Arabic content and Arabic film industry can easily reach that success or even surpass it with the right strategy. And the right strategy is good content. We need to elevate the quality of our content. And I think the other aspect, we need to be much more smarter when it comes to our distribution strategy and how do we target the global markets? And how are we able to make our projects successful within the global markets, looking at the East as well as the West.
The global entertainment industry is about $2.3 trillion, I believe. The region is about $25 billion, excuse me, in terms of its market share, with the potential to grow more. I think one of the biggest questions is about distribution. You have platforms like Netflix, Apple, Disney, many others that are already permeating in markets all around the world, but nothing, as you said, from the global south that is reaching global markets on the same scale yet. Or correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, look, I mean, I'll say it, you know, with a lot of love, for example, for the people at Netflix, but a lot of the shows that are on Netflix aren't, you know, Arabic content on Netflix, honestly, for me, does not represent Arabic content.
Right.
You know, there are some great platforms. You've got Shasha, you've got Shahid, local regional platforms that are fantastic, you know, that I think showcase, you know, some of the best in terms of quality of storytelling. It's a question of how do you now make sure that that reaches also global markets.
Get into the global markets.
How do you market it right?
Is the plan to build those distribution platforms as well, to have regional platforms that can reach the markets?
You want regional platforms that can showcase the best of the content that you have and have the ability to reach international markets. But you also want to work on distribution channels and distribution partners. That's why the partners that I mentioned, you know, when I mentioned Sony, when I mentioned, Neon, when I mentioned Miramax, they're companies that also have distribution channels. And that's the reason we intentionally targeted them, to work with us to develop projects, but at the same time for them to dedicate their experience and expertise on distribution, in distribution, to make sure that it reaches the global markets as well, whether it's through, you know, whether it's through theaters, whether it's through their own platforms, regional platforms. And so it's kind of a balance between the two. But in addition to that, what we're doing, we're partnering up with Parrot Analytics as well, specifically looking at AI data analytics on the distribution strategy. How do we kind of set out our strategy in terms of marketing and specifically surgically targeting these markets using data analytics as well?
You brought up AI, and I wanted to talk about the role of technology in the way that you're developing this industry and how you see AI playing a role. You alluded to it right now with data analytics, but there's growing concern, as we heard in the previous conversation, about the use of AI to generate content, to make content. Give me your sense of like where you come down on that debate about using AI to make content, to generate content, beyond just the business modeling of the industry.
Look, I mean, I think you can definitely accuse me for being a Luddite. Technology obviously forms a big part, but at the heart of it, I think, you know, the human nature, I think the film industry and the creative industry generally, you know, its spirit, its seed is always the human spirit, right? And you can never replace that. You know, the one example I always give is there's a movie called The Crucible. Daniel Day-Lewis plays this character. Whoever hasn't seen the movie, it's a great movie, but long story short, they're asking him to sign a confession, you know, for him to walk away innocent. You know, they're gonna let him go. They won't hang him if he signs his confession. He signs it, they come to grab the paper, he grabs it away from them, and then they're like, you know, but wait, you admitted, you confessed, so give us the paper, why are you stopping it? And he screams out with anguish, right? Because it's my name. His voice breaks, spit all over the place. You know, you can see the sadness and the anguish in there. And just that moment, like, you know, for me, it always sticks with me because it was just such a powerful moment. I refuse to think that AI can ever replace that moment. So I think there's elements in, you know, the AI will offer, which I think will contribute to the film industry in a positive way, bringing down cost, becoming a bit more efficient. But I think ultimately the spirit of the entertainment industry, which is the human creativity, will always thrive. Now I think what's on us, all of us, is to make sure that also it does not replace in any way, or if it does come to replace, how do we balance the human side of it with the efficiency that AI or just generally technology has to offer.
We have about 30 seconds left, but I wanted to kind of close that by asking you, I've been coming to Qatar every couple of years. I come frequently, and I see so much change. 5 years from now, if we're on this stage, inshallah, talking about the film industry, how does it look like? That is, for you, considered a success.
We would have had, oh, God.
Or film and entertainment, I should say.
I got 10 seconds. They told me to keep an eye out on this.
You can have 15 seconds because I took 30 seconds to ask the question. Go
We
ahead.
become the global, one of the major global players when it comes to film and entertainment sector. Anybody who wants to be in the film and entertainment has to have an office over here. We become one of the pulsing, we become one of the heartbeats of the global creative industry. And Arabic content makes a significant presence. Just the same way people look at Korean content, are influenced by Korean culture. As a result of the export of the Korean film industry, Arabic culture makes its presence in a very positive way throughout the global psyche. Simple as that.
And you did it right on time.
Right
Ladies
on
and gentlemen, Hassan Al-Thawadi.
Thank you all very much.
All right, everyone. Let's move on to our next session. Speech is at the core of human expression. In our next talk, we will explore how speech is moving beyond just human interaction and is transforming how we interact with machines. Here to discuss what is next for audio AI in conversation with TechCrunch's Rebecca Bellan, give a warm welcome to the general partner of Iconic Capital, Seth Pierrepont, and the co-founder of 11 Labs, Mati Stanishevsky.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, hello. Thank you guys for joining me. So today's panel is about voice as the next interface of AI. Maddie, what does that actually mean?
So as a company, we do audio AI research and products with the mission of transforming how we interact with technology. And one thing that we believe in and one thing that became possible over the last years is, first of all, voice models that could replicate and sound human. Finally, the intonation, the emotion comes across in the same way that we speak. And a big shift that has been enabled with the combination of LLMs and the voice models is now you can create interactive experiences, effectively voice agents that help you interact with the technology around you, whether that's in customer service, whether that's in a training and enablement and education, whether that's in devices around us. Voice is such a powerful interface to produce more intonation, process more information than in any other way, and control those technology around us. And something that we believe will happen over the years to come is that will be one of the key themes where hopefully all our phones will go back to the back pockets. We can immerse ourselves in the real life around, with voice being the mechanism that controls technology.
Okay, so is this the beginning of the end of screens?
Beginning of the end of what?
Of screens.
No, I don't think so. I think the art of storytelling, the art of being able to connect to the emotions, to the people that you admire, that you know, that can tell the personal story will actually increase in value. So the whole IP, the whole sphere of how the stories get told will be more. However, what AI will enable is amplification of those stories in completely new formats, whether that's localization, where every story is available across languages with the same voices, same emotion, intonation, or taking that from existing static delivery to an interactive one, where potentially in the future when you watch a movie, you enjoy it, but then maybe between the next one gets released, you can speak with the characters from that movie. And we actually did that. We worked with Epic Games to bring the Darth Vader character. I'm a huge fan of Star Wars, so it was double pleasure for me. Inside of Fortnite, where all the players could interact live with Darth Vader during the game, one of the biggest deployments there, and it worked tremendously in a new way that people couldn't, of course, with all the permissions in place.
Okay, so entertainment seems like it's a big use case for you going forward. I do want to get into that, but before we do, from an investor perspective, Seth, are you seeing audio as a new platform shift, like mobile touch screens? Is this a new way of just interfacing generally with tech?
I think it's certainly evolving. I think the days of when we needed a keyboard to tell a machine what we wanted and to have a screen to understand what a machine was telling us back is outdated. And I think there is a much better way that we can all interface with technology, and I think voice is very much at the center of that. So to Maddie's point, I think screens can help augment the experience in certain use cases like gaming and other forms of entertainment. But I think the way that we, and I hope the way that we engage with technology will increasingly be done by voice. I have 3 young kids, and the way that I see them engaging with technology today is purely by voice, more because they struggle with to type. So I think it just makes it that much more accessible as well.
And so first of all, Seth was our believer in that vision and in that mission now for over a year. So a great partner in helping help and shape that future. Rebecca, to your question, I misheard it as screenings rather than screens. I do agree. Screens will largely, of course, will still be there. There's a value and visual element, but voice will take over as one of the key modalities of how you actually work with the devices around you. So yes, screens will diminish in terms of the time spent for a lot of individuals.
Okay, so I'm imagining, like, are we going to have, does prompting disappear? Is it going to be replaced by just persistent, constant conversation?
I think the big part will be that you have the full context of how you interact with all the people around you, how you interacted, and what's the knowledge that you have as an individual. And you still will want to prompt to action with spoken word. Let's say you are creating a new story, or say you are calling someone to get that experience. So you still need to prompt to get the other side to produce that output. But I think the big part that will shift is, instead of today, if you think about prompting, you need to provide as much context explicitly to the other side. Increasingly, this will be implicitly happening. So you have a memory that keeps persistent as you interact with the technology around you, and then the prompt that you need to do is a lot easier.
Okay.
I think. Can I just add one thing?
Sure.
I think as the agentic side of this becomes more developed as well, the agents have the necessary guardrails, integrations, connective tissue to know how to respond to those prompts. And so the way that you prompt them will also change based on specific use cases.
Yeah, I mean, the agentic use case is interesting. So, when we talk about customer service, is probably one of your biggest current use cases, right? And I've heard a lot about people saying that some of the customer service AI agents they talk to, they make it sound like they're in a real place, right? They have background noise and things like that. And I think it's to try to convince you that it's a human. I don't know. I would like to hear your thoughts on that. But also, when you're talking to a customer service agent, you don't need them to sound like a human necessarily. You do need them to be able to reason. And so does voice just act as sort of a wrapper for reasoning capabilities?
Yeah, so some of the use cases we're seeing are definitely in how you can help on the customer service, where Revolut or Deutsche Telekom will use it. So you can call in and have the set of support and help happen through voice. So you can get information about your account balance, or what happens with the recent transactions, or what are some of the services that those companies offer. And of course, the first big shift that is happening, it's 24/7, available across all the time. So you can really benefit from that service. Now, to the human point, it does. Most of those deployments will disclose in the conversation that you're speaking with AI, so you know that this is happening. But then as you go through the conversation, a lot of the humanness is not only like the expressivity of the voice, it's also speaking in a low latency, in a quick manner. It's being able to interrupt the other side. And all those properties are so important in any of the interaction. You want to make sure that when you're calling the support level to any of those organizations, it feels real, it feels smooth, and can happen quickly. You're right that reasoning is still an extremely important part. So bringing the knowledge into place, helping evaluate whether that's performing in the right way. It's an essential capability that we help deploy through our platform. But ultimately, making it quick, seamless, and feel natural is essential.
What are your biggest challenges to scaling?
Great people. So if you are looking for a new home, consider joining 11 Labs. We are working internationally with global company, but hyper-local focus. And really, that's the main part. Today, my co-founder is the smartest person I know, has been able to create the leading models across audio space. I think we have an incredible team building the product, but need more help on deploying that product to the customers here in the Middle East, here in Qatar, across the world, working with the enterprises of all sizes to make it possible. And Seth, Iconic team, were incredible in helping us bring that talent and bring those technology capabilities into those regions. But the more we can get, the better.
Great. So backstage, you and I were talking about who your main competitors, right? It's OpenAI and Google. They are both doing in-house voice capabilities. They're putting a lot of effort into it. They're acquiring companies or just talent to make that happen. From an investor perspective, what are you seeing? Like, why is voice as a standalone defensible?
I think voice is an incredibly complex modality. It's very hard to convert text to speech, and I think that is the art that Piotr and Maddie have created with 11 Labs. And it requires a lot of attention and skill, and I think it is hard to replicate from that capacity. Again, Google and OpenAI are very formidable companies and competitors. They also have a very broad service area that extends far beyond that one modality. And so I think the fact that 11 Labs is focused specifically on voice and audio has really given them a head start in terms of creating the state-of-the-art models and a quality that is hard to replicate.
Okay. Zooming out a little bit about where the future of voice is going, I think when a lot of us think about it, we think we can be hands-free, right? So a lot of that is cars. I'm not sure if you have any deals with automakers at present, but I know that you've also got a deal with Meta, working with Horizon Labs, and I think something with Instagram. Are you imagining, as Meta does more of their smart glasses that will have augmented reality capability, are you imagining getting more into wearables?
100% yes. Volkswagen in Brazil works with us on some of the capabilities that you could deploy in car. Meta, of course, as they develop a lot of their virtual reality, hopefully they consider us as part of our partnership. Today, the biggest use case is Instagram, deploying all the content internationally where you can still enjoy the reels in your local language. So the next time you open Instagram, if you see powered by AI, hopefully that's some of the technological part. And maybe like another example of that, maybe some of you you've used Whisper Flow, where you can dictate things, and of course through voice you input a lot more efficiently the device around you. And that's exactly what we are doing with that. The next step will be hardware, and here interesting combination will be: can you make the models available, of course, through API, through cloud, but also on device? So far, our focus was mostly to make the quality as good as possible, so the models were bigger and deployed on cloud. But increasingly, as we go into this year, it's going to be blending those two, so you can actually bring it on device, and have a few great companies in the works to hopefully, as you think about headphones, you could have your AI assistant that helps you enjoy the daily life, or some of the education, and immerse yourself in a much better way.
Just building on that, I mean, as you hear, Maddie, they're extending into so many different aspects of voice and audio, but also so many different ways of consuming it, different use cases. Which again, back to your question around defensibility, as they build far beyond just the core models and APIs, there's so much surface area to expand into that ultimately really does make it hard to compete with.
And it's essential. Like, as we think about our role, research is a head start. But you need to build that full verticalized solution. You need to build the product. You need to go deep, understand the customer, the application. If you're a building company, you really want to spend time with customers to bring that back. But then ultimately, you want to build the ecosystem, a trust brand that people can rely on, but also people to contribute back to that ecosystem through voice marketplace, through templates that people can create on. And going deep across the full stack is going to be critical, and doing that in a safe and reliable way as well.
Yeah, I mean, talking about safety and reliability, I mean, having realistic voice opens the door for deepfakes. I mean, you guys had the Biden robocall incident. I'm sure there will be others. How are you building in safety into the platform?
As we think about the whole space of safety, it's like incredibly important to have the right mechanisms so you can actually prevent those from happening. Like in our case, the top mechanism, the first one is provenance. So you can always trace back of any content that's generated, how it was generated. The second one is broad moderation of text and voice moderation. Can we detect and then stop it at the time it's happening, if a fraud and scam is happening, and take action? And then the wider set of AI content, AI agents will be here all around us. How do we have mechanisms to be able to detect that this is AI speaking on the other side? So that's where we heavily invested, working with Oxford, with Berkeley, with Reality Defender to bring that in. And I think if we do that well, and as we think about partnering with the companies, it has been an essential need. On the flip side, a very interesting thing, as you think about future, all of us here will have a voice agent that will interact with others. So you really want to make sure that you can authenticate and know that it's a voice agent that has been created with your permission. So that voice is watermarked and can be traced back how it was created, by who, and when. Maybe a very quick ending note on that. We've actually seen also a flip side of those use cases. So we had a case where we worked with a charity where, based on IP, they could detect human fraud and scam calls coming into different individuals. And if they detect this IP was coming from a country which was likely fraud and scam, they would deploy a voice agent on the other side that would speak with that fraudster or the scammer and try to waste their time. And it was an incredible use case where you could then listen back to those conversations and hear how people were very genuinely believing it's using. So there are also great examples of trying to use it against the nefarious cases.
I think it touches on a really interesting point that is different from safety, but I think using agents in a way that kind of flips the model from an economics perspective, I think is fascinating. If you think about customer support, companies never wanted to talk to their customers because it costs too much per call. Now you can actually flip that model on its head and say, actually, I'd love to spend time with you because it can help me, convert you as a customer, retain you as a customer. So now these voice agents are being used, to provide even more economic value, not just reduce costs, but drive revenue, which is fascinating.
Okay. And you said that when companies use your voice agents, that they let the people know? Because I've definitely talked to AI on the phone that it sounds like it's human, but it's not, and no one's let me know, and it just feels icky.
So in general, like as we work with the companies, yes, the common piece is to disclose that it's an AI, but it stretches, of course. On like one of the most wonderful examples of that work, we work with a lot of individuals that lost their voice and cannot speak due to illness, due to ALS, and we work with them to recreate that voice so they can speak again. And we work with Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton in US to deliver the first speech in Congress. And of course, in those cases, this is their voice. You want to make it immediately available without additional levers. But as you work with companies, usual advice is, yes, it's much better to disclose, especially now when we are going through this transition period. I think in 5 years' time, it likely will be okay when we normalize and we know that voice agents, and the next time you call, like this is okay, there's a mechanism embedded that this AI. In this transition period, next year or two, we think it's a good thing to do so people can know what to expect on the other side.
Okay. And then, looking forward, I know you have a marketplace of people's voices. Do you imagine a world in which we all have to get, copyright for our voices so that it's not being, you're not just hearing it somewhere out in the wild?
The quick answer is no. I think that the general framework that we are operating with, of course, already has law that protects your right of publicity or likeness. There's another aspect, of course, of the recordings and the copyright. So I hope the current piece already gives you the protections that you need. People are looking into new mechanisms. We work with Matthew McConaughey on his newsletter to bring it to Spanish. He did recently trademark and copyrighted some of the voice recordings that he's doing. So people are looking into new mechanisms, but I think the current law in many countries are. In the countries where it's not, hopefully they will evolve to that space too. And in that future, we all have clarity that the voice belongs to you and to yourself only.
Okay, great. Well, that's all the time we have. Thank you for joining me here at Web Summit.
Rebecca,
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone. Our next speaker is here to explore what it takes to build a trusted global and independent news platform in an age of polarization and uncertainty. Sitting down with Anoop Kafle, put your hands together for the co-founder and CEO of Semaphore, Justin Smith.
Well, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here in Doha. We're going to discuss the future of independent global news media, and I couldn't be happier to have Justin here, who has spent his life kind of working over the arc of the transformation of media across various eras. And a bit of a fun fact. About 18 years ago, that was the last time we were sitting together where Justin actually interviewed me for my very first job in journalism at the Atlantic Media. So this is very exciting and a real honor. Justin, thank you.
Good. Well, wonderful to be here. And I do remember 18 years ago, you were right out of Columbia Journalism School, a bright young star, and you've had an amazing career. So congratulations.
Thank you, very kind. Yeah. Justin, let's start with the good news. Semaphore just announced last month you've raised significant funding to continue to build on your global news operation. And this comes at a time when obviously legacy media is struggling. We've seen what's happening at CBS News. We've read these heartbreaking pleas from Washington Post journalists writing directly to Jeff Bezos and asking him not to cut more newsroom roles. What is Semaphore doing that you think is working right now?
Well, thank you. Lovely to be here, and thanks to the Web Summit. For those of you who don't know, Semaphore is a 3-year-old global news company that we started first based really out of multiple foreign capitals, Washington, D.C., New York City, London, and Africa, and now the Gulf. And we were born as a news brand in order to really fight some of the biggest problems in the global news business. Number one, bias and polarization of news. Number two, information overload. But number three, and I think a point that's really relevant, particularly here in Qatar and the Gulf, is this idea of Western centricity. You know, the global news ecosystem was really at the premium sort of journalism level, was designed in the 19th century. So between 1850 and 1890, the New York Times was launched, the Wall Street Journal was launched, the Financial Times was launched, the Washington Post was launched, the Economist were launched. This was the colonial era, and many of these news organizations came out of London or New York, and they were sending correspondents around the world, but who were reporting back for their home countries. Literally 150 years later and beyond, we still have that model. And so Semaphore was designed to build a completely new planetary global news platform that is not sending American or Western foreign correspondents around the world, but rather putting together teams of amazing reporters from all over the world to tell incredible stories about the world.
So maybe this is a good point where you can tell our audience how you structure differently that allows you to tell these important global stories, not just for Western readers, but really for the regions themselves, because that is something a lot of news organizations struggle with or intentionally don't do.
Well, early on at Semaphore, we made a statement to the press. We said the era of the foreign correspondent is over. the idea that you could take, in the American context, for instance, a young Harvard graduate who's 22 years old and send them to Nairobi to write about Africa when they had never been to Africa, they did not speak Swahili, and yet somehow there was this sort of cultural arrogance that it required an American to go and explain this different part of the world. That was 150 years ago, but it still exists to some extent today. Now, in Nairobi and in Lagos and in Johannesburg and in Doha, there are incredible journalists who are actually from either Africa, from the Gulf, that have been trained at many of the most sophisticated global news organizations. And so what we decided to do was to actually tap into that talent pool and build regional newsrooms of regional journalists who come from those parts of the world, who really understand culturally those parts of the world, but still maintained the standards of world-class journalism that had been set at many of these global enterprises. And so, for instance, here in the Gulf, Semaphore has Semaphore Gulf, which is published 3 days a week. It's a news briefing via email, and it's produced by about 10 journalists across the UAE, here in Doha, also in Saudi Arabia. And you'll see the news stories do not feel like they're news stories that were chosen by an English journalist who's just flown in for a couple of weeks to figure out what's going on. So it's a disruption of the traditional foreign correspondent model, which is delivering a much more sophisticated, nuanced, and culturally in tune analysis of the incredible changes that are happening across the world, especially here in the Gulf.
I agree with that. It's someone who runs a small nonprofit publication also covering global news. And for us, it was so important that we were focusing on journalists and editors in the regions and allowing them to tell stories from their perspectives. And the number of emails and notes from readers that we received over the last 6 years saying, this truly matters, this makes a whole lot of difference, you guys are very unique, and I think that's how you set yourself
and I
apart.
think in rest of world has been a very good example of that in the technology space as well. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for innovation in this direction.
Yeah, just on that note, like we often talk about transparency and on-the-ground perspective, and both of these elements are expensive. They cost a lot of money to have people on the ground actually doing reporting, actually talking to people. It requires more people, more space, more context. How do you make this kind of model economically viable when obviously everyone else or most of the other publications are doing the opposite, right? Aggregation, using AI these days.
Well, I think the first thing is that there's a misunderstanding about the global news business. People say that all news businesses are struggling economically. The fact is that if the news businesses that are serving the global professional class, so business leaders, government leaders, that news business is actually doing very, very well. Brands like some of the ones I just mentioned, the big international English language news brands are making money, are profitable, because the audiences of C-suite executives and government leaders can pay for subscriptions and advertisers want to reach them. And so on the one hand, Semaphore is benefiting from serving this high-level audience, and the economics are actually quite advantageous. On the other hand, we have done one probably significant business model innovation, which has been very different than any other news company, which is that we built our news company around a convening capability. We put events convening, leadership convening, CEO convening at the heart of our organization, at the heart of our company. And this is different than a lot of other news organizations who tend to view events and convening as a side operation, a small, minor thing that they do outside the main news report, and they separate out the events from the journalism. What we did is he said, no, let's put our events business at the heart of our newsroom and make our journalists create and animate these events with real journalism. That'll make the events better. It'll make them much more integrated into our core business. And on the business side, events, it turns out, are extremely, extremely good business. Just ask our friends at the Web Summit. This is a very great way to kind of build community and to build successful relationships with sponsors and advertisers. I oftentimes say it's the highest margin, profitable business adjacent to journalism. And so Semaphore is a global news intelligence company for the new world economy, but delivered across journalism and news, but also across convenings and live events. In 2025, we did 97 events across the world, including 10 in sub-Saharan Africa and a number here in the Gulf as well. So that's the combination that's actually worked for us to build a profitable business in 3 years.
Yeah, you and I were talking about this backstage earlier, and I think what Justin's describing is kind of rare even in media startups. A lot of media publications, when you start, you kind of try to focus more on building your editorial side. You hire star reporters, star editors, right? You hire a fact-checking team, and it was hard not to notice that you guys had focused equally on bringing on a star events team and a comms and PR team.
And a business team.
And a business team simultaneously to build on the news operation. From a day-to-day standpoint, how does the 97 events, right? Like, how does that intersect with what you produce in terms of journalism for your audience?
Well, I mean, first of all, the 97 events actually are journalism. They're all produced by the newsroom. They're all moderated by journalists from the newsroom. And virtually each of the events are reported on by our journalists. A crazy thing about traditional legacy news media, oftentimes a legacy news media brand will do an event under their brand and they won't let their journalists write about it because they have this sort of old bias, this idea, this is an event which is sponsored by some company and that's not pure journalism. And so we've just benefited from being new and looking at things differently and saying, well, what is wrong with that? If the event is instructive and intelligent, the conversation is illuminating, it breaks news, that is great original journalism, and we will write about it and we'll distribute it very, very broadly. Already I think a number of brands like The Economist and a few others have actually changed and adapted their events business in response to Semaphore because they see that there's actually zero inconsistency with really high quality journalism just being delivered through a different platform, in this case events, rather than just text or digital.
Yeah. Obviously, Semaphore is, at the moment, much smaller than Bloomberg, where you used to work, or BuzzFeed News, where your co-founder Ben Smith came from.
I'm not sure it's smaller than BuzzFeed News, audience-wise, but maybe business-wise.
That's probably smaller than BuzzFeed overall as an entity.
Definitely smaller than Bloomberg. Yes.
I think at some point, every time I say BuzzFeed News, I like to say RIP because I used to work there, and it was one of the best times I've had in journalism.
And my co-founder Ben Smith was the editor-in-chief of BuzzFeed News. So
one thing that may be clear is sustainable journalism. To build a sustainable journalism business, do you have to be smaller? Obviously, you have to be more intentional. Do you have to be smaller, or do you think Semaphore is actually on path to try to solve the scaling problem here?
I mean, this is going to sound like a flip answer, but to build a sustainable business, it's not about being big or small. It's about being profitable, right? And so what a lot of news companies before us did is that they raised money, venture money or other money, and then they spent that money and grew their valuation, and they raised more money, and they're effectively raising money to fund their next phase, but they never got to profitability. When we started Semaphore, we had two North Stars. The first was to build an incredible, high-quality global news brand that could compete with the New York Times, that could compete with the Financial Times or The Economist. But the other goal was actually we wanted to build a profitable business as quickly as possible. And so we focused all of our efforts around how we can build high margin, profitable activities. The events activity is one activity I mentioned. Also, our advertising business is structured this way. And so it's about designing and architecting a business model that is profit driven. And then it's about incredibly very, day-to-day, very strong execution. And the last thing is, there's a great opportunity for new news companies, new content companies. You've been hearing about this at the Web Summit, I'm sure, for the last couple of days, which is the disruption of AI, obviously in content and content creation is massive. For the very pristine content we create that people make decisions on, it's hard to introduce AI as a sort of an intelligence layer above the human layer. So all of our content is human directed, but inside the newsroom, in terms of the processes, the summarization, the distillation, the translation of content, the fact checking of content, all of that actually allows you to build a newsroom that is much, much leaner than a traditional newsroom. And so, today the New York Times has 1,700 journalists, the FT has 800 journalists. My vision is I think you could have a newsroom maybe a third of the size, or maybe 40% of the size, and actually have as much editorial firepower, but less than half the cost structure. And I think that's going to be, actually present a bright opportunity for a lot of news companies.
I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the information ecosystem, particularly on, we live in an era of this deepening polarization and information chaos. Semaphore, while doing its journalism, is also competing with TikTok, right, with AI summaries, and in the past year, influencers who have big audiences and lower costs. At least from where I sit, I see a lot of newsrooms trying to figure out what is their creator journalism model at the moment. How do you think professional journalism wins this fight where you have to pivot from one strategy to another every 6 months based on how the internet's changing?
Well, I think that, any news organization has to be incredibly agile. You remember when we used to work together 18 years ago, we were dealing with the disruption of the mobile telephone revolution from desktop. And then after that, we were dealing with the social revolution. Now we're dealing with the post-social. So flexibility and adaptation is absolutely essential for any successful news organization. I view disruption in media, news media, as sort of like waves hitting a beach. You just know one thing for certain: there'll be more and more waves, and they will never stop. And so you better learn how to surf those waves successfully, and you better learn how to swim, and you better learn how to get back up on your surfboard and actually do it successfully. On the creator economy thing, what's interesting is that we've embraced elements of the creator revolution into Semaphore. So many journalists, of course, great journalists, are also creators, or versions of creators. They're journalistic creators. They've got big brands. Their brands are often rivaling the scale of the brands that they work for. They've got multi-platform media operations. They've got podcasts and book tours and speeches. Yet a lot of the traditional news organizations don't embrace that type of multi-platform creator-like journalists. They feel threatened by that person. We at Semaphore say, please, our doors are open. Come here. We want to make you a strong individual brand. We want your brand to, in fact, rival the Semaphore brand, because we see it as very, very symbiotic. And so that's allowed us to bring incredible journalists like Liz Hoffman, who is really one of the great business and financial journalists in America, in the world, from the Wall Street Journal, building her brand. We build events platforms around her. Reed Albergati, who's the great AI tech journalist in Silicon Valley, same thing. So it's very much embedded in our model to try to elevate the brands of our journalists and not be scared of that, because it can help us as well.
Yeah, Dustin, I think I get one last question in. You've now built and run media organizations in different eras. And I say eras because there's the traditional media era, there's the digital transformation piece, and then what we are in this moment right now, the post-platform independence. If I was launching a new publication today that was also trying to do global journalism, global business journalism to be more specific, what's one thing you'd tell me that you wish someone had told you earlier?
Well, I think, it comes down to really, really understanding something very simple, which is, what is the audience, who is the audience that you're serving? And what I would recommend anyone starting a new brand these days is don't try to serve everyone. The mass models in media, the general interest models in media are very, very hard to make sense of, but choose a very focused target audience, and then be very clear on what you're delivering to this audience that is superior to what anyone else can deliver. And if you can do those two things, you have the foundation of what could be a great media company.
Dustin, thank you so much.
Thank you.
To our audience, if you aren't already following Semaphore, please do. Same for Rest of the World, the publication I edit. Thank you so much for being here. Justin, thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, I have an exciting guest that's going to be on stage in just a moment. But first, let's do the introduction. Because young people are increasingly disengaged with education. It's becoming increasingly challenging for teachers to encourage students to develop their own voice and engage with the key skills needed to thrive in the modern world. Our next speaker is seeking to use AI to help solve this challenge. Join us now with Oriana Royal from Fortune, is the founder and CEO of Lumi, Colin Kaepernick.
All right, Colin, I mean, let's start with, why did you decide that literacy and storytelling were problems you personally wanted to tackle? Why did you start Lumi?
Yeah, well, for those of you who don't have background on the US education system, we are in an educational crisis right now. Our literacy rates, our math rates are at historic lows. We are in a worse place than we were 30 years ago, which is kind of hard to believe. And we now have tools in relation to AI that can help us solve these problems and do that at scale. And when we think about that in relation to the social impact, the economic impact of communities, I don't think there's something that could be more impactful that we're working on right now when we think about longevity and the generational impact that this can have.
And why is this venture a natural follow-up on your previous social justice work?
It is an extension of that. I mean, when we think about justice, when we think about equity for communities, education is the foundation of that. And when we think about social mobility, when we think about resources to communities, we see in the US, even when we look at incarceration rates, right now you can tie that directly to literacy rates at the 3rd grade level. So a lot of the work that we're doing is directly tied to that, and a lot of work we've done in the social justice space has been tied to education and how do we make sure people are informed, that they know their rights, that they're advancing in those ways. Now doing that within education, we can start tracking measurable outcomes for our students, making sure they're advancing and doing that in ways that we previously couldn't.
And I believe you have a video of this work. Did you want to show it?
Yeah, we can start with a video. So a lot of the work that we do within our school districts, we like to anchor this to a showcase at the end of the school year. This is where we can highlight, elevate students' work, bring parents in the community together. This is also where we have corporate and philanthropic partners coming to the mix as well. So this is the showcase that we did in Newark, New Jersey last year, and a little bit of insight into some of the students' work and how that came to life.
Awesome. Awesome.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Lumi Student Showcase.
So to all of the students that are in the stands, you are about to witness some very important history in our school district.
This is Lumi.
Everybody from Shabazz in the building. Weequay, Chancellor Ave, Eagle Academy, George Washington, Carver, Bruce Street, make some noise. We're gonna turn this up a little something. DJ Camelo.
One of the things that we realized early on with Lumi is by getting students to create stories, we can actually drive student engagement, improve literacy, and build their AI skills. What we're seeing with teachers using Lumi is that we can actually help them advance their own AI skills and understanding, which is also making them more comfortable with how students are using it, how it's showing up in their classroom, and collaborating with it.
this is an opportunity not only for students but for teachers, because it doesn't substitute curriculum, it supplements it.
Using AI in the class was a great addition because they were able to take knowledge that they honed from what I taught them and then used it to be more creative and give them different perspectives.
Lumi didn't just help me write a story, it helped me believe that my ideas were worth developing.
Not only did it allow me to develop a voice for my concerns and allow me to indulge in my creativity realistically by producing story frames, I was able to see my own transformation from a shy middle schooler to a confident creator.
From imagination to execution, how to problem solve creatively and how to trust the process.
Lumi is amazing. I had so much fun using the platform. This event was like the most fun of my senior year. Lumi presents and highlights your creative expressions and ideas, and it gives you a chance to tell your story or finish any unfinished stories that you didn't have before. It motivates you.
As we look at the future of creation, if we look at the future of storytelling, these are all going to be skills that they have to enter any of those industries, creating access and opportunity for communities and for creators, and that now coming to life.
Is another form of tailored instruction or differentiation. So for your struggling students who get stuck when it comes to plot narrative techniques, Lumi will be the differentiation that you can put in place to help them get past that block.
I used to think that it was taking away the students' opportunity to think creatively, but it didn't do that. It gave them more opportunity by, I think, even providing more inspiration so that they can build on it and make it their own.
I understand what my purpose is. And my purpose is to make sure that we remove barriers between children and success.
So you've gone from NFL quarterback to activist to founder. I mean, what are some of the skills from those earlier chapters that you've taken into this venture with you?
Yeah, when I think about the role of being a CEO and founder and some of the past work that I've done, there's a lot of crossover. I would say the biggest thing is when you think about leading a team or leading an organization is making sure that you have the right people on that journey with you. We see this very clearly in the NFL, that you can have a great game plan, but if you don't have the right players on the field in the right position, that game plan doesn't work. And we see that hold true with companies as well. I spend a lot of my time making sure we have the right people in the right places. And it takes more time, it takes more work. But when you have the right people, they also help you solve the right problems at the right times that ultimately lead to the success of the company. So company and teams are just who the people are that make up that organization, and you want to make sure you have the right people in those positions.
Do you have a quick tip for finding the right people? Is there something that you do when hiring?
Sorry, can you say again?
Do you have a quick tip for finding good people?
Ooh. So first thing that we look at is our own networks. Normally great people know other great people. So that's a great place to start. The other part is we spend a lot of time doing reference checks on employees before we hire, because we want to make sure that the people around them, we're getting alignment of messaging, alignment of accomplishment, alignment of skill sets, and you get a lot of insight in those reference calls. That gives you a much better foundation to make the right decision.
As we heard earlier, literacy rates in the US are lower now than in 1992. I mean, what do you see is the root of this problem? Is the failure young people? Is it schools, the system?
There's a few different things that come into play with that. The work we do is across K-12. In the US, there's a lot of focus in early literacy, K through 3, but we also see massive drop-offs after that point. And most of our teachers aren't trained on literacy beyond the 3rd grade.
Wow.
Most of our teachers are not trained on writing, which is a huge component of literacy. So oftentimes we look at reading as literacy holistically, but that's just one component. We also have writing, we have oratory skills that we have to build for our students as well. Most of our teachers are not trained on those things. So it's hard for them to assess it, which also means they're less likely to give those type of assignments to students. So what we see is a huge opportunity to be able to boost that. Another part that we're seeing within this is our students are disengaged. So we've lost approximately 4 million students in the US post-COVID. Unenrollment is a huge issue. Chronic absenteeism is a huge issue. Student disengagement when they are in class is a huge issue. So we use storytelling as our initial hook to get students excited, and we see the engagement go up. And our partners in Newark, who we just saw the video from, in the schools that we are in, 100% of those schools saw increased attendance last year. So we start with student engagement, then we build into the literacy, and the AI skills become part of that as far as how they interact on the platform as well.
It's really interesting. I mean, I saw some universities and colleges are dropping reading lists to cope with this problem you're talking about. I mean, is that just a Band-Aid? Is that worsening the problem? Are they failing students to prepare for the world of work?
When I think about the literacy side of things, like, that feels foundational to anything we're going to do in the future.
Mm-hmm.
So even when we think about AI skills, when we think about future-ready skills that students have to have, they're going to have to be able to read. And that's everything from text messages to emails to using AI models, even how they're presenting or structuring speech. So these are all areas that I don't think there's wiggle room to say, oh, well, we might be able to solve these in other ways later. We're seeing very real impact and implications of this now. And oftentimes the communities that are most impacted are those who have less resources. So we want to make sure that we're doing this work and setting everybody up for success, which ultimately means setting society up for a better future.
That's really interesting. So currently the one thread connecting billionaires is that they read. That's what they say made them successful. You don't see that changing with AI making people able to transcribe and not actually have to write an email. You think reading will still be the measure of success in the future?
Absolutely. Do I think some of that may shift? Yes. But I don't think that's a bet that we should be making to say, oh, we think everything will be transcribed in the future. We're not going to worry about reading or literacy. I think that would be a grave mistake for us. Now, what I do think is important when we think about those AI skills and we think about things like prompt engineering and what the future of work looks like, I think that actually puts a premium on reading and literacy, writing. When we think about prompts that engineers are writing right now, when we think about code bases, excuse me, all of this is foundational to literacy work. So I think if we are actually trying to prepare students for the future, we have to do this work now.
And telling your story has been central to your work. Do you have advice for young people on finding theirs?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yep, telling your story has been central to your work. Do you have advice for young people on finding theirs, so finding their own story?
That's a great question. I would say the thing that I think about in relation to my own story and the stories that we're seeing from students is being true and authentic to themselves. We see this show up with students consistently. When they have a safe space that they can engage, they're opening up and engaging in relation to the curriculum, but also the stories that they're telling in ways they just previously weren't. And this is everything from stories around fantasy and fiction that they want to bring to life and aspirations, also to very personal stories around grief or bullying or death that they've seen around them and that they're navigating. And we're seeing this time and time again that students are opening up, and they're opening up in ways that their classmates didn't know, their teachers didn't know, and it's building stronger connections within their close-knit community as well. So a lot of opportunity there in relation to how we can help students advance. And all of this work is always tied to the curriculum and the lesson plans within their classroom as well. So as they're doing this work and it's fun and exciting, we're making sure we're achieving the academic goals as well.
I mean, from my own experience growing up in a violent working class kind of household, I think many people have truths in their lives that they don't want to share because they don't want to hurt people around them. So do you have advice on telling your story authentically while balancing the feelings of people around you?
We've seen students do this extremely well. I think oftentimes when students do have situations where they have gone through very difficult circumstances, they also become very mindful of the world around them. So as they're telling stories, they're navigating that. And we have had stories tell this in relation to, or students tell stories in relation to their mother passing. We have had students telling stories around bullying and navigating that. We actually had one student who told a story about the suicide of his brother.
Wow.
And these are all stories that they had not previously shared or opened up about, and they were just internalizing all of this. And these are showing up in English classes, they're showing up in science classes, and they're relating these back to their own experiences in these ways. And we're seeing them actually processing this and finding a pathway forward as part of that as well. Again, all of this advancing the academic outcomes, but we're seeing the social emotional learning come through for our students as well.
I mean, if you could give your younger self one piece of advice about finding your voice, what would it be?
Being true to it. That's the most important thing. We think about finding your voice oftentimes is because you are trying to navigate or not hurt people's feelings or try to position it this very specific way, but it's not actually what you want to say. And what we see is as you are true to yourself, people relate to you much better. They feel the authenticity. You also have to be vulnerable in that process. It's not necessarily going to be always the perfect picture, but what comes out of that is much stronger relationships, much better relatability, and people often start opening up on their end as well. That just further deepens the relationships and bonds.
I love that. It's like own it, basically.
Yes.
I mean, Lumi's backed by the Reddit co-founder Alexis Ohanian. Beyond funding advice, is there any lesson he taught you about startup success?
Oh, Alexis is incredible. So we are very fortunate to have incredible investors. Alexis Ohanian, one of the co-founders of Reddit, he's our lead investor. I would say one of the biggest things I have taken away from him is just the bar of execution that you have to be successful. And when I think about the work that he's done, the success that he's had, anytime I'm having a conversation with him, I'm constantly looking for insights and gems that I can walk away with that can make us better as a company. And thinking about going back to the talent side of things, for myself, when I think about being a founder, being the CEO, I have someone that I'm able to partner with that has done it at the highest level and has been extremely successful. So for me, it's an opportunity to be able to learn and take those insights. And how do I take those back to our team and make sure that we are getting better collectively and I'm getting better personally?
Do you have any final tips as we close on, I guess, any success habits or high performance rituals that you do just to raise that bar of excellence every day?
The biggest thing I think about is discipline. So I'm a very routine-oriented person. Wake up at 4:30 in the morning, I work out, and I start my day. I like having things as scheduled as possible throughout my week, because then I don't have to worry about the schedule. I can just do the things I need to do. But also thinking about just some of that discipline is also how we approach what we're doing with the company. I mean, we've been growing very rapidly across the U.S. We're now looking at international expansion. And as we take those conversations and look at who we are partnering with, where we're bringing Lumi, even corporate and philanthropic partners that we're working with, we want to take that same disciplined approach to those conversations to make sure that we're meeting and exceeding the goals that we're setting for ourselves, to make sure as we are building the future of education that we are building something that has staying power and is not just tinkering around the edges as far as what education is today, but what education can be in the future. So everything from personalization for students, advancing and rethinking assessments and testing and grading. How do we look at students holistically? And advancing in areas that just previously weren't available. So the disciplined approach allows us to be able to do a lot of those things and try to exceed those expectations.
Amazing. So be disciplined, own your story, and reading's not going anywhere.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Colin.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. So I hope that you really enjoyed that talk. And we have another very interesting talk that I'm sure a lot of you are going to enjoy. But just as a quick reminder, live audio translation is available on the Web Summit application. So make sure you open that up. You click on the link in the talk description, and you just follow the instructions on the screen. That should be showing up now if you've opened up the app. All right. Social media has a fragmented news ecosystem, with news available from more sources than ever before. However, this brings with it dangers. It can be hard to tell fact from fiction, and here to explore the opportunities and the responsibilities of covering the news in the age of social media, in conversation with Rafael Minder from the Financial Times, is a streamer and creator, Hassan Piker. So please welcome him to the stage.
Thank you. All right, Hassan. Thanks so much for joining us. Thank you. Pleasure to be here in Doha, the Web Summit. I've been a full-time journalist now for 33 years, which is almost as long as you've lived.
Yeah, by 1 year.
By 1 year, okay. So in a way, I want to start by asking you, I've watched what you've been doing, and there's always this idea that you're a break with a legacy mainstream media. But then watching you rely heavily on mainstream media. You're not really doing a lot of your own reporting. So how do you see yourself? As an extension of mainstream media, or are you something completely different?
I see myself as an extension of mainstream media because I always stress that I wouldn't be able to do what I do if there wasn't real reporting happening out there from legacy publishers and legacy media in general. So I think it's more so a symbiotic relationship. Now, of course, there are a lot of independent content creators out there who are much more antagonistic, I think, towards mainstream media and make a brand out of constantly opposing mainstream resources and mainstream news. But although I do engage in a healthy amount of media criticism, I always stress the importance that these outlets need to exist. Otherwise, I would have no idea what's going on around the world.
So, we're here to discuss truth and the search for truth in media coverage. That for me relies on getting the facts right. And it's not just about me getting the facts right. I have a system, we have a system in my newspaper, which means that anything that I write goes through 2 editors who review it to check, for example, whether I spell Hassan right, but also to get the context right and so on. And then if I'm dealing with allegations and so on, we have an in-house lawyer who will also review that. And you're an unchecked operator, one-man unchecked operator. So
Yeah.
exactly what do you feel is your ability to actually get the facts right?
Yeah, so the same pressures that legacy publishers such as Financial Times exist for someone like myself as well. As a matter of fact, I have even a higher level of liability because I don't have the insurance, for example, that a newspaper might have. So in terms of my coverage, if I get something wrong, and there are instances where I get something wrong, we're human after all, I will apologize for it and I'll retract the statement. And there is this constant back and forth that's always taking place that keeps me as honest as possible with the audience. If there's something that I've gotten wrong, they'll immediately be like, this is something that is incorrect. And they'll send additional information, I'll verify it on the spot, and we'll continue with the coverage that way. But as far as the responsibility goes, it's still up to the individual, right? I don't have an editorial team. I don't have fact checkers that are working in real time. And it's just something that I have to make sure I care about. Some independent content creators don't, especially in this new media environment where everyone wants to be first to market. We do see a lot of people that either go along with biased narratives or sometimes refuse to verify the information that's coming out and immediately blurt it out because they want to be first to market. They want to get the maximum amount of attention possible. So it's unfortunately up to the individual, and I don't know what the best possible way of checking all of the independent resources are.
And what is your view on, I mean, if you're the first port of call for Gen Z to get the news, I mean, how much time do you give yourself to fact check this news? I mean, like, you must be constantly wondering, like, I've got to be out there, give my views, but I haven't had time. I'm on my own. I don't know whether the actual report is even correct or not. So how do you deal with that?
Well, in many instances, I rely on mainstream reporting. So one of the things I do is I have a policy of not covering breaking news to the best of my ability, but I try to combat the misinformation that's coming out by going to the same resources that you would rely on when like a mass shooting happens, for example. I look at the police reports, I look at the official press conference that's released in the immediate aftermath of the shooting. I try to be as careful as possible because there's always this fog where even the official resources can get something wrong as well on the spot. And I try to be as critical as possible. And the reason why I dive into this kind of stuff is specifically to combat the biased framing that a lot of people engage with nowadays, more so than ever before. I'm sure you've seen independent outlets, and Twitter especially, which is a horrible place for this kind of thing, where people will immediately decide that, let's say there's a mass shooting that takes place, people will immediately go, that's a trans person that conducted this mass shooting, with no evidence whatsoever. And in certain instances, especially with the explosion of AI, people will even make up the fake information in order to justify their point of view. So I try to go to real reporting and rely heavily on real reporting and rely heavily on primary sources to the best of my ability to make sure that this information is as accurate as possible.
Now, I have to confess, I first heard about you because you got suspended on your platform on Twitch.
Yeah.
And actually, you recently again got suspended. I think you've been now 7 times, I think, suspended.
Yeah.
Maybe I've got the tally wrong, but
yeah.
near
no,
enough.
It's 7.
It's 7.
I think.
Okay. So, are you wearing these temporary bans as a badge of honor? I mean, is this become part of your ability to say, I talk whatever I want about whatever I want to talk about, I will feel free to talk about it? And my question would be, in a way, do you think there should be red lines? I mean, do you recognize that banning you occasionally is a healthy thing?
I think terms of service is a good thing overall in order to foster more productive conversations, because in the absence of a rigorous application of terms of service, you have Twitter, right? Having said that, the existing terms of service can be manipulated. There's a lot of outrage manufacturing that takes place, especially on the right, where I'm seen as like a primary vector of hate and enmity from a lot of right-wing outlets that will constantly try to get me deplatformed, and sometimes they actually reach a level of success. Having said that, I don't see my bans as a mark of courage or a badge of honor at all. I don't like being banned at all. I actually am constantly in fear of being deplatformed, because my job relies on reaching as many people as possible and try to educate them to the best of my ability. So when I do get banned, I can't do that any longer. And it's a real concern, especially when you have certain positions that are not exactly favorable, or certain positions, certain ideological positions that are not exactly commonplace in the Western world. These are real fears that I have to, work around with regular frequency.
So it's not a case of what P.T. Barnum said, there's no such thing as bad publicity as long as they spell my name right?
No, I do think that there's a case for bad publicity, because just like I mentioned earlier, my point of view is not exactly commonplace, and a lot of people, I think, are heavily propagandized against an anti-imperialist worldview, an anti-capitalist worldview, especially in the United States of America, and therefore I require a lot of charitability. And when things like this happen, that becomes the story in and of itself, and I find that to be unproductive in general. And I also feel like these sorts of things add up, and it causes people to think, oh, you're a charlatan, you're a provocateur, you're not invested in the truth, you're invested in being as loud as you possibly can be. And I think that does take away from my capacity as a commentator, rather than aids in creating an environment where it's a badge of honor.
When I started in journalism, I started on the wires, and in fact, we barely had a byline, and my bosses would say, your words should speak, it's not about you, it's about what you've written. Now we've moved on, and of course, there's a lot more first-person accounting and stories written where the journalist is a protagonist. In your case, it's a step further. I get to see pictures of you topless. I find out that you like working out. I hear about your dog and so on. Is this, you think, what connects you to your audience? Is it this feeling that although they don't know you, they have the feeling, I know this dude. He's like me. He has the same left-wing ideology, or what is it that's most important? Is it the ideology, the opinions you have that connects you, or it's just this feeling that you're close to them?
I think both play a role in this, for sure. The way I look, the way I carry myself, how personable I come across to people. I think that plays a big role, but I think at the end of the day, it is my commentary that draws the attention. It is my opinions that make people sometimes rethink the way that they've seen the world. Like I said, it's not a worldview that they encounter, but maybe it's something that they feel deep down inside. And then when they hear someone like myself talk about these issues in a way that is agreeable, they go, oh yeah, I thought I was alone. This is the most common thing that I hear from my community is like, I live in a red neighborhood, I live in a red state, and I always felt so lonely about the way that I saw the world until I encountered your commentary, and I realized I'm not alone. There's a massive community out there of like-minded individuals. So I think at the end of the day, it is the commentary.
Now, in terms of the personality and your image and so on, one thing that jars a little bit is, you've said you're a Marxist, you've been a Bernie Sanders supporter in past elections. At the same time, you've become a wealthy guy who bought a $2.7 million house.
More expensive now.
Sorry?
More expensive now.
Well, good for you. You see, so Donald Trump has got it right. Housing prices going up is good for people. No, I mean, but you know, your personality and these left-wing views and your commentary on inequality, how does that work when you're a Hollywood house owner?
Well, Bernie Sanders has 3 houses, and that's something that people constantly bring up as though this is a real point of contention. Look, when I didn't have a lot of money after college, and I had the exact same point of view, people would say, you're jealous of the wealthy, and that's why you are, that's why you're a socialist, that's why you're a Marxist. Now that I'm rich, they say I'm a hypocrite. And at a certain point, you have to realize maybe it's the commentary and the comments that you're making. Maybe it's the fact that I'm saying people deserve more. People deserve more of the output that they contribute to. That's what's causing people to look for hypocrisy. Because my advocacy is not around making sure that no one has a home. And I have no control over the housing market in general. It's like, if at the time when I purchased my home in West Hollywood, if I had purchased the exact same home in Ohio, it would be much more affordable. I just chose to live in West Hollywood. I was living in West Hollywood already. I was renting there, and I had enough money. So I bought a house for myself and my family. I want everyone to be able to have the same, I want everyone to be able to have that same liberty, to have more autonomy in their workplace, to have more freedom in their lives. And that's what my advocacy revolves around.
Your revenues come literally from subscriptions?
Yes. So in terms of exploitation, it's inevitable. It's impossible not to engage in hyper-exploitative consumption. I mean, everyone has a phone here. I'm sure that if you were to go and look at the mining operations in Congo, you would be horrified at the conditions there. But the reality of the matter is it's impossible to avoid that hyper-exploitative structure. So we try to do our very best to limit the exploitation, at least in the revenue side. And the way I have set up my business, if you want to call it that, is the least exploitative way possible. I run a cooperative corporation. You met my producer.
Yep.
He has equal say and equal pay in the process. Outside of that, the only way that you can fund what I do is through voluntary subscriptions. I don't actually have any sort of limits on what you can and can't see. A subscription just is you saying, I like your commentary, I like what you're doing, I want to fund this operation, I want to keep you going. And I always openly admit that. I'm like, look, your subscriptions are what allows me to maintain editorial independence. If you choose to do so, you can subscribe to me for $5. Now I think it's in the hands of Twitch. So I think they increased the subscription to $7 now. Or you don't have to do that if you don't want to. I also, on top of that, don't even maintain any sort of control over my IP. So people in my community have created thousands of fan accounts where they will just take videos from the stream, chop it down, edit it, and re-upload it to their own YouTube pages, and then make money off of that as well. And there are a lot of people in my community that have actually been able to pay for their college education through this process. So I try to, like I said, limit the exploitative nature of any sort of providing goods or services to the best of my ability. But of course, there's still going to be people that say that's hypocritical because socialism means you have to be poor.
So, I started out in journalism not knowing who was reading my work. There weren't even the tools to monitor the viewership or the readership. Now we're in a different age, and in fact, I was surprised to see you last night commenting on the Grammy Awards and then suddenly saying, I've got 34,000 followers at the moment on Twitch, 20,000 on YouTube. So does that influence even what you're talking about? You're so close to the monitoring of who's listening and on what?
So the reason why I was talking about that in a lighthearted way was because I had just gotten banned, and in the aftermath of being banned off Twitch, I went and live streamed on YouTube for the first time ever, and saw tremendous success on this alternative platform, at least for me. And so now that I'm unbanned on Twitch, I actually live streamed on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I dual streamed for the first time ever, so we were monitoring it and having a little bit of light back and forth between the two different communities. But as far as like my care and consideration for my viewership and my numbers goes, at the end of the day, what I care about is maintaining my editorial independence and speaking truth to power. And the example I always go back to is in the aftermath of October 7, when my audience actually halved because a lot of people were not ready, especially in the Western audiences, were not ready for someone to say that Israel played a significant role in the in how October 7 took place. A lot of people were understandably horrified by the images that they were seeing on their screens, and they said, "This is not for me. I've enjoyed your commentary up until this point," and they left. But I did not. If I cared about viewership, I would have stopped right then and there, and maybe even reconfigured my commentary. I didn't do that. I stuck to my guns, and I knew what the truth was, and I kept covering what was going on in Gaza every single day for 2 years, and eventually the audience came back.
Well, Hassan, unfortunately, we're running out of time.
Yeah.
I wish you all the best. Stick to your guns, and I'm sure your viewers will stick with you as well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. So it's time for our final talk, our final discussion. With every disruption comes new opportunities. The entertainment industry is currently undergoing a generational level of disruption. So here to explore what is happening, what comes next, and the opportunities created, sitting down with Stefano Fallaha from Podio is the co-CEO of Candle Media, Kevin Mayer. Please welcome them to the stage.
All right. Hello, Kevin.
Stefano, how are you doing?
I'm great. Well, last session of the day, we're going to make it exciting. As we know, television has really lost its allure over the years. Traditional media, per se, has really declined big time. It used to be the center of gravity of how people used to consume content and media, and now the center of gravity has shifted. It is shifted through forms, through shapes, formats, and now it's no longer dictated by the network. It's dictated by algorithms and by platforms. And so today we're going to really deep dive into the past, the present, and the future of how traditional media has evolved and what can people understand and really shield themselves from the next couple of years and next decade in traditional media and everything that we're going through in this very exciting time in content. So, Kevin, you've really been inside this world and been through the ins and outs of traditional media, but also of new media. So what was the defining moment, in your opinion, over the last few years that has shifted traditional media to on-demand media when it comes to content behavior?
Well, the shifts have been very dramatic and very rapid. I mean, if you look at the history of media and storytelling, it's pretty interesting. For thousands of years, you had people telling verbal stories to each other, and that was part of that was the culture. That was what people did. And then you had printing. For hundreds of years, that was the medium. And then you had radio for decades. Then you had television. And now you have mobile, you have web, you have AI, you have short-form video all on top of each other. And changes are happening. You can measure that in months and maybe a year or so, not decades and not centuries for sure. So the changes have been incredibly rapid. And if you look back in history, what was the seminal moment that really created this acceleration? I would say in 2007, the iPhone came out. And the iPhone, everyone has an iPhone, or in the audience, I'm sure, or the equivalent. These smartphones really increased engagement dramatically. There are many more usage occasions that people have now. They can engage with media on the go, wherever you are. You can obviously engage in media. You can talk to your friends. You can watch videos. You can do whatever you want. That's a big change. But even though there's more time spent with media now than ever before, and more time spent with storytelling, it's all fractionalized. People are doing many, many different things on their phones and their television sets. And so there's fragmenting between watching traditional media, engaging in social media, engaging in social entertainment like TikTok or YouTube, creating things using AI or other tools. So the fragmentation has been very remarkable, along with huge time spent.
Right. And so if we talk about the iPhone per se, right, and that defining moment that really catalyzed this democratization of how people used to, well, create, but also consume, right? So you have these studios and networks that have spent decades building their distribution and their capabilities and very high-level production. Now anyone with a smartphone can actually compete when it comes to the attention and how they grab attention of people. And so where are we heading with more AI-generated content, and when this attention is no longer a position of power, it's more of distribution and like you said, cross-platform fragmentation.
Right. Well, there was always, when I was at Disney for 25 years, and there was always this argument: who is king, content or distribution? And I think in traditional long-form storytelling, content was king, because the pipes were just dumb pipes. They would transport a video from the originator through a television network to an audience. It was a one-way pipe. There was nothing smart about it, and there was no decision-making that was inherent in the hardware itself. Now these platforms are traffic cops. They direct videos and from creators to a large audience. And if you look at what TikTok does, and I ran TikTok back in 2020, TikTok is just an algorithm that does match people's interests with whatever videos happen to be of interest to people that are like that viewer. And it's a huge algorithm, AI-driven, that determines the time and place and the sequence of videos that we'll see. Most of those videos are not the highest quality productions. There are people like you and I, or teenagers out there with phones, with AI tools that are making content, and it appeals to a certain person at a certain time, and the algorithm can detect that. And that puts all the power back in distribution and into these platforms. So if you look at modern media, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, the platform has most of the power, and the storytellers don't have quite as much. And that's been a sea change in content. And there are really a bifurcation now between long-form storytelling, which is still delivered through traditional means. Even streaming now has become a traditional mechanism, versus short-form video, which is a chaotic form that only these algorithms can make sense of. So it's a very, very different world than it was 10 years ago.
Right. And at Candle Media, you've also really dipped your toes into that shift and really these differences between short form and long form, right? You've probably spent over $4 billion acquiring different companies, and specifically Moonbug, which owns also the IP of CoComelon, and all of these different experiments that you've done between short form and long form. And so what are the learnings, some of the learnings that you've identified?
Well, the learnings are interesting. It's possible. I founded Candle Media with a thesis, and the thesis was there was a symbiotic relationship between long-form storytelling, social media storytelling, and commerce opportunities. And there's a flywheel there. If you could engage an audience on social media, that two-way audience really does engender an opportunity to sell things and to have a marketplace of sorts. And I thought it could go either way. Long-form storytelling could become social media storytelling and enter that flywheel. And I also thought that short-form storytelling that originated in short form could become long-form. And I'll say that what I found is it's very possible to take short-form stuff, and in Candle Media's case, we have CoComelon, and if you have parents of small kids, you would know CoComelon. It's a huge property on YouTube, and Blippi and a bunch of other kids' intellectual property. Those have translated really well to traditional media. CoComelon has 200 million subscribers and 13 billion views a month on YouTube. And over the last 4 years, it's been the biggest show on Netflix simultaneously. That's an amazing thing to think about. The reach and affinity that that has driven is remarkable. On the other hand, I can't find that many instances of a long-form story making its way onto social media. It doesn't seem to be as easy to do that. A guy named Jeffrey Katzenberg, a luminary in the entertainment industry, tried to do that 5 years ago with something called Quibi, making long arc, long form entertainment, chopping it up into short snippets, very high quality productions, and delivering it on iPhones. It just did not work. So I haven't seen it go long form to short form, but I have seen short form to long form work very, very well.
Although historically, long form used to be the driver of a lot of IP, right? And then now we're seeing the opposite. So are we getting to a point where we can identify a balance between the two? Let's say it's not purely short form, it's not purely long form. Is there something in the middle that can prove this progression of how people consume and really the behavior of how people consume content?
Yeah, I have a thesis, and my thesis is there's a fundamental difference between vertical video, short form entertainment, and long form storytelling. Storytelling takes time to tell itself. There's a story, there's a cadence, there are beats to a story, there's a beginning, a middle, and end. And if you want to be entertained over a half hour or an hour or 90 minutes, 2 hours, it's a different experience fundamentally than scrolling your TikTok feed and seeing things that are delightful for sure, but they're disparate, and they tell very short stories. Some of them aren't stories at all, they're just funny things that you see, or very serious events that are captured for news purposes and delivered in short form. No, I think those two ecosystems are relatively separate. They influence each other to a degree, but I do think they've evolved separately, and you're going to continue to see long-form entertainment as different than short-form. However, there's a mathematical problem here for the traditional media companies. Younger viewers are spending 75 to 80% of their time with short-form video, and older viewers, such as myself, is the exact opposite. So if you're sitting at a Disney or a Paramount or a Warner Brothers, you're very worried about this transition as people grow older and your audience starts to evolve into much more short-form storytelling. You're in a tough spot, and that's what you're seeing in the marketplace, that these traditional media companies are competing for time and attention, and they're losing. It's pretty interesting.
And so we're practically saying that audiences on short form and on all these different platforms are different, so they don't really consume the same content or the same format.
Correct.
And then you have all these platforms and streaming specifically that's trying to merge these two onto one platform. So if you look at, let's say, in 10 years, what would you say, or what would you have done differently on where you see this world progressing, like as a media leader? Would you try to merge these two worlds together, or would you try to keep them separate?
Well, if you're sitting in, if you're running Disney, let's say, and you have Disney Plus, which I launched, 7 years ago, you want to be appealing to those younger audiences that are watching the short form video. It's something you want to see because time and attention translates into dollars, frankly. So you want to try to do it. You want to try to put this short form video into your own streaming service. Netflix is doing the same thing. All these traditional media companies are trying to take advantage of the future. I think it's very difficult. I think it'll be interesting to see how much activity and engagement you're going to get in a streaming service that's really intended for TV and film length video and entertainment, how much activity you're really going to get on the short form side. I think it's going to be difficult. Sports is something that does kind of bridge the two, if you will. Sports has always had highlights, and I think you will see younger generations consuming their favorite sports teams through looking at the highlights of a game versus following the entire game. And frankly, I think it's a shame. I watch an entire American football game from start to finish, and it ebbs and flows. There's storylines that develop. It rolls out in a certain way that builds to a crescendo at the end. Whereas younger audiences are saying, I want to see the 10 highlights, and here's where the scores happened, and I know the outcome, and I want to move on to the next one. It's very different, but I think maybe sports is where the overlap might be most prominent.
Certainly. I mean, sports, because there's also this these loads of emotions that come into play.
which is something that if we look 10 years ahead with lots of AI slop that's being and filling up these feeds, there's no emotional connection that people are going to connect to, right? And that's the biggest factor of why also podcasts are really playing a big factor and a big role in how people resonate today. It's no longer towards the big network, it's towards the person, it's towards the creator, because that creator has a community and so on and so forth. So it's really this human-to-human touch that sports can also bring into the mix. So in 10 years' time, Kevin, today, how do you see this world evolving?
Well, the world's going to evolve. 10 years is an eternity now.
It is.
It is impossible to predict with any precision what's going to happen in 10 years. But you brought up AI. And I think one of the things about AI that has media executives and the media community very worried is not only deep fakes and all the stuff that it can do, and you can mimic reality, and it's hard to tell the difference. Put that aside. It has lowered the barriers to entry for creating high-quality video. Now, anyone in this audience can create a very, very high-quality video with an iPhone, a Sora account, a few prompts, and out comes a good video. Today it's good and high quality. In a year, it's going to be undifferentiable from live action. It will be photorealistic, and it'll be very hard to tell any difference at all. What does that mean? To me, people are always seeking out authenticity. We talk about podcasts. People want to have an authentic connection with their creators, with their influencers, with their storytelling. So I think it's going to put a premium, when the market is flooded with very high quality AI video, a premium will be put on authenticity and IP. So people that own IP or that have an authentic connection with their audience are going to be at a very substantial advantage. It's very hard to become authentic with AI. AI is a machine-generated video and story, and there's the authentic connection just isn't there. And I think people will seek that out. So if you're a creator today, I would say build your audience, keep going. AI is not going to kill you. If you're a Hollywood studio, you better create some really deep franchises the way that Disney hasn't cornered the market on it, but many, many franchises exist at the Walt Disney Company. They're in an advantaged place. IP, which is hard to, you can recreate things that look the same, but true intellectual property that's protectable, that's going to increase in value quite a bit. So I think you'll have a huge amount of AI out there, a lot of deep fakes, but you'll still have this authentic connection. And influencers will still be able to build that, as will IP-focused media companies.
Right, and that's because also historically used to value content and IP based on the amount of resources and time it was put into it, and then now it's super easy to just create, and so also the valuation methods of media companies in general will also change. How do you also shield yourself from that? Like, what would you do? Would you just focus on building cross-distribution and getting to as many channels as possible? Or would you just focus on building a more niche community?
Honestly, if I'm a media company, you're judged ultimately on your profits, obviously. That's how companies are valued. And as I said, if you want to aggregate time and attention, you need to have a differentiated proposal. You need a unique value proposition. Media companies have that with IP and franchises that have evolved over a long period of time. When I was at Disney, I bought Marvel Entertainment, big comic book company. Why? It's a brand, and it has IP that people can identify with and have known their whole lives, and it means something to them. Star Wars, same thing, even maybe writ larger into a big world that they have. People identify with that, they know Star Wars and its authentic connection that they have, and Pixar and Disney. If I were a media company executive, I'd be looking to build those franchises, build that IP, and build that connection with audiences that transcends all these business model differences, the AI that's going to reduce these barriers to entry. IP, and brands. That's what I would be doing.
Well, Kevin, that was very insightful. Thank you very much. You heard Kevin. The focus is no longer on the channel. The focus is more on authenticity. It's on community. It's on decentralized distribution. And so to shield yourself as a creator, as a publisher, as a media company from all these different potential threats that we're going to see with AI coming up, just make sure you build authentic, genuine content and make sure you focus on your intellectual property. Thank you very much.
There you go. Thank you.
Today, we see something remarkable, a vision realized, ambition surpassed, and the future unfolding before our eyes. Here in Qatar, we are creating a platform where innovation meets opportunity.
All right, everyone, we've reached to a very special event. 10 group round winners are going to be taking to the center stage for the semi-final of a pitch sponsored by Jazeera. And to get this show started, to hear all of these amazing pitches, I want to introduce, of course, two amazing individuals. We have Casey Lau and Richard Ford. Please welcome them.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
We need to commemorate this, if you don't mind, with a quick selfie. Should we do this?
Let's do it.
Let's do this. We'll do one together, and oopsie.
Oh, you're ringing. Somebody's calling you.
I'm sure he's watching us. Awesome.
Awesome.
Good luck. I'm looking forward to seeing
Thank you,
who the winners are going to be.
Khalifa, everybody, hand round of applause. An amazing job today.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Take care.
Okay. Hello, center stage audience, and welcome to the semi-final of Pitch, sponsored by Jazeera. My name is Casey Lau.
And I'm Rich Ford, and we'll be your hosts today for Pitch. In a few minutes, our 10 semi-finalists will begin one of the most exciting events here at Web Summit Qatar.
That's right, Richie. These 10 startups had to fight hard in the group rounds to earn their place here today. At this year's Web Summit Qatar, we had over 1,600 startups. Wow. So to get to the top 10 today is already quite impressive. Now they're going to battle it out once again to decide who will go through to the finals tomorrow, where one lucky winner will take home the Pitch trophy.
Only 3 startups will make it to the Pitch final, which takes place tomorrow here at 12:40 on center stage. And to choose our 3 finalists, we're going to need some superstar judges.
That's right. Good thing we have a lot of them. Please, put your hands together and welcome our judges. Here they come. So we've got judges today here from Jazeera, Atmosphere, Expansio, Forbes, IBM, SeedStars, SpeedInvest, and Silicon Valley. For the semifinals, there'll be no Q&A, and the startups will only have 3 minutes to impress and convince our judges that they have what it takes to be in tomorrow's final.
That's enough for us. Now it's time to hear from some of the pitches. The first startup of today is building a platform for crafting immersive 3D web experiences. So let's hear it for Halo Fair.
No? No?
Woo!
So,
come on down. Come on down. Join us in the middle here.
To the middle.
So, yeah, right.
There you go.
Imagine if every website could transform into a 3D immersive world where users don't just visit, they experience it. Hi, my name is Ahmed Tamimi. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Holofair. And we are building the easiest way for businesses to create and deploy a 3D immersive web experiences. The need is clear. 3D is the future, but building it is expensive and slow and requires a team of developers. So enterprises currently are stuck with 2D platforms for training, onboarding experiences, and virtual meetings. So the missing tools make the adoption of 3D even more complex. Holofair solves this by simply drag and drop, just like Canva. We allow businesses to create 3D web experiences. It's a fully web-based, no VR headset, no installs. We allow customizations and integrations like REST APIs and on-premise hosting for enterprises. We also have a massive multiplayer online user support for over 1,000 concurrent users. Here is a look of our live projects currently for enterprises, corporates, government entities who are currently using Holofair. From virtual job fairs, training, onboarding experiences, mainly in UAE and KSA. We have proven the demand. We have over 50 enterprise and government clients in this region. We have over $1.6 million all bootstrapped from these pilot live projects, and our gross profit margin is over 80%, and we have annual recurring revenue of $140,000. The market is not a niche, this 3D immersive web experiences. It's expected to reach almost $1 trillion by 2030. We basically monetize through 3 streams, through SaaS licenses based on the concurrent users, and setup fees and optional maintenance contract. We are currently targeting the enterprise with the HR departments to help them with their training and onboarding experiences. And we're planning also to expand through partner network with the web agencies to build on our SDK. So we are about 10 people in the team based in UAE. And we are a product-driven team, and my co-founder is leading the engineers and the design team. We come from the XR background and gaming development background. Today, we announced our seed round, our first round, which is $1.2 million, and this will help us launch our SaaS platform. Imagine where you could meet all of your website visitors in real time and talk to them, rather than just the traffic on the website. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Judges, make your comments and your voting on there. So thank you very much to Holofair. We're off to a great start. So next onto this stage is a company called Bulby, presenting their online platform and marketplace for children's activities and events. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Hello everyone, I'm Shayma. Together with my co-founder, we're the founders of Bulby. But most importantly, we're 2 mothers. Who here has panicked and Googled activities near me on a Friday night? Well, we personally experienced this firsthand. That's why we built Bulby. Bulby is an inclusive marketplace for parents and caregivers to find events and activities while instructors list their offerings, manage their booking, and have a presence. Like many parents, we ask ourselves, what should I do with my child this weekend? What do? We grab our phone, We scroll through Instagram posts, WhatsApp groups, random websites. This just takes a lot of time. While small and medium-sized companies, they're struggling to reach families. Struggling to reach families, manage their payments, and fill their classes. Parents feel overwhelmed. Businesses feel invisible. There's an opportunity that is lost. Bulby fixes this. For parents, we have this all-in-one app where they could search, book instantly. For businesses, they become digitalized, increase in attendance, easy payments, and they're in a dedicated marketplace. So we take this offline process and turn it into a smooth digital experience. You could simply download our app, discover, filter, and book instantly, and it's easy and fun for busy families. We operate through a commission-based marketplace model. With both apps live, we're gaining traction as the roadmap shows in order to scale Bulby through partnership, fundraising, and growth milestones. Children enrichment in sports, education, and STEM is a multi-billion-dollar market. Turkey alone is a fast and highly mobile market, yet there is no ecosystem that brings us all together. So the timing is right, the gap is clear, and Bulby is ready. We're seeking a strategic investment partner that believes in family experiences and marketplace and wants to scale Bulby within Turkey and regional markets. We have a highly dedicated team who has experience in tech, business, and child experience, and professionals who have experience from Turkey's marketplaces. Lastly, as Bulby, we believe the future of family experience should be simple, digital, and accessible. Thank you.
Great job. Now it's time to welcome our third startup to the stage. They build smart indoor gardens that use fog technology to grow plants. Let's hear it for Plantiform.
The GCC imports over 90% of its fresh food, making households vulnerable to supply shocks and rising food prices. Hi everyone, my name is Alberto and I'm the co-founder and the CEO at Plantiform. And we make households part of the solution to food security. The way we grow food is completely broken. It's grown in depleted soil, packed with pesticides, and shipped thousands of miles, just losing most of its freshness and nutrients by the time it reaches our plate. And the worst part is that more than half of it ends up wasted within the process. So essentially, we have a massive opportunity here to tackle, and as the people want control over their food now. But pesticide-free, fresh food is either costly, inconsistent in quality, or essentially just tastes bland. So we made it our mission to become pioneers in fogponics, the most water-efficient technology and fastest plant-growing technology in agriculture initially developed by NASA. We turn water into a nutrient-rich mist delivered directly to the roots that uses 98% less water than traditional farming while growing plants 40% faster. And just last year, we got our patent approved. So we took this technology and created the Plantiform Smart Indoor Garden, the gardening appliance for your holistic health, bringing you better nutrition, allowing you to grow better food every single day without the need for any gardening experience. And picture an espresso. Choose your favorite plant pot. You can grow cherry tomatoes, leafy greens, herbs, add them into the machine, add some water, and at the push of a button, voila, you have your green oasis ready to harvest year-round. And the best part is that since we use fogponics, you only have to add water once every 3 weeks. And people loved it. We sold thousands of these units across North America through retailers like Costco. Last year, we went to CES, the biggest consumer electronics show in the world, going head-to-head against LG and Samsung. And guess what? Plantiform took home the Best of Innovation Award, making global headlines following a Dragon's Den deal of $400,000. But now we're here in the GCC, focusing on a quick expansion, closing our recent distribution agreement with Jumbo Group, selling on retailers Sharp DG, Virgin Megastores, and Jumbo Electronics. We've also onboarded 87 school boards, and right now we just closed our first deal in the GCC with one of the largest developers to have these in 1,000 villas, and this is an essential appliance in your home. We're talking $19 billion market as the demand for fresh food is growing. We're targeting health-conscious families, people who are seeking fresh food at home, but at the same time have a very big B2B section targeting schools, real estate developers, and the hospitality sector. And the way we make money is very simple. We sell the machine for $750, followed by a subscription of plant pots of $150 a year. With a customer acquisition cost of $200, we get an LTV valued at $1,350 per client. And just this year alone, with the Costco contract and the Jumbo contract, we're all on track to pass the $16 million in annual revenue. We have a stellar team. I've been a 3X founder with one exit. My two partners have scaled startups at $100 million in ARR in software. And Dr. Aftab Alam was the former head of R&D at AeroFarms, the second largest vertical farming company in the world. But before that also comes a very strong board of advisors who are all investors with experience from BlackBerry all the way to Nespresso. Being the Nespresso of gardening, we needed to have Nespresso on board. And now that we've proven the tech, we know that customers want it, and we're here to raise $1.5 million of bridge fund. Thank you very much.
If I have to give an award for best tagline, that guy's got it. Nespresso for gardening, amazing. Hope George Clooney can help him out later. Next up, we have a startup that's creating a social-first platform for buying and selling pre-loved and slow fashion items. Come on out, and again.
Hello, hello, everyone. Do I have everyone's attention? Everyone's awake? Ready to get started? Okay, let's do it. Hi, everyone. I'm Rowan. I'm the founder of Then Again, as in shop, where sell again and again and again. We know that fashion's the second most polluting industry in the world, but how does that translate into a real problem? Well, our consumer is hyper-connected, she shops online daily, and she's shopped pre-loved in the last 6 months. But decluttering is overwhelming, she has no time to do it, and most of all, there's nothing cool to do it on. This is where we come in. We're Then Again, the easy-peasy app for all your pre-loved and slow fashion shopping. Think TikTok meets ASOS, but sustainable, and very geared to Gen Z and Gen Alpha. Now we can look at what's happening in the market. Competition, not really. Nothing's really giving. There's nothing really designing for the future of the marketplace. But is it worth it? You bet it is. The global marketplace is very well established. Look at Mercari at 7.4 billion. Vinted, Depop, Poshmark, all above the billion. But the region is untapped, and this is where we come in. Now, the future of fashion is really pre-loved. If you're going to keep one number in mind today, is that 70% of buyers from the Gen Z generation prefer buying pre-loved. 70%. Now, this is what we're building. You can explore and shop from our homepage, and it's very easy and very intuitive to social media. You can play to shop, Tinder, but for fashion. You can sell in seconds with AI, do an image search with AI, and try on with AI as well. We're 3 months in and it's working. We're already at 2,000 downloads, 186K in revenue, 2,000 followers, and 14 influencer partners that are already logged on with us, and all that organically. Then the community is growing. We know that if the cool girls say it's cool, everybody's going to follow in suite. So we're really building on that FOMO effect. And we're shifting the hype mindset in the region. Hype means taboo. So we really know how to gear everything for the region, build services for the region, have ties to the region, and really understand how to build it for them. And of course, the magic wouldn't happen without a wonderful team, myself and my co-founder and my COO, all a local team that really know the market. Now, how we make money, I could go into the details, but you know how a marketplace works. If you have any more questions, let me know. We plan to have 2.5 million users by 2029, be profitable by year 2, and have net profit of 15 million by year 5. We're really thinking long-term. Right now, we're in the normalization phase, but we want to build the infrastructure long-term to really become the new normal when it comes to shopping. And that's why we're raising 1 million for our first round to build faster, better, stronger, and really make pre-loved a first choice. Thank you. We invite you to do good, look good, and feel good with us. Thank you.
Awesome, well done. I love the energy. Love the energy. Another great one. The next startup is presenting a product that creates instant digital classrooms everywhere without internet or power. Let's hear it for Beekey.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm Jacques from Beekey. I think you would agree that adult education is like the software of this world. Without it, people don't know whether to grow coffee or cocoa next year. They don't know how to guard against malaria, and they don't know how to go back to civilian life after conflicts. Yet UNESCO tells us that 3 billion people don't have any kind of access to any kind of adult education. And that's despite $50 billion being spent just in aid money every year on adult education. There is one thing which could help, because it's better and cheaper, and all organizations are trying to implement it as well as they can. And that's digital classrooms. However, digital classrooms don't work, because internet or power remain bad or way too expensive for 2.5 billion people on this earth. We at Beaky solve this with the Beaky Box, to which up to 40 learners can connect simultaneously with a smartphone. It works completely without any internet or power. When it's online from time to time, it synchronizes automatically learner identities, learner progression, and contents. But when it's offline, it's completely self-contained. We've already sold this to more than 50 clients, including Doctors Without Borders, International Committee of the Red Cross, Epson, and many others. So if you have learners who struggle to get online, or who have to travel to learn, or if you just want to be part of our development, maybe as an investor, then we have to talk. Thank you very much.
Great. All right, wow. The bar is definitely being set very high for this semifinal, and I can't wait to see what's coming up next. We're right in the middle of it now. We've seen 5 amazing semifinalists, and we've got 5 more pitches lined up. But first, let's get a quick vibe check from our judges. Richie.
I'm going to go to you first, right? You might just tell us who you are and who you represent, and then the question I'm going to ask you is there anything you've seen today that has blown you away so far?
Well, I'm Rhett Power. I'm from Forbes. I also run a global executive coaching and strategy firm, and I've done 6 of these startups, and I've been in your position. A couple of them have I really like. The ones that are solving big problems. I really did like Plantiform, and I really do like the Beaky. Sorry, Sell Again or And Again, which is trying to recycle clothing. I think those 2 things really got my attention so far.
Awesome, awesome.
Great.
Casey?
Hi, what's your name, and what company do you represent?
Thank you very much, Casey. I'm Mau. I'm from SeedStars. We are an early-stage pan-emerging markets fund. Yeah, I liked some of the companies, but I didn't like some of the pitches.
Okay. Ooh, nice, nice.
Some pitches didn't have enough clarity around traction and around their business models.
Right.
This is something that I'm specifically interested in as an investor, and that's just not clear. I cannot ask any question. That should be there.
Yep, right. Great point.
Awesome. I'm going to go to you next. As a very successful founder, right, tell us what pitch mistakes have you seen throughout the last 4 pitches?
Hey folks, my name is Roman Axelrod. I happen to be a founder of a company called Expansio. We have developed smart contact lenses with basically merged all your screens into one and added digital functionality. We are the most recent unicorn from in the region, and definitely first deep tech unicorn, at least from the region.
The most sad unicorn.
So, first of all, I will try not to be harsh, but I have to emphasize in case a person wants to be a founder, one has to master presentation skills. And you should probably tell less, thus trying to tell more. Then I especially like the company number 5, Beaky. Perfect market, perfect way to use mesh technology as the way to teach people without internet. Great idea, great market. And I really like second company, Bulby, the marketplace for young parents. Obviously, huge market, unserved market. That's it.
Awesome. Awesome.
Okay, great. Over here, what's your name? What's your company?
Blake Sabatinelli, I'm the CEO of Atmosphere TV.
Yep, what does Atmosphere do?
We make TV for businesses.
Okay.
Sounds like a fun concept.
Sounds
right?
very fun, yeah, great. So what did you think of the startups, the 5 startups you just saw?
I think everyone's doing a great job, but I'd like to remind everyone that you can use presenter notes. To the point we just heard over here, it's one of the key things that you do when you come up in a pitch is you have to make sure that you're actually staying on key, not speaking too fast, not speaking too slow. So it's use the tools that are presented to you. It's the little things in life.
Sure.
But a lot of really smart ideas out here and really, really strong founders who are coming out and trying to put their best foot forward.
Yep. Did any one of them, you think, did a good job with the presentation, without the presenter notes?
Yeah, I think and again probably had the most clear and concise vision and presentation as a whole.
Yep.
And can't wait to see what we get on the next 5.
Great.
Nice. I'm quite impressed that the last 4 have been like tech for good. I think it's a really, really cool thing to see. So let's see what the next have in store. Okay, so it's time to keep the semi-final going with the last 5 pitches. So onto the stage next, we have a startup called Glücksklind, a startup empowering parents with AI-powered smart strollers. So let's give them a round of applause and welcome to the stage, please.
Do I go here?
Yeah.
Hello. Hi. I am Kevin Huang. I am the co-founder of Glückskind. We live in a world where AI can write essays, drive cars, trade stocks. Yet, one of the fundamentally most challenging physical thing and emotionally taxing, caring for a newborn, still runs on caffeine, panic, and back pain. So we asked a simple question. What if AI can help parents? And that's why we created Glückskind. Starting with mobility. As you may know, traditional strollers are heavy for what they are. They're also expensive, and they're fundamentally dumb. Baby gear hasn't meaningfully changed, evolved in the last 10 years, even though everything in our lives have. And that's why we created Rosa and Ella, AI-powered computing platform. It's motor assisted, so going uphill becomes effortless. It even gives you a hand so you can go hands-free and support your little one. It rocks so that they can self-soothe and sleep a little bit more. It's really taking modern computing to the parenting space so that parents can parent in 2026. Under the hood, we run neural networks with perception and control so that every walk that parents do feeds back into the system and improves so that they get a better experience through over-the-air updates. The system grows as their child grows. And it feeds back into simulation with millions of miles that ultimately contribute to a better user experience. Our business model is simple. We sell direct to consumer starting at $2,400 with 45 to 65% margin. It is really taking automotive grade to the stroller space. That we are building essentially a family OS over time. This is already real. We've gotten over $10 million in pre-orders that we're doing deliveries. We're ranked #1 on Google for smart strollers. And our customers have already walked over 2 million miles with hundreds of hours nap times. My co-founder, Ann, and I created this because we needed this for ourselves. So that we believe that AI these days, technology, should support us in creating more memories, creating more connection. So if you believe that AI should be there for that, let's have a chat. Thank you.
Go. I'm getting old. I hope they make an adult version of that one soon. All right. All right. Now, that was a great pitch. So now let's welcome a company called Cura with their low energy and low carbon solution for cement producers. Welcome them out.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Erin Bobicki, and I am CEO of Cura, where we're focused on delivering low-cost, decarbonized cement today. Cement accounts for 8% of global CO2 emissions, and most of these emissions come from limestone calcination, making it very difficult to decarbonize. Current approaches like SEMs, novel binders, and alternative chemistries either don't solve the problem or just can't scale. The only thing that's available today is point source carbon capture and storage, but CCS retrofits cost billions. At Cura, we've developed a low-cost, drop-in electrochemical solution that converts limestone into lime for cement and pure CO2 for storage or utilization. Our technology enables cement producers to produce standard cement with 85% fewer emissions and less energy than the conventional process. And here's the real game changer. We deliver at cost parity or below. For the very first time, low-carbon cement is cost competitive. Cura's solution is supply chain ready, low cost, and low carbon. Our drop-in technology replaces the pre-calciner in the conventional cement manufacturing process, enabling production of decarbonized cement from limestone using existing mines, plants, and supply chains. We're low cost because we're ultra-low energy. Our patented Curalite chemistry allows us to operate at 1/3 the thermodynamic potential of a hydrogen electrolyzer. The modular design also means we're low CapEx, an order of magnitude less than conventional CCS. And most importantly, we cut cement emissions by 85%. At Cura, we've conducted over 100 customer interviews confirming the need and demand for low-carbon cement. We've already signed 5 MOUs with 3 more under review, spanning project developers, architecture firms, precast manufacturers, and cement producers. These agreements cover cement testing, piloting, manufacturing, and commercial production, as well as deployment of Cura's low-carbon cement in flagship projects. We incorporated last year and raised a $2.1 million pre-seed to build our lab, hire our team, and engineer our pilot. This year, we're raising an $8 million seed to build that pilot and do an engineering study for our demo plant. The demo plant will be a JV and generate our first revenue from lime sales in 2028. We're targeting our first cement JV in 2029 and full-scale deployment in the cement industry by 2030. Our ultimate goal is a capital-light business model selling equipment and licenses. But this is an industrial hard tech, and we need to demonstrate at scale first. Thank you.
Awesome. Wow. Okay, we have 3 more pitches to go. The next startup is called C, and they are developing an AI-powered sports intelligence platform. So let's welcome to the stage, please, C.
Hi, everyone. This is Abdurrahman. I'm here to tell you a story. So in 1993, this was Michael Jordan as we know him, a baseball player. And this happened because of few reasons. It's the emotional biases of the family, his dad, his brother. And this is a true story, by the way. And thankfully, MJ went back to the game, and it could have been a loss for us. What if I told you your kid could be the next Michael Jordan in sports, in basketball, but he's training for tennis? What if I say we can know that by science? What if I told you your phone can tell you the right answer? And from here, I will tell you about C. So we are an AI sports intelligence platform that uses any camera to spot, evaluate, elevate in real time. And we do this simply by doing the physical, skill, psychological assessment, using your phone on any camera to be able to tell you the right sport for your kid, and to have the progress of the child during his life, using no hardware, only camera. We do this using our software. We do it through 3 layers, computer vision to track, and machine learning and AI to process. So we talk more to academies, government, federation, schools. And this is a real footage of our app. We gamified it a bit, so we have a player card so every kid be able to use it more, and to manage it more from an organization perspective. We have attraction. We piloted for 4,500 athletes, and we have more than 12,000 athletes right now, and we have in the pipeline more than 50,000. To be able to have more sports recommendations for the athlete and to have more smarter and faster tryouts to the academies and sports federation, and to have more potential on the ground with a fair chances to everyone, to have a benchmarking data for the globe. And if I told you true about this, if I said something true about this, we're talking to 20% of the global population. And most of the parents spend more than $500 per sport per child. And that's a lot of money. And from the other side, the clubs spend more than $1.5 billion to find the athletes. And all of this, so we'll be able to answer one important question at the beginning: what sport should I play for the young athletes? And hopefully C will be able to answer this for you, and hopefully you all be able to see this together. And thank you so much for today.
All right, that was great. So next up, we have a company called Intrigue, which is reinventing management consulting with their autonomous AI agents. Come on out.
Hello, Web Summit. My name is Jess Liu. I am the CEO and founder of Intrigue, and we have built autonomous AI agents for the consulting industry. Now, consulting is the backbone and the advisors to some of the largest, most powerful businesses out there. When we peel back the onion, what we find is they spend so much time decoding the data they receive from their clients. Let's take a look at this industry. It's $300 billion reliant on highly paid management consultants who spend a majority of their time on inefficient processes. Well, that's where Intrigue comes into play. We have built an autonomous AI agent platform with agents that analyze and view data similarly to their consultant counterparts. Now, what does our solution do exactly? We have AI agents that sit along that entire engagement lifecycle, from the collection of data to data integrity, and even eventually to producing reports for their clients. But here's the catch. We do not rely on LLMs to calculate and analyze the data. Instead, we actually have the ability to ingest billions of rows of data. We use LLMs to write code which analyzes and calculates the numbers from there. So as in comparison to some of the other AI solutions that are out there on the market, we have a unified data source where we have created a knowledge graph connecting all the data points together. We also have a very low touch point solution, which allows our users to get from their engagement scope to insights without a single prompt. Now, the industry we are playing in is 10 times the size of the legal industry. We've seen amazing businesses come out of that industry, including Harvey AI as the unicorn and Eve, and we are 10 times the size of that. Now, in terms of our traction to date, we have paying enterprise users. We have about $500,000 in the pipeline, including a number of six-figure contracts based on a monthly SaaS subscription. We've already structured billions of rows of data. We've also worked with Deloitte's Middle East team on a joint bid to PIF, the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund. Our team comprises of deep domain expertise in conjunction with tech leaders, including our CTO, who has previously built 5 technology companies and scaled one of his businesses to 7 figures of ARR. Now, we're so excited to be in the middle of training our own mini models that are vertically aligned to the different scopes of what consultants do. We've got an ARR target of 800,000 we're looking to hit this year, and we'll be launching our seed round very soon. Now, once again, my name is Jess, this is Intrigue, and please join us in changing how consultants do their work. Thank you so much.
Well done, Jess. Okay, another amazing pitch. And last but not least, we have FinCart with their shopping and financial operations system for e-commerce SMEs. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, hello. Ready for the last one? Yeah? Right, so my name is Masri. Masri literally means Egyptian. I'm the co-founder of FinCart. And I want to share with you a very, very quick story about two people that I've known and met. One is called Khalid. Khalid is an e-commerce manager. He manages a fashion brand of 10 to 15,000 orders a month. Khalid works with 4 different courier companies. He collects cash on delivery on a weekly basis. He manages cancellations of 20%, and he has to download and merge maybe 7 to 10 Excels on a weekly basis. His work is tedious, very stressful, and Black Friday is a nightmare for him. And Nadine. Nadine is a great designer and an artist. She designs amazing accessories, and she started her own brand from her own home. She maxed out her credit card to push for ads on Instagram, but she didn't get any care or support because her volume is so small it doesn't matter for any of the big shot courier guys. And that was very frustrating for all of them, because in e-commerce is growing so much in emerging markets, but revenue is leaking everywhere, for the small one and for the big one. And this is why we decided to create a one tech stack that helps e-commerce merchants thrive and grow in emerging markets. FinCart has the largest integrated network of couriers of over 40 within Egypt and Africa that helps streamline shipping, collect cash easier, and manage your delivery and customer experience throughout the whole order process. And we see the opportunity is massive in a highly fragmented, highly underserved, but actually the fastest growing region in the world in e-commerce right now. And from there, we saw the traction proved our point. We started in 2023 with 48,000 in ARR, went to 450 in 24, and finished last year with 1.64 million. And this year, we're on track to do 5 million in ARR, hopefully, or inshallah. And so far, we've seen our growth going up, and we're still gearing up and going for that and building that momentum. We've helped our merchants push and deliver over $10 million worth of products. We've helped some of them actually improve their returns by up to 33%, and we've helped some of them reduce their cancellations by 5%. And we maintain a 96% retention rate across our merchant base. I myself come from a logistics background. It has been my study and education, and I love delivering and helping people and things move from one place to the other. And my co-founder, Nihal, she is actually the Nadine in this story. She built her own product. I was the Khalid in this story. I used to manage last mile for the largest marketplace in Egypt, working with 22 couriers. And our CTO is the 2-time founder in FinTech. When it comes to the positioning, we are basically putting all the tech stack that merchants require to be able to grow and thrive into one place. And no one has dominated or built in this sector as of now. We are about to close our seed round, which is our second round, with 70% committed already, and we're raising $2 million. If you are as passionate about e-commerce and helping people move things, deliver products, create smiles with these products, let us talk, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you for bringing the energy, FinCart. All right, Web Summit Qatar, let's give a round of applause for all our semifinalists here today. Where's Rich?
I saw some great startups, Casey. I don't know about you. What do you think?
Yes, I do. We had a great group of semifinalists this time, which will make our judges' jobs way harder.
That's why we have the best of the best here with us. Judges, in a few minutes, from announcing our 3 finalists, so please don't forget to lock in your scores, as we will start collecting them very, very soon.
Okay, so while the judges are entering their final votes, let's get their final thoughts. So let's sit down over here. Hello. What's your name and what company do you represent?
My name is Rana Abdulatif. I represent Speed Invest. We're pan-European and Middle East and Africa-focused early-stage VC.
Okay, so you see a lot of pitches. What did you think of the last 5 here?
I think the second half was a lot more, I would say, riveting than the first
Riveting.
half. Yeah, we had some great, introductions, really, really punchy pitches.
Yep, I agree.
I like to say that when founders are pitching, if they're able to call their client
Yep.
at 9 p.m. while that client is putting their kids to bed,
Yep.
and still not get a hang up,
Yeah.
then that's a kind of founder that I want pitching to
Exactly.
me. And I think I saw that today in the second half for sure.
Okay, any one of them really jumped out at you?
Well, you
it's
took
too
my
late.
scorecard.
We're
yeah.
already counting it.
But great job. All the founders here, I mean, it's really, really challenging to be in front of all this audience and give a pitch, but you guys, they all did a great job. So
All right, great. Thank you very much. Richie.
Yeah, we've seen some quite impactful startups this evening. What jumps out at you more, a good business case or something that's trying to change the way the world lives?
I liked something that's going to change the way the world lives. Like, for example, BK, I really like the idea because it resolves the problems of third world countries and the internet, so it gives access to people that don't have access to the internet, so that's a really great idea.
Yeah. Actually, Matt, I might ask you the same question.
Yeah, hello everyone, Matt Tilley from IBM Ventures, and I agree with that answer. I think the way that we change the world works, one of the pitches that stuck out to me was the Glux kind. I thought they had a really strong pitch, a good addressable market. I think they're tackling a real problem. There's clear indication that there is interest in the product with a lot of sales in the pipeline, and they have a very strong team. So I was also looking for strong team members, not just founders, but supporting team members to make them successful.
Awesome.
Do you have a young baby on the way, or already have a young baby?
I do not. Not yet.
But now you can get one because
Well,
you
now
have
I
this
know
AI stroller.
When that time comes, I know where to go now. That's
Okay,
right.
great. I'll pass it on to this gentleman here. Who are you and where do you work first?
Hi, my name is Khairuddin Gari. I am from Jusur, a manpower company. We help people to settle here in Qatar, entrepreneur and company. I am in cybersecurity.
Great. So what did you think of the pitches, these last 5?
They are all brilliant idea, brilliant people. Some idea are more concerning to us, like the one the the carbon footprint and the education. These two projects are out of the box, but in general they are very, very good idea.
Great, great.
Awesome.
You do a lot of work in the region. So what do you think of these pitches and how would they do well in like Qatar and the Middle East?
Well, I do have my winner. I must admit that I gave the rate 10 out of 10 to one of the startups. I'm not going to say which one. But yeah, I think some of those solutions are really, really relevant for the Middle East. We have seen some pitches when the business model has worked very well in other parts of the world and is not present in the Middle East yet.
Yeah.
We don't know why it's not present yet, but it's great that some people are coming here and are willing to disrupt that. There are some solutions that we are all waiting for as consumers, so it was great to see that on stage today. On another hand, I know that there's a lot of founders here in the audience, so another thing that I was missing in the pitches today was the fact that a lot of founders were not giving us their asks. Like, I think there were at least 3 pitches where we didn't know why they are pitching to us. What are they raising? Are they raising at all? Like, let's get in touch. It's not a good call to action.
Okay, that's a good point. There were some of them asking for $1 to $2 million. Is that normal? Is that what you're seeing a lot of for these early seed rounds?
Yeah, for the early seed rounds, I would say that it's pretty much within the scope of the regional funds.
Okay.
All of us here. Some of us are later stage, some of us are earlier stage, but that's very reasonable. The asks that I saw were reasonable, but my problem is that
Make sure you have your ask
I
in
just
there.
didn't know why I'm seeing the pitches.
Okay, great.
Awesome. Do we have many founders in the room? Just raise your hand if you're a founder or budding founder. Okay, yes, we got quite a few. So obviously we're at a tech event for startups, and coming away from the pitches for a second, we're all here to support each other, right? So tell us a bit about what you guys do.
So Jazeera is a manpower solution company, and actually we support entrepreneurs with the 10-year visa, where they can actually get incubated through one of our partners, which is Qatar Development Mag and Qatar Science Technology. So we give entrepreneurs 10-year visas according to their acceptance towards the criteria. So that's what I do.
Just if I can add something, that's something that the region was waiting for. So we are very grateful for your work.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Awesome. As a multiple-time founder and also a journalist, so you've covered a lot of startups over the years, what are the 3 common good things you see in a pitch?
That they clearly state the problem. They clearly state how they're going to address it, and then they clearly state the business model. Now, what I was really looking forward to today was excitement, right? And I didn't get that from everybody, right? I want you to be excited about your solution to your problem. And the ones that were, I think that really came through to me. Those are the ones that really sort of struck me as the ones I would be interested in having another conversation about as an investor.
So hype and energy.
Yeah, that's a good point. How important is the passion and the energy that the founders are giving out besides the actual numbers? Whenever I see a traction slide that had that giant thing, I think, this guy's going to win. But was the energy that good for that guy? I don't know. But some of the other ones had more energy. How important are these two things when you balance, when you watch these pitches?
TAM and product market fit, super important.
Yeah.
You're going to be working 100 hours a week building this company, putting blood, sweat, and tears into your baby, into this thing that is every bit of your soul. If you're not excited about that, then you need to go work in corporate America. Startups aren't for you. Like it's a commitment. It's a way of life. Exactly. My family and my startup are part and parcel. Like everything becomes about the startup. So I can't just be like, here's my TAM and we're doing a pretty good job. This is life. This is everything.
Yeah, great. Okay. All right. I think it's time. I see, Richie, you got the envelope. Look at you showing that off. All right. So it's the moment everyone's been waiting for. So let's announce the finalists. And for that, let's bring out all the startups to the stage. Welcome back out, everybody.
Come on, guys. Go.
Let's get some music.
Just line up here, line up here. Get everybody get a good look at you. Okay.
All right, yeah, come on out. Let them all out first. Tall guys in the back there, yep.
The
moment. Okay, no, all right, you get in the front then. Yeah, that's what's going to happen here. Okay, when we call, so there's 3 winners. When we call them, we just step forward, okay?
You get a drum roll. All right. In no particular order, the first pitch finalist is Plantiform.
An espresso of gardening. All right. The second pitch finalist is, and again.
And the third pitch finalist is Glückskind. Congratulations, guys.
All right. Today, the power is in our judges' hands, but tomorrow, the audience becomes the 5th judge, giving you a say on who the next pitch winner is. So make sure you come here to support your favorite startup. So please join me and our finalists and on center stage at 12:40 to decide who is the winner of Pitch, sponsored by Jazeera. All right, thank you all. See you tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.